Last City, a post-apocalyptic survival thriller by Kevin Partner. Book 1 of the Last City series. Prologue. Jason Kelly ran a comb through his dark hair and examined himself in the full-length mirror. Yeah, he looked good. Lean, with blue eyes and a complexion most people would die for, his body was his temple. And tonight, pretty Sam Hickman would be his first worshipper. He had it all planned out. But you know what they say about the best-laid plans. He told Alexa to stop, and the staccato chanting of Lil Wayne gave way to the roar of the crowd from the TV in the living room below. It was Super Bowl Sunday, and his parents would be engrossed for the next several hours. The perfect opportunity. "Where you going, Jay?" He cursed under his breath. Mom had emerged from the kitchen carrying a can of beer as he reached the bottom of the stairs. Looked like his stepfather would be out for the count pretty soon. Brandon's. He's got the new Call of Duty. Dress like that. He shrugged. I like to look good, Mom. You know that. Her eyes narrowed, but she was in no mood for a fight. She never was. You just be back before curfew. Do you hear me? I hear you. Curfew? He was 18. And anyway, she'd be asleep on the couch with that idiot Paul before the 10 p.m. deadline. He pulled the door closed behind him without another word, and so he didn't hear her whisper she loved him. It was the last time she ever said it. He took the subway to Bay Ridge Station and walked the couple of blocks to 72nd Street. It was a classier neighborhood than his, though that wasn't saying much, and he could see the multicolored lights of the game flickering through front windows as he walked along the row of Victorian houses. He pulled his Ralph Lauren jacket tighter as a chill wind blew in off the bay. A winter coat would have been a better choice on this typical February night in Brooklyn, but sacrifices had to be made to secure the prize. Jason texted her when he was outside the house. He darted into the shadows beneath a threadbare tree, because even though the drapes in the living room window were closed, the old woman could sneak a peek at any moment, and then all his plans would be in ruins. A window on the first floor slid upwards, and Sam's face appeared. He stepped out from under the tree and waved up at her. She saw him and giggled. He'd heard that danger was an aphrodisiac, and she sure seemed excited about the prospect of sneaking out of the house while her grandparents watched the game. She gave a thumbs up and disappeared again. The plan was a simple one, though it had taken the best part of a month to arrange, and he'd worked every extra shift available at the local McDonald's to afford it. Richie had the key to his father's fishing boat, and Jay had paid his friend $250 to bring it down from New Rochelle so he could take Sam to see Lady Liberty from the water. Richie had promised champagne and soft music on the boombox. If that didn't do it, added to the fact that he looked hot tonight, then Jay couldn't imagine what would. He'd come fully prepared. Tonight would be the night. She appeared in the doorway, the light flooding down the brick steps to the sidewalk below. A phone began ringing in the house, and she froze for a moment before gently closing the door, and pack slung over her shoulder, hurried toward him. She hugged him, then pulled back and gave him a brief kiss. Quick, that'll be Dad calling, and then she'll go looking for me. Let's get out of here. Jay nodded and glanced up at the draped window, seeing the shadow within. He could hear the drone of the woman's voice as she spoke on the phone. Then he heard the figure cry out in surprise. He barely had time to turn away, as the window exploded in a fireball that sent shattered glass raining down on them, as they reflexively fell back beneath the tree, landing in the slush. Fragments pattered into the back of his jacket as he lay on top of Sam, listening, his chest thumping and bile rising in his throat. The stench of burned hair made him cough, and he ran his hand over the back of his head, feeling the plasticky remains of his previously perfect coif. Then, one after another, the houses on both sides of the street erupted like fireworks, and the screaming began. No, he called. Sam had gotten to her feet and was making for the steps. The door she'd come through moments before was wide open, but it was the gaping mouth of hell, and beyond it was only flame and death. Jay caught up to her, and they peered inside, half expecting to see the fire-wreathed form of her grandmother writhing in the bright orange inferno. He dragged her back when the heat became overwhelming and pulled her into an embrace as she sobbed, before moving them to the sidewalk and behind a parked car. "What's happening?" she asked helplessly. Above him the streetlight exploded, sending them diving again as burning plastic showered down. As the streetlights on both sides of the road shattered, Jay peeked out from between his fingers, feeling as though he was inside the biggest firework display in history. Sam pulled on his arm. "Under there." She got to her feet and, as the last of the lights exploded, crawled under a garbage truck. Jay followed her and they watched as the street burned. "What's going on? Is it an attack?" It came from inside the house. "They're dead, aren't they?" He said nothing. They both knew the answer. The front door of a house across the street opened and a figure emerged, covered in flame. It fell down the steps, arms flailing, and its screams joined the cries and sirens and the roaring of all-engulfing flame. "That's Mr. Evans," Sam whispered. They lay there transfixed, pinned in place by the sheer horror they were witnessing. It was Sam who snapped out of it first. "We gotta get out of here." Jay crawled out from under the truck and coughed on bitter smoke, trying not to think what it reminded him of. There were people on the streets now, the few who had survived whatever was happening, all standing like they were drugged, unable to process what they were looking at, knowing that the people in the houses were beyond any help. Blue and red lights joined the flickering amber as a pair of police cars turned into the street. "Thank God," Jay said, grateful to see the cops for the first time in his life. "I'm gonna ask them what's happened," Sam called out as she started running along the street. Jay had just caught up to her when the first of the police cars swelled and exploded, throwing itself onto the sidewalk. Moments later, the doors of the second car opened and figures leapt out just ahead of a ball of gas bursting from inside it. Jay and Sam watched for a moment and then she ran on again, heading for the nearest figure. A second explosion, and the car tore itself apart, spraying liquid flame over the officers and the civilians who'd gone to help them. They clung to each other again, frozen like rabbits in a headlight beam, standing in the center of the street as hell erupted around them. Jay wiped the tears from his sore eyes and choked on the corrupted air. "Come on. We can't stay here," he managed. Sam simply nodded and held onto his hand as he led her west toward the shore of the bay where, he hoped, a boat awaited them both. It only took moments to realize that whatever had happened to 72nd Street hadn't been confined to it. Fire and death were everywhere. They ran along glass-strewn streets, pushing through pathetic little groups of people looking up at houses and tenements that were being gutted by flame. Bodies lay everywhere, some barely recognizable as human beings, others still writhing and moaning pathetically. The roads were almost completely blocked by burned-out cars and trucks, and they saw no fire service vehicles or ambulances, nor heard the wailing of sirens. The voice of New York City was the screaming of its citizens and the death rattles of its buildings. They kept running until Jay could feel a cool breeze blowing in from the bay, and guessed they must be nearing the shoreline. A 6-story tenement block to their right roared and crackled like an incinerator, and Jay glanced up to see a small group screaming from a landing, the staircase they'd sought shelter in blocked at the next level. They were huddled together, hopping from foot to foot as the metal railings heated. They began running up the stairway in desperation, but they hadn't reached the roof when, with a rumbling that seemed to come out of the earth itself, the wall of the tenement crumbled, and the panicking figures disappeared in a cloud of tumbling masonry. Jay pushed Sam away, and they ran for a side alley to escape the debris. "Where are we going?" Sam called. "Memorial Pier. I got a boat there." Her mouth dropped open. "What? You can't be serious." "I mean it. Richie's bringing his dad's boat. I was gonna show you liberty from the water." Sam didn't say anything. She just stared at him as they hid from the flames for a few moments. A siren blared in the distance and was then cut off. "We have to get away." He pulled the cell from his pocket and put it to his ear. His face fell. "I can't get hold of Mom. I'll make sure you're safe, right? Then I'll go find her." "Oh, Jay, you don't think it's the whole city, do you?" He shrugged, and they ran from their temporary shelter, heading for the shore of the bay. "What is this?" Sam said as they stood hand in hand looking north at Jersey City and lower Manhattan. The horizon glowed orange in every direction, but the brightest flames burned among the tower blocks of the city. Unimaginable devastation, unimaginable death. "Don't think too much about it. Richie's ready, let's go." It had been the greatest relief of his life to find his friend there when they'd arrived at the pier. Richie had seen the city burning, but he hadn't turned back, and now he was refueling for the return trip. Jay took Sam by the hand and led her along the ferry jetty to where the fishing boat bobbed in the water. "What's wrong?" She had stopped before setting foot on the boat. "How do we know it won't explode like all those cars?" "He's had the engine running the whole time, and it hasn't yet. You saw those cars, they didn't get far. Look, what choice have we got? To wait? What happens when the fire gets here?" After a moment's thought, she nodded and stepped on board, pulling the cell phone from her pocket. She hadn't seen her father in months, and he was clear across the country in a dead-end town, but in the midst of chaos, it was him she wanted to speak to. No signal. Maybe an SMS would get through. Richie was a small, angular-faced young Latino man who'd lived in Jay's shadow since they'd met in their first year of high school. "We gonna have to go straight back, we got no time to see the lady." Jay slapped his friend on the shoulder. "Yeah, we need to get out of here fast. You gonna drop me at the bridge so I can check on my ma, then get Sam away. Got it?" Richie nodded sadly, and then watched as Jay helped Sam into the little cabin in front of the wheelhouse. "It stinks in here," Sam said as she settled onto a plastic seat. "Yeah," Jay said. It was a fishing boat. It stank of fish. Obviously. And it was old, rusty, and oily, with an engine so loud you could barely speak over it when it was ticking over. His plan to woo Sam would have failed, even if the city hadn't gone up in flames. The engine revved up, causing the boat to rock a little, and they held each other. A gunshot rang out, slicing through the rattle of the engine. Jay leaped up and ran out of the cabin. A group of figures was jogging along the pier, and one was waving a pistol in their direction. "You hold on there. We're coming aboard." "Go, Richie," Jay said. "But go." There were too many of them for the boat, and he was pretty certain he'd be tossed into the icy waters of Upper Bay if he let them get on board. He'd watched enough gangster movies to be convinced of that. The boat lurched away from the pier and Jay fell to the deck. "The rope? I didn't cast it off." "You idiot." Jay roared as he scrambled on all fours, found the cleat and unwound the rope. A shot fizzed in the air over his head, and he looked up to see feet pounding along the pier. With a roar the water foamed, and the boat pushed away. The leader, a black man in a city suit, stopped at the end of the jetty, his pistol pointing directly at Jay. It shook as he held it, and Jay could hear the others shouting at him to shoot. Jay waited for death, but the man finally dropped his arms, and Jay could see the tears in his eyes as he watched his route of escape move away. He disappeared into the crowd that had gathered, and Jay turned back to Richie. So much for the movies. Geez, that was close. Richie trembled as he stood at the wheel. Jay put his arms around his friend. "It's okay, bro. You did good. Are we heading back to New Rochelle?" "Yeah," Richie said, pointing at the bright display of his cell. "Google Maps." Jay grunted and decided not to think any more about it. They were certainly safer out on the water than in the burning city. Boom. He threw himself to the deck as a tower block to the north went up like a malfunctioning rocket, the sonic wave from the explosion drowning out the engine and the cries of wailing from the shore. Twisted steel, glass, and flaming debris rained down on the streets below, casting an eerie orange glow across the water. He crawled into the cabin where Sam was curled up in the chair. She put her arms around him as he sat beside her and looked out at the burning city. His mind couldn't grasp the scale of what was happening to New York. It had to be some sort of attack, but from within. And his mom was in the middle of it. "Look." Sam pointed up through the cracked perspex of the roof window. It looked like a meteor had exploded in the sky. Now even the heavens were alight. "It's a plane." As they watched, they saw another explosion above them, this one closer. Then another. And another. It was like watching those World War II movies of the Blitz in London. A sky full of flame. But this was here, this was now, and it was happening to them. Richie's head appeared in the doorway. "We're coming up to the bridge. Hey, have you seen all those planes?" "Yeah," Jay said. He gave Sam a kiss on the cheek and got unsteadily to his feet. She held out her hand to him. "Don't go." "I gotta, Sam. I don't care about Paul, but I need to find my mom. See if she's okay. You go with Richie to his dad's place. Message me and I'll come find you." He left her there without another look. It wouldn't do his street cred any good for her to see how terrified he was. He wanted nothing more than to go with her, but he couldn't leave the city without knowing whether his mom was alive or dead. The little boat bumped against the jetty. Jay jumped out and ran into Brooklyn Bridge Park, with the bridge silhouetting the orange sky to his left. There was less fire in the park, and he found people sitting in huddles, some of them in clothes that reeked of smoke, a silent shock pervading them all. As he left the park and headed into the city, he ran into the inferno. There were no people in those fire-ringed streets, just the rumble and crack of the blaze and the shattering of glass. Undeterred, he plunged into the firestorm, wrapping the collar of his once precious jacket around his face against the heat and smoke, deafened by the death rattle of the city's funeral pyre. Jay ran between the burned-out cars at a gridlocked intersection, darting from one lane to another to avoid those that were still burning. An arm shot out of one car and grabbed him as he passed. "Help me." It was an old woman. Jay would have guessed she was in her 50s, in a car beside the road. "I'm trapped. Please, please help me get out." The car was untouched by fire, but he could see that another had driven into the back of it, and that had pushed it into a blackened vehicle in front. Cursing under his breath, Jay tugged on the car door. It won't budge. The car in front was still on fire, and he knew that if he left her there, as he desperately wanted to, she would die trapped in the wreckage. He ran around the piled-up cars to get to the other side. She was screaming. "I'm here." He hadn't run off, though he'd sure been tempted. The passenger door opened, and he leaned inside, just as something exploded in the air above them, showering burning fuel on the hood and windshield. "It's like hell on earth," the woman cried out over the pitter-pattering of the gasoline rain. "What's happening? My car had broken down. We ain't got time. Come on." Jay grabbed her by the arm and inch by painful inch, pulled her from beneath the steering wheel that had pinned her legs. She screamed as he did it, but screaming was better than burning alive. With a final heave, he pulled her onto the sidewalk and helped her get to her feet. Her leg gave way, but they managed to stumble toward shelter beneath the bridge. "Look, I gotta go," he said. "I gotta find my mom." "What's your name, son?" So he told her. Then, without another word, he ran back to the intersection, keeping as far away from the burning buildings as he could by hugging Brooklyn Bridge. All around him people ran, seemingly at random, calling out the same message of despair in languages he didn't know, united by grief and desperation. And so he didn't hear the great whooshing roar of Delta Airlines Flight 2489 as its flame-wreathed fuselage plunged toward him. By the time he'd spun into the rush of hot air that poured along Old Fulton Street and saw the burning carcass of the plane hurtling his way, it was too late. Way too late. He shouldn't have stopped to help that woman. "Mommy," he whispered. Chapter 1. Hope. Paul Hickman, Hick to those who thought they were his friends, shut the front door, padded into the kitchen to wash his hands, and then fell into his easy chair in front of the silent TV. It was Super Bowl Sunday. He hated sports. But he hated others knowing things before him even more. He was the font of all knowledge in Hope. And knowledge was power. So he left the TV on. He dug out a tortilla chip and settled back. That girl needs to learn if she don't mind that rodent of hers, it's gonna come to a bad end, one way or another. I won't take it back again. He looked down at his pants and brushed away white hair with the back of his hand. The girl next door had sure been relieved to get her rabbit back, But it wasn't the first time the mangy thing had escaped into his garden. It had better be the last. Buster the Doberman watched the chip sway back and forth as Hick talked. The dog had learned that patience would be rewarded. Patience and obedience. Hickman sighed and reached for the phone to call New York. Best get it over with. But he thought better of making the call with a mouth full of Dorito, and tossed the remainder toward the dog before dialing the number. It was Sunday evening, and on Sunday evenings he called his daughter Sam, but that meant talking to her call screener first. Evening, Jane. It's Paul. His eyes rested on the scampering figures in yellow and white on the TV. It was either that or watch the dog devour another Dorito. Oh, hello, Paul. How are you? She must be distracted. Jane couldn't give a rat's ass how he was. Is Sam there? In the background, he could hear the cries of the crowd and the excited voices of the commentators. His eyes flicked to his muted TV as someone in yellow was tackled out of play. Turn it down, Vic. Sorry, Paul. Give me a minute, I'll go fetch her. Hickman heard the phone being dropped none too gently onto the table. The Sunday evening call was an awkward chore, especially since he and his 18-year-old daughter had nothing else in common, but it was their one connection. He sighed as he waited, half listening to the incoherent commentary down the phone line. It enraged him he didn't have Sam's cell number, but he didn't dare push the matter. His former mother-in-law's landline was the only number he had for his daughter. It had been one of the rules when she'd gone to live with her grandparents, and he couldn't bear the idea of being unable to get in touch with her. Sam was his one weakness, and he hated her for it. He heard muffled footsteps as the old goat walked down the stairs and back into the living room of her Bay Ridge home. Then he heard her cry out, "Vic! What's that? Oh my!" The line went dead, and moments later, Paul Hickman was plunged into darkness, tearing his eyes from the TV, with the afterimage of a burning ring of fire etched into his retina. Devon Myers sat at a table in Hope Club, sipping the battery acid that passed for beer in this godforsaken part of the world. He forced it down. Any alcohol was better than no alcohol, and looked up at the TV hanging from the ceiling. He tried to focus on what he was seeing. 3rd and 5, and Kernick has not completed a third down throw. It was no good. It looked like rugby, apart from the shoulder pads and helmets, but the ball kept being thrown forward to men who then ran off the field. He lazily scanned the bar. A young man in a blue jersey with an orange 99 on the back was leaning over a table nearer the TV, pausing every few seconds to point up at the screen as if explaining something. Then Devon saw who he was talking to. Jessie Summers. If he'd known she would be here, he'd have stayed at home. Or so he told himself. Right now, he had all the self-control of a pyromaniac in a match factory. But he certainly didn't want her to know he was here. It would take a few days, or maybe weeks, for the sharp edge on his embarrassment to blunt a little. He should never have asked her on a date. Should never have fallen in love with her. If he's gonna make him miss at the line of scrimmage. No, he wasn't going to ask the jock talking to Jessie to explain the game to him. For now, he was going to divert his attention from her to the spectacle on screen, hoping some sense would seep into his brain by osmosis. And then the stadium lights snapped out. A flare erupted from one corner of the TV screen, then, milliseconds later, the image filled with firebursts that shone white-hot before curtains of flame and sparks cascaded in all directions. Devon's jaw dropped as his mind flipped into rewind, playing back the worst moment of his life. The event that had driven him to return home. And yet the fire had followed him here. That time, dozens had died. This time he was certain it would be hundreds, if not thousands. But he knew with the utter certainty of a decade spent fighting extremists that this was a deliberate act of terror. A deadly act. The power died an instant later. Cries of shock erupted all around him, but Devon simply sat there, glass halfway to his lips, staring at the green afterimage of the liquid fire. Bodies stumbled past him, voices calling out as people became disoriented, hands brushing against him as they groped for the exit. He'd been in situations like this during his years in counter-terrorism, and so he sat perfectly still, his body flat on the sticky tabletop, and focused on his breathing as people found the exit and the panic subsided a little. He sucked in the scent of stale beer and pretzels. He could feel the pounding of feet through the floorboards, and he flinched as the table next to his flipped over, glasses shattering as they tumbled to the ground. Phone flashlights flicked on as a few of the more level-headed patrons lit away to the exit, but still Devon sat perfectly still. Was it his training? Or was he paralyzed by fear? Time to find out. He put his palms to the tabletop and pushed upwards. Lights were flickering across the fire escape, so he got onto leaden legs and stumbled toward them, panic rising in his gut at the thought of being alone here when the last of the patrons left. Or worse, being locked in. He sped up, knocking a chair flying, his eyes fixed on the exit. Someone cried out as his boot landed. He snapped his leg up and almost fell backwards, twisting around and grabbing the next table before kneeling. He felt a hand grab his. "I'm so sorry. I didn't see you. Are you hurt?" "Devon? Jessie? Help me." He could see light leaking from her phone which lay under the table, so he picked it up and activated the flashlight. She flung her hand over her eyes as he examined her. No obvious injuries except for a bleeding nose. "I can't move my fingers." He got to his feet and helped her up. "Let's get outside. I'll take you to the hospital." She put her arm around his waist, and Devon regretted letting his training regimen slide. What had once been firm muscle was now rapidly transforming into a middle-aged spread. But he enjoyed the contact. He'd had precious little since moving here and beginning a new life. Or resuming an old one. You pays your money and takes your choice. Either way, it was a new start he'd never wanted. They were the last ones in there, the only sounds coming from their anxious breathing, and the muffled murmurings of the crowd on the other side of the closed fire exit door. Panic circled him like a hunting wolf pack as he dragged Jessie along, the flashlight jerking up and down and exposing the chaotic mess left behind by 24 panicking bar customers. He thrust hard at the metal bar across the door and thanked all that was holy that it yielded instantly, and a jet of cold desert air blasted away the musty aroma of the bar. They emerged into an alley that led back to the main street, where the flashlights and smartphone screens reminded Devon of an animation from Cosmos. The birth of a star cluster, or something like that. Or the death of a galaxy. The streetlights were out, and he could see no sign of power except for 1 or 2 cars moving along Main Street. One truck had stopped outside the bar, and people had gathered in its headlights like moths around a candle. Some were gesturing back at the bar as others appeared from the buildings either side. Many had phones to their ears, others were massaging their screens, fingers flicking up and down as they searched for news. Voices called out in frustration as lines dropped and the internet went dark. Devon looked back at Jessie as he felt her weight shift, and she began to walk independently. "I can feel my hand again." "Good. How did you end up on the floor?" "Seems Joel's afraid of the dark. When the lights went off, he ran for the door and knocked me down. I couldn't get back up, so I was going to wait for everyone to leave. Then you stood on my hand." She stopped as they neared the street, and she looked up at him in the stray light from the parked truck. "What did we see on the TV? Before the lights went out? Was it an attack?" Devon sighed as he saw again billowing curtains of flame. "Yeah. My first guess was that someone had done a 9/11. Flown a plane into the stadium." "What do you mean your guess was?" "Well, then the lights went out. It was either an amazing coincidence or the two are linked." She grabbed his forearm. "Oh my God. Could it have been national? Or even nuclear? Who knows? Best not to assume the worst," Devon said as his mind did exactly the opposite. He doubted it was a nuclear attack, because he couldn't see how that would affect this out-of-the-way town. The power station that served it wasn't that far away, and he couldn't imagine the little town of Hope, Nevada, would be a priority target in an attack. "We have to go to the community center," Jessie said. "That's where Dad'll be." She wanted him to go with her. He wasn't going to say no, especially since if anyone knew what was happening, it would be Councilman Gil Summers. He felt Jessie's hand on his arm as she guided him through the crowd milling around in the headlights of the parked truck. People were beginning to move away, some striding off along the sidewalk, others to their cars. The red and blue flashing lights of a police car mingled with the suddenly moving vehicles until it pulled in, and a figure emerged, flashlight in hand. "Jessie? That you? What's going on?" "I was watching the game, went out to fetch something and the lights went out. I been stopped 3 times on the way over here. Folks are all spooked. Stories about a terrorist attack. I told 'em it's just a power cut." "You been drinking, Ned?" The deputy, a small everyman with a short brown beard, bristled. "I was off duty." "And you thought it would help to drive over when you're intoxicated? Go back to bed, Ned. And walk it, don't drive. Oh, and let me have your flashlight." He bristled momentarily before sighing, scanned the crowd and handed her the light before turning to go. "Typical of him," Jessie said to Devon as they pushed past the vehicles and stepped into Main Street. "It's not exactly a coincidence that he came to the bar first. Hoping to score a few shots, if you ask me." Devon, who'd been thinking that they'd get to the community center a whole lot quicker in the police car, simply nodded and followed her across the road. Oliver Hardy's face peered out from behind a glass window as Jessie scanned the street. The Laurel and Hardy Museum was Hope's one claim to cultural fame, and the first place Devon had visited when he'd come here looking for a new start. It was quaint, though a little moth-eaten, during the day, but at night it became an abode of ghosts. They passed Bowie's grocery store, which stood on the intersection of Main Street and Avenue K. Martha would not be happy if her freezers started defrosting, and he could imagine her on the phone right now to some poor night shift call center worker at the energy company who'd be getting both barrels right about now. If the phones were still working. "Hey Jessie, what's going on?" A tall shape had emerged from behind the grocery store and into the beam of the flashlight. She pushed him away. "Get away from me, Joel." "Look, I'm sorry. You know I don't like the dark. Seriously? Leave me alone, I'm going to see my father." "But Jessie." Devon inserted himself between them. "She said to leave her alone." "Oh yeah." The jock inflated his chest, but Devon had been around the block far too many times to be intimidated by a peacock and simply pushed past him. "Think you'll have better luck second time around? She ain't gonna say yes. She don't like your kind. She told me." Devon felt his cheeks flush as he strode along the street. "Don't listen to him," Jessie gasped as she jogged along beside him. "He's just sore, that's all. Forget it. We got bigger fish to fry." The community center, which functioned as the home of local government, loomed in the darkness, the dim residual light giving it the appearance of a beached white whale. A small crowd was gathering outside, no doubt nearby residents looking for answers from their always available leader, Gil Summers. A large figure in a long black coat over what looked suspiciously like slippers stood at the door to keep the crowd at bay. "Let me in, Lester," Jessie snapped at him. "Yeah, and Devon." She yanked on his hand and pulled him into the building. The lights were on inside, a generator in the basement probably, and he followed Jessie as she climbed the staircase and into her father's crowded office. "Jessica. Oh, thank heavens." As they embraced, the mayor's eyes swiveled in Devon's direction. "Mr. Myers. May I ask why you're here?" "He rescued me, Dad. There was a crush in the bar." "You were there? I've told you about that place, Jessica." She pulled away from him. "I'm not 16 anymore, Dad." He sighed and then nodded at Devon. "Thank you for looking after my daughter. I guess you've earned your spot at the center of things." "What's going on? Are we under attack?" Jessie asked as the mayor shepherded them into a corner, away from the hubbub. Gil Summers looked like a man who knew that the truth was going to prove even worse than the evidence so far would support. "I haven't been able to get through to any of the county or state OEMs. I was watching the news. The studio just exploded. That was broadcasting from Vegas, and the game was in Tampa, so that's two places we know were affected. Then the lines went dead, and now we can't raise anyone outside of Hope itself. So, it's a terrorist attack. The mayor shrugged. At best this is a disaster, at worst. Who knows how far this goes? Devon rubbed the stubbly hair on his head and tried to wrap his brain around what he'd just heard. He saw again the fireball that had consumed the Super Bowl stadium and the darkness that followed it. He'd spent the greater part of his professional life infiltrating and fighting terrorist groups, but he'd only ever seen plans of destruction on this scale in the hands of the most deluded radicals. But this had all the hallmarks of a planned attack, and if they'd pulled it off, then it would be a final victory for the forces of terror, and everything he'd ever done would have been in vain. He groaned as a black wave of despair engulfed him. Paul Hickman sat in his living room, waiting for the power to come on, so he could switch off his generator. Propane was expensive, and he would certainly claim the cost, plus a percentage for his inconvenience, once everything was back to normal. Back to normal? What had he seen on the TV, in the moments before the electricity died? It sure had looked like the stadium had blown up. An accident? Maybe. A terror attack? Yeah. That would be it. Strike when half of America was watching. Maximum impact. Maximum fear. Well, Paul Hickman wasn't going to be afraid. Except that he couldn't reach his daughter. One text had come through from her, "Dad gone crazy here. Help." He'd replied, but she'd not gotten back to him again. The message had come through half an hour after he'd phoned her grandmother, so she'd escaped whatever had happened to the old woman, but the uncertainty was killing him. So he sat in silence. The TV couldn't pick anything up, so the transmitter must also be down. Puzzling, since it was a long way out of town. In his mind he replayed all the mess-ups, bad choices and misfortune that had led to Sam living 2,000 miles away. She was the only human being he gave two hoots about, and now he didn't know if she was safe. How long had it been now? 10 years? 11? He pulled at Buster's ear as he gave in to the memory. He'd been sitting in this very room, though he'd stripped it bare like a slash-and-burn farmer in the years since. Sam had been asleep in bed while her mother partied. The phone had rung, and the foundation of his life melted from beneath him. A hit and run as she walked along the sidewalk. He'd buried Juliet and done his best to comfort his daughter, all the while waiting for the justice he knew to be coming. They'd caught the driver the next day, and the prosecutor had a cast-iron case. And then his wife's blood results were revealed in court, without having been disclosed to the prosecution first. The judge ruled that the defendant, the son of a state legislator, could not be found guilty because it was just as likely that Juliet had staggered into the road as it was that the killer had mounted the sidewalk. Despite the tire marks. Despite where she'd fallen. Paul Hickman had learned a valuable lesson that night. Don't rely on anyone else for justice. And so he'd lost his daughter in his pursuit of vengeance. He'd neglected her, and the same legal system that had failed him then took his only solace away and handed her to his wife's parents. Nearly a decade ago. Perhaps he'd lost Sam for good this time. He had a bad feeling. A flash of white tugged him back into the present. Something was out in the garden. Not again, he snapped as he strode over to the window and stared into the darkness. He dimmed the lights and waited for his eyes to adjust. Yes, there it was, hopping around his lawn without a care. Well, this time the girl would learn her lesson. On this night of all nights, it was time everyone understood that actions had consequences, and we all had to be responsible for what we did. He'd faced up to his stupidity and thoughtlessness, but perhaps if someone had taught him that lesson when he was a kid, his life would have turned out differently. He moved over to the glass door that opened onto the garden. "Come here, boy," he said. Paul Hickman pulled the door open. "Go get it." And Buster slipped out. Paul didn't enjoy listening to the screams of the rabbit, but sometimes the most valuable lessons are also the most painful to learn. Chapter 2. Ezra. "I didn't ask to come," Devon said as he gazed out of the truck window. Ted Kaminsky, though everyone called him Rusty on account of his having once had red curly hair, grunted but didn't respond. He kept his eyes on the highway and one arm out of the car window. It was cold outside and a frost had tickled the scrubby grass that lined the highway, but Rusty's car stank of wet old dog, and on second thought, having to wrap up warm was the lesser of the two evils. "I guess Gil reckons I need a babysitter," he said eventually. "Either that, or he wants to keep you away from that there daughter of his as much as possible." Devon felt himself flush, though with skin as dark as his there was little chance of Kaminsky noticing. He was wrong. "No need to go all coy on me, son. There ain't no shame in taking a shine to a good-looking woman, and Jessie Summers sure is that. She's also a whole heap of trouble. If you'll take my advice, you'll steer clear of her." It had seemed like such a good idea when council leader Gil Summers had asked him to ride shotgun with the town's only electrical engineer, and retired at that, to investigate the loss of Hope's electrical power. A chance to gain a credit in the old man's book and perhaps impress Jessie at the same time. But it seemed that nothing in this small town remained private for long, and his attempt to get her to go on a date with him was common knowledge. Jessie herself had probably spread it. Maybe she thought it was funny. They were heading north on Kennedy Highway. Hope had grown up from a tiny settlement on the Gold Rush Road, but established itself for copper mining in the decades that followed. The mines were still open, though occupying only a part of the moonscape to the west of the highway, and some townsfolk found work there. But Hope, like so many small towns, was now home to an aging population as its youth sought jobs in the cities. Ezra had been founded to the south decades later, but over the years its location on a flat plain between two ranges had seen it expand, so that it had become the county seat, and leached off Hope's authority and self-determination, as it acted like a magnet to its people. So, Hope sat sandwiched between the modern copper workings and the Schmidt Valley range of mountains to the east. The only way in and out was along Kennedy Highway, and the transmission towers followed it. Look at that. A big truck with Scott-to-go deliveries emblazoned on the side was half blocking the road, almost lost in a tangle of cables and struts from the tower it had plowed into. "Well, I'll be a..." Rusty said, as he swung the old Ford pickup alongside the wreckage. Devon jumped out and ran to the door of the fire-blackened cab. It screeched as he wrenched it open. Bracing himself for what he might find, he climbed up and peered inside. No one here. How on earth? "Come and look at this," Rusty called from the other side of the truck. Devon climbed over the debris that surrounded the front of the cab. "Hey," Rusty called. "You be careful, you hear? Those cables could be live." After freezing for a moment, Devon looked across at where the top of the tower now lay on the ground and followed the 4 cables to where each had broken. None were in contact with the metal of the truck, so he clambered on before finally standing alongside Rusty and following his pointing finger. "Footprints? So, the driver got away. I reckon he crashed it, then got out before it caught fire." Devon tried to follow the old man's reasoning. As a former police officer, he wasn't too keen on asking this civilian to state the obvious. Then he saw it. The footprints are pretty wide apart. He was walking, not running. Yeah. Maybe it was a surprise to him when the cab caught fire. Maybe we'll get a chance to ask him. Looks like he headed toward town. Nodding, Devon gazed back along the route they'd taken. They'd seen no one, but the blackout had happened over 12 hours ago, and that was plenty of time for the driver to make his way into Hope. Where was he now, though? "Well, this is gonna take a whole heap of fixin'. Best we get some help, and we'd better start at the substation. They've probably already switched it off, but it pays to be careful around 10,000 volts of prime homegrown alternating current." They climbed back in the car, and Rusty steered it slowly around the wreckage, the heavy smell of spilled diesel polluting the fresh winter air as they picked up speed again. The substation was 15 miles to the north. Or at least it had been. What remained were the twisted shapes of transmission towers and metal support posts, writhing as if in frozen agony, framed by the shattered remains of chain-link fencing that had exploded outward. At the rear a small brick building smoked, its door flung open, and the tortured remains of what might once have been human beings lying like shadows on the black-spattered concrete. The substation looked as if a giant black beetle had fallen from the heavens onto its back, legs clawing at the sky as it lay there in its ruin. There was an alien quality to the scene that left Devon's mind unable to grasp what he was looking at. "Jesus, Joseph, and Mary," Rusty hissed as he brought the pickup to a halt just outside the blast zone. "I guess we don't need to worry about the cables being live," Devon said, jumping out and striding along the road, his heavy boots crunching on shattered fragments. He kneeled beside a body sprawled on the ground, half covered with glass. "Good grief. The poor devil's been thrown here. She didn't run, she flew." "She dead?" Rusty asked in a stunned voice. "Of course she's dead," Devon snapped before rubbing his eyes and getting to his feet. "Sorry. This is just—" Rusty patted him on the shoulder. "Sure. I know. Guess we'd better get a bit closer. Try to figure out what happened." The substation itself was unrecognizable. What would once have been a complex nest of metal and plastic now resembled some sort of nightmarish pasta dish that had been left in the oven for too long. It stank of burning rubber, and the residual heat warmed Devon's face. "It must have been one hell of a fireball," Rusty said. Devon turned away from the scene. "Were you watching the game last night?" "No. Baseball's my sport. First I knew anything was up was when the lights went out, so when the power didn't come back on, I reported to Gil." "Very public-spirited of you." Rusty let out a grim chuckle. "Not really. I was just saving him the trouble of sending someone after me. Well, the last thing I saw on the TV was an explosion right before the power went out." "Like what you think caused this, you mean?" Rusty said, sweeping his arm over the smoking devastation. Devon nodded. "Yeah, exactly. Except much, much bigger." He climbed back into the pickup with the image of that ring of fire in his mind, wondering just how much of the country had burned last night. It seemed to Devon that Gil Summers had gotten a lot older in the past few hours. He and Rusty had forced their way through the crowd that had gathered outside the community center to make their report to the mayor, and as he delivered the bad news, Devon reckoned he saw Summers age another few years. They were in the office Summers used when performing the duties of a civic leader. Those had been light enough in a town with only a hair over 2,000 inhabitants. Disputes between neighbors representing the council in their ongoing bickering with Ezra, and so the room was small and had only one window that looked out over the road outside. "So, no prospect of restoring power," Summers said to himself as he gazed down at the waiting crowd. "I've got a crowd gathering in the gym hall downstairs, and I'd hoped to be able to say we'd have the lights back soon, but I guess folks will have to make do with their generators, those that have them." Rusty nodded. "Yeah, we came through a bunch of them. They seemed pretty calm so far. I guess they think that if the power comes back online, they'll be able to find out what's been going on outside." "What is it, Mr. Mayor?" It was a small token of resistance that most hopers referred to their leader this way, even though the place was no longer big enough to justify the title. Summers' face had dropped. "And then we'll have another problem. I've been round to Martha Bowie's home. You ever been there, Rusty?" "Sure. It's like a fortress. Old Dave got her started, but she's taken it to heart. Seems she was right after all. Well, she's got the mother of all ham radio setups, and she's been trying to get some news while Joe runs the shop. Joe's her husband, Devon. Dave's his father, and as unlike his son as any man can be." "And what did you find out?" Devon asked. Summers shrugged. "Nothing positive. Nothing on the official emergency channels, and she hasn't been able to get in touch with any of her usual contacts. She thinks the repeaters might be down, whatever they are, so her range is limited. So, we can't confirm the status of anyone outside of Hope, except that it seems likely that the power outage is nationwide?" Summers nodded. Devon thought for a moment. "You know, pretty soon, the people downstairs are going to have more on their minds than whether the lights work. If there's no power outside Hope, then the entire infrastructure will collapse, chilled and frozen food will be ruined, gas stations won't work, and it might be a long time before we see any fresh supplies. People will make their way to Martha's to stock up. It'll be orderly enough to start with, but when the shelves start looking thin, chances are things'll get nasty. You're making a giant leap there, Mr. Myers. All we know at the moment is that we can't contact anyone outside, and that there have been at least a couple of what look like attacks. If they've hit the power grid hard, then they might have caused the lights to go out, but it's hardly Armageddon. And it might surprise you to hear this, but I had given the security of our food supply some thought, Summers said with a touch of petulance. I was going to send Ned Burkett around there to keep order, but I was also going to ask him to drive down to Ezra to see the sheriff and bring back some extra officers. One cop isn't enough. Especially when that cop is Ned Burkett, Rusty said. Summers wagged a finger at the former engineer. Now then, Rusty, enough of that. He may not be the sharpest saw in the toolbox, but he's all we've got, and if we're to keep a lid on this, we need to respect the law. No, we need him to stay here. Mr. Myers, why don't you go? You were a cop yourself, weren't you? With a sigh, Devon nodded. Metropolitan Police. Anti-terror squad. Not sure it carries any weight here, though. But you're American, ain't you? Rusty said, his eyes wide. Your accent's a bit weird. I kinda thought it was East Coast. Army brat. Born here. My dad served in the UK. Mum and Dad split up. Mum stayed over there. I stayed with her. And yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'll go to Ezra. He didn't want to, but it was the quickest way out of the office and the awkward conversation about his past. He didn't want that particular rabbit hole to come under scrutiny. What he needed above all else was a shower, a few hours sleep and time to himself. What he got was a quick wash and Rusty's company on the road south. If Hope was a two-bit town, then Ezra was its half-dollar bigger brother. A little under 50 miles to the south along 89, it was the administrative center of Dogwood County and home to the nearest sheriff's office and hospital. Devon knew little enough of Hope's history, but it was impossible to ignore the resentment its inhabitants felt for Ezra, as the signs of its independence had been stripped away over the decades and funneled into Ezra instead. The last and worst of these indignities had been the closure of the sheriff's office and jail a couple of decades ago. Devon had been gazing out of the window of Rusty's pickup when he saw the first signs of trouble on the horizon. To their left, the Schmidt Range rose against a blue sky, and ahead other peaks marched across their path. In the plain where the two met sat Ezra, and above it, black roiling clouds rose and polluted the fresh winter air. As they neared the town, they began to pass the burned-out wreckage of vehicles, though they saw no one alive. It was hovering just above freezing, and the sparse grass and shrubs were laced with frost, no weather for being outside, so perhaps any survivors had walked back to Ezra. But there would be no shelter for them there. The regional airport, a major source of income that had gone entirely to Ezra instead of Hope, was in ruins. Charred hulks lay on the runway like downed and abandoned birds, while trails of smoke drifted from the blackened remains of the main building. Orange flames, fed by reserves of fuel, still licked their way out of maintenance buildings and hangars, and Devon could just barely make out the tail numbers of a small passenger jet that looked as though it had stalled on takeoff, plummeting nose first into a taxiing Cessna 172. Still, they saw no people, merely sitting in silent disbelief as they drove farther into the apocalypse. A city of 6,000, Ezra had never been a place of skyscrapers and large corporations, but a bypass and highway through the center of the city that curved around Hope had been more reasons for Hope's residents to hate their big brother. Today, though, the highway was filled with the wreckage of cars, trucks, SUVs, and tractor-trailers, all scorched black and half melted into the ground. Rusty slowly picked his way through the wreckage, Devon occasionally calling out when some sharp piece of metal was getting close to the tires, as they made their way closer to the town itself, or at least what was left of it. Parks, office buildings, apartments, homes. Not 1 inch of the city appeared to have been spared by whatever disaster had befallen it. Brick and glass buildings had been reduced to piles of smoking rubble, homes had burned down overnight, many blackened beyond recognition by the ash, soot, and flames. "Hey you!" Devon peered around Rusty to see a man stumbling among the blackened cars outside a smoking hulk of a building. According to the sign on the side of the road, this was the Gold Diggers Hotel and Casino, but that sign was the only thing Devon could see that wasn't burned to a crisp. Rusty pulled a shotgun from beneath his seat and laid it on his lap as the man got closer. "What do you reckon? Should we ride on?" "He's the first living soul we've seen," Devon responded, feeling the reassuring weight of the Glock G17 in his pocket. "He should be able to tell us what happened here." The man made his way to Rusty's rolled-down window. He looked as though he'd been lightly toasted and had the air of a drunk who's hoping the nightmare will go away when he sobers up. "What the hell happened here?" he managed. "I woke up in this parking lot with a load of dead people." "Was it a bomb?" Devon cursed under his breath. This old soak knew less than they did. "It was a whole lot worse than a bomb by all accounts," Rusty said. "But that's what we're here to find out. We're going to the city hall." "Take me with you, will ya? I ain't got no place to go." Rusty looked across at Devon, who shrugged. "I guess we'd better." They regretted it almost instantly, as the truck filled with the tangy aroma of burned hair and cheap whiskey. "Aw, thanks fellas. I reckon Mayor Hawkins'll have a plan." The city hall was in the oldest part of Ezra, a city that had been founded where Redemption Creek passed across the mouth of Henman Canyon. The hall was a red brick building, connected to the low-roofed fire department depot next door. The remains of a fire truck sat smoldering on the road outside, and Devon could see shadows on the asphalt where human-shaped figures had been dragged away. They had passed a few forlorn people on this last part of their journey through a ruined city, all of them heading in the same direction, but they'd seen no vehicles moving. "I don't like the idea of leaving the truck. Seems to me a working vehicle is suddenly pretty darned valuable." "Yeah, I think you're right. You can drop me in," he looked over his shoulder at the man on the back seat, "Kelvin near the city hall and then circle around and pick me up. Give me an hour. Never thought I'd be wishing so much to see hope again." Around 100 people had gathered in the chilly playing field behind the city hall. Most were sitting in the rows of seats on one side, wrapped up in blankets and sleeping bags, as a handful of other people moved back and forth with obvious purpose. Many wore the shocked expressions of folks whose world has been turned upside down inexplicably. One minute, they'd been watching the game in their centrally heated homes. The next, they were curling up in old blankets against the cold. Above them, a pall of steam rose as their warmth leaked into the cold winter air. Devon pushed his way through the stragglers still making their way onto the field and headed for one of the helpers, a young woman with short hair and an exhausted expression. She had just handed a cup of warm coffee she'd taken from a cart to an old man huddled in a blanket. "Excuse me, I'm looking for the mayor." She turned to him in a cloud of steam and shrugged. "Isn't everyone? She'll be in her office trying to get through to the county. Complete waste of time, but she's gotta keep herself busy." "I'm from Hope," Devon said as if to explain why he deserved special treatment. She did a double take, held his gaze for a moment, and then said, "Seriously? How did you get here? We've got barely a handful of working cars." "I'd rather talk to the mayor, if you don't mind." "Oh, would you? Well, you go right along, Mr. Myers, Devon Myers." The young woman turned back to the cart and dug out another coffee. "Right. You go and see her, and tell her from me that she'd be more used to us out here. Once you've had your cozy chat, that is." Devon realized he'd stepped on an invisible landmine. "I'll tell her. Who is the message from?" She handed the coffee to a woman who lay wrapped in a filthy blanket, a baby in her arms. "Libby. Libby Hawkins. And you can tell her that unless we get these people under cover soon, we're going to start losing them. Seems to me that it's safe to go inside now, or at least safer than freezing to death out here. Tell her that from me. Maybe she'll listen to you. You're her type after all." Without saying another word, Devon gave a brisk nod and strode toward the city hall. He'd come here to find out what help Ezra could give Hope, but it was obvious now that his town had dodged a bullet. His stomach tightened as he wondered what the people of Ezra would do when they found out that Hope had survived. He had the terrible feeling that, however bad he thought the situation was, it would turn out to be much worse. He was right. Chapter 3. Abigail. He found Mayor Hawkins in a small office at the top of the stairs. The security guard reluctantly let him past when the mayor's daughter gave him the thumbs up from across the field. The mayor sat beside an open window, staring at her computer screen and turning an empty packet of Lucky Strikes over and over in her hands. She had the air of a condemned prisoner enjoying her last cigarette as the firing squad loaded their weapons. "Any news from the rescue parties?" "Oh, you're not Frank." "Hello, Madam Mayor," Devon responded. He'd decided that good afternoon would not be an appropriate greeting. "My name is Devon Myers, and I'm from Hope." That got her attention. "Oh, good grief, am I pleased to see you. Take a seat. What's the situation there?" Devon sat down and drew in a lungful of cigarette smoke, as from outside he could hear the sounds of an argument breaking out on the sports field. This was going to be tricky. When I left there this morning, the mayor was just trying to come to grips with what was going on. He sent me to ask for help. Hawkins stared at him out of black-ringed eyes that spoke of an exhaustion that went way beyond a lack of sleep. "And how much help do you think we can send, Mr. Myers, now that you've seen what's become of Ezra?" Devon nodded. "Yeah. We saw enough as we drove in. The city looks as though it's been consumed by fire." "Exactly. I was opening up a unit at the hospital. It was as if 1,000 firebombs had been dropped on the place. So many didn't get out. I don't think I'll ever get over it. Made my way back here. Frank had gotten the generator running, and I tried to raise the county, then the state, but the secure lines were dead. The satellite phone works, but no one's transmitting. Is it possible it's affected the whole country?" Shrugging, Devon rubbed his sore eyes. "Who knows? For now, I guess the best we can do is keep people alive until order is re-established." She locked eyes with him. Neither wanted to be the one to admit that day might be a long way off. "The people outside need to see their leader," he added. "You've been talking to my daughter, have you?" The temperature dropped another couple of degrees. "And what else did she say?" "She said that you'd be better helping out there than sitting in your office." Mayor Hawkins sighed. "Oh, she's probably right, but I'm needed back at the hospital. Come with me if you want. If you can stomach it. Bring your vehicle around and we can talk on the way." Devon would have given anything to get back into Rusty's pickup and drive home, but he couldn't abandon Ezra until he knew exactly what was going on here, so he sat wedged between Mayor Hawkins and a less-than-happy Rusty as they picked their way through to the hospital. Hawkins did most of the talking, and she seemed almost as interested in Devon's background as she was in Hope, though that was possibly because Devon's responses to questions about the town tended to the monosyllabic. "So you're a cop?" "I was. Counter-terrorism." She dragged her gaze from the scene outside and regarded him. "Really? So, what's your analysis of all this?" She gestured at the ruins of her city. "Well, even if the attack was confined to Ezra, it would be the biggest organized terrorist attack in history by far. But unless I'm very wrong, this is a whole lot bigger than either here or Hope. Mayor Summers can't raise the authorities either, not even on a high-powered ham radio. For all we know, this was countrywide." He'd expected her to shake her head in disbelief, but she paused for a moment, as if trying to read the truth in his expression before nodding. "Yes, I'm afraid you might be right." Rusty stayed with the car as Devon followed Hawkins across the fire-blackened parking lot. She was a short woman, as unlike her daughter as it was possible to be. Where Libby was vivacious and slim, her mother was squat and lifeless. How much of that was due to the events of last night, he wondered. Copper Creek Hospital was nothing more than a burned-out shell. Like so many of the buildings they'd seen, it looked as if a bomb had been exploded inside. The roof had collapsed in on itself, and the regular rectangular windows, all empty of glass, looked like open doorways into darkness. Black smoke straggled into the cold air. Outside, the blackened, twisted remains of cars and ambulances sat like broken dominoes, many covered by blasted-out window frames and smashed panes of glass. Devon had seen black and white photos of the German city of Munich after the Allied carpet bombing late in the Second World War. A mass of rubble with, here and there, the side of a building standing incongruously as if pointing an accusing finger at the heavens. This was different. More of Ezra was upright, presumably because the explosive power of whatever had happened had been less, and yet it had the same sense of utter devastation, utter hopelessness. And unlike with Nazi Germany, there was likely no help coming. "I was here last night," Hawkins said. Devon had stopped and was looking open-mouthed at the desolation. "I saw it happen." "Oh. I told you that already." His gaze swept the interminable landscape of ruin. He couldn't imagine what could cause such total destruction, or what sort of mind might have intended it. Could this be nationwide? It was too bitter a pill to swallow. There had to be a way back, surely. "When you said you needed to come here, I thought it was to visit survivors." Her broad face loosened a little with a tiny smile. "And so we are. I was opening the new birthing clinic, and someone shorted out the electricity before the ceremony started. By the time they got the generator running, all hell had broken loose out here. My God, I hope I never have to see anything like that again. People were jumping out the windows, but they all died, some slower than others. Some folks got out the front entrance. Only a few, though. And the screaming. Lord in heaven, have mercy on the souls of those who died last night." She started walking off and Devon followed, trying hard not to imagine the scene she was describing. "And then I saw the whole city was on fire. If it was a terrorist attack, it was like nothing I've heard about before." She was talking as she walked, peering back at him every now and again. "And why Ezra of all places? Anyhow, the only thing I could do right then was help organize those who'd been in the clinic. They're not emergency responders, but they are medically trained and they're all we've got. Then I went back to the city hall, as I figured the survivors would go there." They rounded the debris-strewn corner of the hospital, and there, like a rose on a battlefield, stood a small building almost entirely untouched by the fire. Rubble lay around the entrance, and the wall nearest the main hospital bore black scorch marks, but if he squinted he could almost imagine he had stepped back in time to before the disaster. The doors of the clinic were wide open, the ceremonial ribbon lay discarded to one side. Inside, a series of rooms branched off a central corridor. All the doors were open, and Devon could see that beds had been squeezed together, and even then people were lying on chairs and in corners as they waited to be treated. It was as if he had wandered into a Middle Eastern hospital in a war zone. The corridor stank of burning and antiseptic, and someone was crying out in pain over the background chatter and the click-clack of purposeful footsteps on the polished floor. A tall woman in a white coat almost collided with them before she recognized Hawkins. "Madam Mayor," she said, and in her expression Devon saw a woman far beyond endurance. Thin, with short hair and unnaturally pale skin, her stethoscope hung from her neck as if it were growing out of her body. "Let's go somewhere quieter," Hawkins responded, taking the doctor by the arm and leading her outside. The doctor yanked her arm away. "Don't have time for this. Haven't gotten around to everyone yet. Looks to me as though you need some rest, doctor." The woman shook her head, but Hawkins said, "Look, I have some medical training and so does Mr. Myers here. We'll cover you for a couple of hours, while you get a little sleep." The doctor was so obviously relieved that Devon felt backed into a corner. How could he refuse? In truth, he could think of a dozen reasons to say no, but none of them amounted to a hill of beans in this new world. Right now, everyone needed to pitch in and do what they could for their fellow human beings, whether they came from Hope or Ezra. Last count, we had 123 patients. 20 of those are not expected to survive. Mostly burns, of course, but also lacerations, some amputations, and plenty of broken bones. Hawkins nodded, as if ticking each of these off a list. Suddenly she seemed focused, and Devon could glimpse the capable politician who had seemed lost forever. "We've got a couple of hundred at the city hall, but I guess there are other people hiding out in the city." "Good grief, I hope so. How about supplies?" she asked. "I sent a group of orderlies into the hospital as soon as the fire died down, to scavenge. We're okay. Pain relief is what we need the most, that and hydration. We're going to need food soon, though. The cafeteria's all but out." Hawkins turned to Devon. "Mr. Myers, will you relieve the doctor until I can organize a salvage party? I also need updates from the rescue effort. I should only need an hour." Devon's mouth dropped open as panic swelled in his gut. He'd never worked in a hospital. He hated the places and, in truth, was more than a little squeamish. He dropped to the floor once when he'd given a routine blood sample, much to the amusement of his colleagues in the force. He'd passed basic medical training, and when called upon, he'd been able to do what was needed in an emergency. But he was no doctor. "No way. I'm not qualified," he said. "Look, Mr. Myers, we've all got to step up to the plate. You're a police officer, so you know your first aid and you know how to command. So man up and help us." With that, she spun around and, taking hold of the doctor again, strode off, heading into the hospital parking lot. "Of course," Devon said, his heart sinking into his boots as he followed the doctor back into the hospital. The time that followed was the worst of his entire life to that point. The doctor disappeared for 6 hours. He didn't blame her, and it wasn't as if he was on his own, but the birthing unit staff looked to him for direction even though he was less qualified than they were. He knew they were simply exhausted from having to make life-affecting decisions, but he was reduced to functioning entirely on gut instinct, and that had let him down before with tragic consequences. He looked down at the young woman on the bed, then took her hand as she stared at him out of a ruined face. She might once have been pretty, but now she was like something out of a nightmare, and only her eyes remained bright and unsullied, though clouded with tears. Her scalp was a mass of livid burns punctuated by tufts of burned hair, and she moaned desperately as her head rolled back and forth in quiet agony. She looked like an extra hired for a Star Trek, the Next Generation episode where Captain Picard and his crew encounter a planet of hideous snub-nosed aliens with vivid red skin and leaking sores. Except this was real. Her name was Abigail Langdon. It said so on the hastily scribbled clipboard notes. She told him that her 2 children and husband had died as they watched TV together while she was out back tidying the yard. She'd run into the house when she'd heard the first explosion, but had been thrown out again when the kitchen went up in flames. She stank of burned flesh, hair, and urine. 3rd-degree burns. Extensive necrosis. NETS. He'd quickly come to learn the euphemisms. NETS. Not expected to survive. Yet she was still alive. And she wished she was dead. It would be easy, and it would be merciful. They had a little intravenous morphine, and Devon knew that no one would stop him, least of all Abigail, who lay there looking up at him with pleading eyes. She wanted out. But he wasn't going to do it. Sure, in the days to come, he'd rationalize his choice not to give her the easy exit that mercy demanded. The easy exit, the least loved animal would have been given without a second thought. However he justified it, in the end it amounted to cowardice. So, as he heard the voice of the doctor approaching and his shift was coming to a close, he put the syringe away, took a packet of generic morphine capsules and put a strip in one of her hands, a bottle of water in the other. Then he kissed her fingers gently, tears filling the corners of his eyes, and went to head off the doctor so Abigail would have time to make her choice. It was dark when they left, and for an hour they drove in silence. Rusty had seen enough as he'd taken the pickup truck around Ezra, first merely to keep it safe, and then as he took the mayor from one scene of tragedy to the next. Devon was inhabiting his own nightmare, but as they left smoldering Ezra behind and hit the clearer section of the highway, his mind turned back to hope. "What are we going to tell Gil Summers?" Rusty grunted. "That Ezra's dead, and maybe it's the same story everywhere. I tell you, Devon, I saw some sights I ain't gonna be able to unsee however hard I try. There was a bit of me wanted to stay and help out, but I could have worked my butt off for a year and those folks would still be just as dead." Devon gazed out at the dim slopes of the mountains. Every now and again he'd glimpse a flicker of amber, and he imagined small groups of people huddled around a fire. Just the previous night, they'd have been sharing a beer in front of the game, on comfortable couches in their warm houses. 10,000 years of progress lost in 24 hours. "I know what you mean," he said. "I've never felt so helpless." This wasn't entirely true, but his mind was so busy dealing with the present, he wasn't about to inhabit the dark corridors of his regrettable past. "I guess the million-dollar question is whether it's Ezra or Hope that's most representative of the country now." Another amber glow in his peripheral vision, but this time it was the tip of the cigarette in Rusty's mouth. "Gave it up years ago, but I figure the way things look right now I ain't got a lot to lose. Might as well take a little pleasure when I can." So they drove on, a single point of moving light in the darkness. Chapter 4. Chief. Devon waited as the council gathered. He'd been relieved to find that Hope was much as he'd left it, having dreaded pulling back his bedroom drapes. He lived on the top floor of an L-shaped 4-story building that had once housed the headquarters of the Danvers Mining Corporation, and Main Street ran along the front of it. Nothing was moving. It had been close to midnight when he and Rusty had arrived back in Hope. It had been like waking from a dream or, perhaps, falling asleep again, as the clogged roads of the city had given way eventually to a clear highway as they returned north. He couldn't remember dreaming in the few hours of exhausted sleep he'd managed, but he somehow knew that he'd seen Abigail again, as she was before the fire. Yet another death to weigh down the scales of justice against him. Devon moved away from the window and felt his way to the bathroom door, making a mental note to pick up some candles from the store on his way to report to Jessie Summers. Leaving the door ajar, he filled the sink with water, fed from a tank in the roof that would no doubt run dry soon enough, and splashed his face, his hands running down stubbly cheeks, his fingers tracing the bags under his eyes. He wasn't exactly presentable for duty, but he would have to do. He felt lucky to have escaped the devastation of Ezra with his body and mind both intact. He stepped into a fresh breeze as he emerged into the parking lot outside the apartment block. What was the time? He glanced down at the Doxa watch on his wrist, a parting gift when his father had returned to the U.S. 20 years ago. His grandfather had brought it back from Korea. That was the story anyway. When it came to his father, Devon wasn't sure what to believe. Except that he was dead. Devon had seen the paperwork. 8:30. The meeting was due to begin at 9 sharp. He walked through the rusty gates with their flaky black paint and onto the sidewalk, turning left past the library and toward the intersection with Avenue K. Bowie's grocery store stood silent and still in the early morning sun, though he was certain that Martha would have someone on guard. Probably her good-for-nothing husband Joe. The place wasn't open yet, unusual in itself, but he'd call in on the way home. Jessie Summers was at his desk when Devon reached the top of the stairs. The older man was leaning over so that it looked as though he was inhaling the steam from a mug of coffee. The council leader had taken the news of Ezra's condition with apparent stoicism, but he couldn't quite hide his bitter disappointment. The cavalry would not be riding into Hope. Not from that direction in any case. With a perfunctory thank you, Summers rose, picked up his coffee and led Devon into the meeting room next door. Rusty smiled wearily as they entered, pallid skin and drawn expression betraying a similarly poor night's rest. He was cradling a mug of coffee, as if he could draw fresh life in through the palms of his hands. Devon sat beside Rusty and glanced across at Jessie Summers as she returned from the coffee maker with a cup for him. He'd have preferred tea, but, since he didn't want to be wearing the hot liquid, accepted it with a smile as the others filed in. Devon knew some of them, including the first to arrive. Paul Hickman ran a computer services firm called HITS. It had begun as a repair shop, but over time had come to deal with anything the inhabitants of Hope needed of a techie nature. If the rumors were to be believed, HITS now had thousands of contacts and customers, and was part of a dark network of similar businesses that knew altogether too much about the people they were supposed to be serving. He'd come across the likes of Paul Hickman before. Trusting him was about as sensible as handing over your infant to a wolf because it promises to protect it from bears. Hickman nodded to him as he took his seat and accepted a coffee from Jessie. Gil took his place at the head of the table and introduced the others. I guess most of us know each other, but Mr. Myers hasn't been in Hope for long, so he might not be able to put names to faces quite yet. Devon didn't pay much heed. Pleasantries like this seemed out of place in the new reality. And now I'd like to invite you to make your report, Summers finished before subsiding. All eyes turned to Devon, while Rusty sat unregarded beside him. So he told them what they'd seen. Firstly, the lump of metal and plastic that had once been their electrical substation, and then about how a small city had been reduced to a blackened shell, engulfed by an inferno that seemed to have erupted in many places at once. How electrical devices had been the universal source of the fires, and how people who'd tried to escape in their cars had merely become more victims of the disaster. He told them of a city that had lost over 95% of its inhabitants in a single night in the most efficient attack since Hiroshima. He didn't tell them about Abigail. They sat silently and listened. Then the woman sitting next to the mayor, whose nameplate declared her to be Vice Chair Linda Strickland, cleared her throat. Mr. Myers. Devon. I'd prefer Devon. Her nose scrunched as if that were the most ridiculous suggestion. But she swallowed the fly nonetheless. Devon. What you describe is terrible, but you seem to imply that this was a wider attack than just Ezra. I believe it was. Again her face compressed as if she were confronting a friend's child caught in a lie. She was a petite brunette with thin lips and laughter lines around her eyes. But isn't that jumping to conclusions? So far, we have only your account of this one place. And yet, whatever happened to Ezra, it certainly didn't happen here. A good point, Linda, another counselor said, waving his pen at her. We have a sample of 2 at the moment, and of those only 1 was affected. We also have the total loss of communication, and most of us were watching the TV 2 nights ago. How can we doubt that this is widespread, if not close to universal? Yeah, Hickman said. The game was in Tampa, and something was going on in New York too. I got a message from my daughter before the local network went down. Summers nodded. So that's New York, Tampa, and Ezra we know about for sure. I think it's pretty safe to assume they're not the only 3 places. So, how come it didn't happen here? Linda Strickland said. Are we just too small? Rusty put down his coffee theatrically, so that the attention was on him. Well, it seems pretty obvious to me, unless you all think it's a coincidence that the power lines were cut just before this all happened. I think I see it. Paul Hickman took his yellow legal pad and began drawing something that looked like the schematic of a tree's roots. I don't know how it's possible, but if they're piggybacking on the grid system, then there might be a delay, especially to out-of-the-way places like this. If this is New York and the pulse, or whatever it might have been, began here, then it would take time to reach the limits of the network. Rusty nodded. Yeah. They could even light the fuse in all the major cities, and it wouldn't get here for a few seconds at least. Maybe minutes. Just pure luck, I suppose. Quite the coincidence. What do you mean? Gil asked. Good grief, you're right, Devon said as if suddenly seeing it. Lucky strike 1, we're at the limit of the grid network. Gil said, but so is Ezra, surely. Strike 2, we have only 1 high-voltage pipe into town from the substation. Isn't that right? Rusty nodded. Yeah. Too expensive to run another cable from the south. But Ezra does have power coming in from other substations. I'm sure it does. It ain't a backwater, like Hope. No one cares much if the lights go out here, but Ezra's got a lot more muscle. He shook his head. Had a lot more muscle. Poor devils. And lucky strike 3, that single source of power was taken down seconds before the pulse that would have set fire to Hope reached us. Silence in the room as they each plumbed the depths of their thoughts. Sounds like some kind of miracle, Linda said finally. What are the chances? Well, I'm not sure there's a lot of point in trying to work out what's happened everywhere else until we get more information, Gil said, drawing himself up in his chair. For now, we've got to focus on the local situation. We've got a couple of thousand people here, who are going to run out of food pretty soon. I spent most of yesterday holding them off, but they're going to need to see us take action today. By luck or providence, we survived the first night, but if we don't act quickly, things will fall apart here pretty quickly. So what's our priority? Security, Paul Hickman said. Linda Strickland snapped around to face him. Surely we need to find a way to feed everyone first. Hickman shook his head. No point having food if folks are fighting each other to get their hands on it, Linda. Hope's in a state of shock right now, but soon enough people will realize that Martha's store isn't going to be getting a delivery anytime soon, and what do you think's going to happen? Every man for himself, Rusty muttered. Hickman nodded. If we want there to be a community here to feed, then we gotta establish order. Let me set you. So we need a police force. Gil Summers said, and Devon saw the unmistakable anger on Hickman's face as he was interrupted. Well, I guess there's Ned Burkett. Ned Burkett. Devon conjured up an image of the man in his head. He was the only police officer in Hope, though he'd been based out of Ezra. A decent cop for breaking up a fight in a bar, but Devon couldn't imagine him organizing anything more complicated than a barn dance. It seemed everyone else was thinking the same thing, judging by their expressions. Mr. Myers, I believe you were a police officer before moving to Hope. Devon did a classic double take before forcing his mouth closed. In the Met, the Metropolitan Police. Several blank faces around the table. London, he added. I was a detective inspector in the anti-terror squad. You don't sound like you're from England, Strickland said. Well, he certainly ain't from around here, Rusty added with a smirk. Devon sighed. I was born here, but moved out with my dad when he was assigned to the embassy in London. Grew up there and stayed with my mom when Dad came back. And that's as much as you're getting. He realized he sounded petulant, but he could sense he was about to have a whole heap of cow dung dropped on him, and he wasn't about to pretend he liked it. You're the most qualified, Gil Summers began. Paul Hickman held his hand up. Hold on just a minute there, Gil. We've got some veterans in this town who might be a better choice than a former British copper. He said the last word like a poor man's Dick Van Dyke. Veterans like you, Paul. Jessie stood behind her father, not bothering to hide how she felt about Hickman. You were a bean counter, weren't you? Gil turned to look up at her. Now then, Jessie. Paul has served, which is more than can be said for many here. He swiveled back to face the smiling Hickman. But she has a point, Paul. I don't see how, what was it, information logistics. I don't see how that qualifies you more than a man who's commanded police officers before. Hickman's face closed down like a chicken farm in a bird flu outbreak. I didn't necessarily mean me. And I meant no offense. Just wanted us to consider all the options. Devon watched him as he forced his mouth to speak with as much grace as he could manage. He was curious why Hickman was so opposed to his being dumped on, but didn't want to miss the opportunity. Look, I think Mr. Hickman is correct. I'm not qualified. We don't have time to debate every appointment, Gil Summers said, with the air of a man who sees a way of shifting some responsibility and isn't about to let the chance slide. All those in favor of appointing Devon Myers as sheriff, with the power to co-opt suitably qualified deputies, raised their hands. Every hand went up. Even Hickman's, eventually. He was playing a long game, it would seem. Devon sank into his chair. Congratulations, Sheriff. Now, I'm sure you have things to do while we consider other matters. I suggest you begin by securing Bowie's grocery store. Hold on, Devon said, angered by the short dismissal. Hope's got no police station. How am I supposed to keep order if I have nowhere to hold people? That's easy enough. We had a police house here until about 15 years ago. I reckon you can put it right pretty quickly. Linda here will get you the keys, and she'll also open up the small armory we've got in the basement. Take what you need." And so he was dismissed. But his second career as a police officer was to be a lot shorter than his first. He's dead. They're all dead. Richie Lopez sat on edge of the jetty with his knees drawn up around his ears and rocked back and forth. Sam Hickman stood behind, resisting the temptation to push him into the debris-choked black water. What had once been the bustling marina of Wright Island was now a twisted mess of charcoal, rope, and metal. Except here where, by some miracle, there was still a few yards of boardwalk connected to the shore. Behind them, the metal shell of the marina grill let out an occasional ping as the last of the remaining fires burned down. Vehicles littered the parking lot outside the restaurant, as if some giant hand had flipped them over and set light to them. Sam had been desperate enough to search the wreckage of the first few, but had quickly learned that they'd been stripped of anything useful, and all that remained was remains. And of course Richie was right. Everyone they cared about was dead. After Jay had gotten off the boat, Richie had piloted it towards its berth at a cheaper marina a little farther along the coast, but they'd abandoned that plan when they saw that the firestorm extended as far as the eye could see. In the end, and with their gas running low, he'd found an old jetty a few miles out of town. The boat was still there, and the fires had mainly gone out, but he'd returned to his home in Beechmont Woods to find that it had been consumed by the same fire. She'd gone with him to the wreckage of the house he'd grown up in, and there they'd found undeniable evidence that his father and mother were dead. And the last vestiges of Richie's childhood had died with them. It had been all she could do to get him to come with her after that. Given the choice, he'd have lain down and died right there. But he'd made a promise to look after her, and she reminded him of it, though it seemed a lot more likely that she'd be the one doing the caring for now. But having a companion on the road, even one as broken as Richie, was going to be a lot safer than being alone. And she still had a little hope. Jay should have been here by now. He knew where the marina was, or so he'd told her, and he could have walked it in the nearly 48 hours since everything had gone to hell. She knew he wasn't coming, and she knew that only one thing would stop him. For all his faults, he was determined. Look at his pursuit of her, despite all the efforts she'd made to put him off. He'd kept on coming back until she'd given in. And now she knew he'd never come back again. And yet, "We'll stay one more day," she said to the rocking boy. "Then we'll head south. Now come on, we can't stay out here." They'd been hiding in a basement beneath a burned-out building near the marina, watching evolution in action as groups of people with makeshift weapons, and some not so makeshift, preyed on the unwary and were in turn attacked by larger groups. It was dog eat dog, and there was no sign of the authorities. In fact, she'd witnessed one man in a police jacket beating another with his nightstick and taking the poor devil's food. So they would give Jay 24 hours before she began the long road to her hometown. She had lost hope, but tomorrow she would seek it again. Chapter 5. Martha. Devon threw down his mop and ran toward the sound of the gunshot, Ned Burkett in his wake. "Came from Martha's, I reckon," Burkett called out. It was an obvious statement, but as it was also just about the first thing he'd said without sounding petulant, Devon would take it. It was only 50 yards from the boarded-up former police house to Bowie's grocery store, but Devon was breathing heavily by the time he threaded his considerable frame between two station wagons and took in the scene. Like all the other establishments in Hope, Bowie's was set on the highway, with a small parking lot outside. It was a single-story glass-fronted building that went back a long way. Above the entrance a sign hung from a plaster and brick facade, and a small crowd had gathered around a figure standing in the entrance. Next door was the faded monochrome of the Laurel and Hardy Museum. No one had seen Mr. Finn, the owner and reputed descendant of one of the boys' co-stars, since the night of the firestorm. Some said he was out of town that night. So the museum sat as a reminder of more whimsical times when making people laugh seemed important. A redundant relic. Another fine mess. Burkett accelerated past Devon as they approached the crowd outside the grocery store. Now then, Martha, what's happening? Ah, so you've turned up at last, have you, Ned Burkett? Ain't you got no cleanin' to do down at the jail? No need to be like that, Martha. Got here as quick as I could, Burkett responded, visibly deflating. Devon pushed through the crowd, ignoring the grumbling as he emerged from the front. Mrs. Bowie, Ain't no one calls me Mrs. Bowie, 'cept my good-for-nothin' husband when he's in the doghouse, which is most of the time. I'm Martha, and I know who you are. You're pretty easy to spot in a crowd. Anyhow, we've met before. I get that foreign paper in for you. Leastways, I did. Don't think I'll be getting any deliveries for a while. Devon decided to go with the flow. What's happening here? Well, that's easy enough to explain. Some of these fine folks I've known their whole lives, mind. The crowd froze as her gaze swept over them. Some of them seem to think they can take things from my store without paying. I don't stand for that kind of nonsense. One brave soul raised a hand like a schoolchild. But Martha, our cards don't work. What are we supposed to do? Now you listen to me, Jody Weatherford. If you don't have the sense to keep some cash set by, you can't blame me. Take it up with your parents if you like, but I don't give my produce away. Yet another reminder that everything had changed. Running along the street from the old police house, Devon could almost have imagined that it was a normal day. Except that no traffic moved on Main Street. And he was wearing a sheriff's uniform. But though the grocery store hadn't changed, the entire system it was built on had vanished in a puff of smoke. What were they to do now? Barter? He decided it wasn't his problem for now, so he turned to the crowd. The store's closed to anyone who doesn't have cash to pay. Then, as several voices broke out in protest, he added, I know. But until the council has come to an arrangement with Mrs. Bowie, it's cash only. An ugly murmur emanated from among the crowd. Devon's skin tingled as he recognized a dangerous situation. Now come on, folks, Ned Burkett shouted, raising his handgun and pointing it at the sky. Move along quiet-like, unless you want to be the first in 10 years to try out the accommodations at the jail. Crowds were odd things. They were groups of individuals, and yet at the same time, they acted like a single organism. Devon had been in plenty of crowd control situations during his time as a beat copper on the streets of London, and he knew that decisiveness was vital. He pulled the gun from his belt and lifted it skyward, standing beside Burkett. You heard Deputy Burkett. Disperse, or I get the cuffs out. Truth was, these were ordinary folks, used to respecting and obeying the law. The world had changed, but it would take a little while for people to understand that at the sort of deep level that would see them defy these principles. For now, the law held, and most of the crowd began moving away. One man remained and wagged his finger at Burkett. That's all very well, Ned, but you know we got a baby and we've just about run out of milk. Devon got his wallet out. How much is it? About $15. Oh, hold on to your money, Martha said. She disappeared into the shop and returned a few seconds later with a tub of Enfamil. Here, Jonas. Thank you, Martha. I really appreciate it. Yeah, well, don't you go blabbing to no one. I got a reputation to keep. And you, Sheriff, I suggest you swear in a deputy or two and station one here while your friends on the council sort out how they're going to handle things. You could start with my son, Jensen. He's a bit of a hothead, but a decent enough jackass. Paul Hickman was waiting when Devon returned to the jail with Burkett, his heart still racing. Right now, Hick was as welcome as a debt collector on Christmas morning. Mr. Hickman. You know, you could have got this place straight a lot quicker if you'd sworn in some deputies first. Devon held out the mop. You're welcome to lend a hand. To his surprise, Hickman took it and with a, sure, he began working on the floor. It didn't seem to Devon that the old police station had been used much in the years before it was shut, more than a decade before. It had 2 large rooms, one of them dominated by a pair of jail cells formed by a row of iron bars stretched from one side to the other and divided in the middle. He and Burkett had spent the morning finding desks and chairs for the other room, dragging them from neighboring units and piling them in the corner as they cleared the floor. The place smelled of dust and bore the unmistakable signs of dry rot and termite infestation. But it was all they had, so it would have to do. I'd be happy to sign up. No hard feelings about the meeting yesterday, Hickman said after a few minutes. Feeling as though he was stepping into a trap, Devon nevertheless couldn't think of a single reason to refuse. Hickman was a council member with a certain amount of weight in the community. He wasn't liked, but he was respected. And feared. I appreciate the offer, Devon managed. I wanted the police station to be re-established before asking anyone to sign up. Symbolic? Yeah. I want deputies to know that this is a real police force, not a posse. And that begins with having a working base of operations. Hickman grunted. Fair enough. My offer stands. He turned to Burkett, who was sweeping up one of the pair of cells. Hey Ned, why don't you take a quick break? Your lungs sound a bit too clean. Burkett sniggered, shot a look across at Devon, and receiving the slightest of nods, slunk out, flipping open his pack of Marlboros as he went. What's this all about, Paul? Time to find out if helping with the cleanup was just an act or, at the very least, a means to an end. Hickman leaned the mop against the wall and gazed out through the dusty windows, casually pulling one of the remaining boards away. Do you have any family, Devon? My mother lives in London, but I've got no one close over here. His mind recoiled from even considering what might have happened to her if the UK's capital had also been attacked. So, you've never had children? No. Well, that makes you lucky in my book. Devon tried hard to maintain an impassive expression. Why do you say that? Because I do have a kid. Samantha. 19 going on 29. Lives with her grandparents in New York since her mother died. Or at least, she did live with them. Devon felt his perspective on this man change. Suddenly, Paul Hickman was a real human being. This tin man, it seemed, did have a heart. Geez, I'm sorry, Paul. Hickman raised his hand. It's okay. I don't think she's dead. Look, you weren't in Ezra. Facts and figures don't tell the true story. It was utter devastation, and New York would have been worse. No, you don't understand. I got a text from her. Hickman fished in his pocket and pulled out his cell phone before activating it and handing it to Myers. Dad gone crazy here. Help. So, this was sent a few minutes after the pulse. That's right, isn't it? But you've had nothing since? Hickman shook his head. No, but I guess the cell network went down almost immediately. True. But Paul, the chances of her still being alive if she was in the middle of it all. She's alive, Sheriff. Sam's more like her mother to look at, but she's got my survival instinct. Devon shrugged and picked the mop up again. Well, I hope you're right. But I'm not sure what this has to do with me. If you want to delay signing up as a deputy until you've found her, that's fine. Oh no, Sheriff. I'm not going to get her. I've already recruited someone. Who? A reptilian smile spread across Hickman's face. Jessie Summers. What? Devon threw the mop down, his mind spinning out of control. He could barely think of anyone less suited to a rescue mission clear across the country. Oh yes, she volunteered. Why? Does she know your daughter? Hickman began mopping the floor beneath the window, as if they were having an idle conversation. A little. Jessie lived in New York for a long time, only moved back to Daddy when her husband got tired of her. Sam met with her a couple of times. Jessie grew up with her mother. So you see, she's pretty much the perfect choice. She knows the city, knows Sam and where she was living. She also knows where my daughter will head. Devon grabbed the mop out of Hickman's hand and flung it away. What are you playing at? What is it, 2,000 miles? Why don't you go? Hickman looked down at his empty hands, then gazed out of the window again as a couple of people passed the old police house. Tell me this, Mr. Myers. How long do you think you'll be able to keep the peace here? What happens when food gets short? Or when folks run out of propane for their generators? What happens when people from outside get wind of the fact that we escaped scot-free? What's your point? This town needs a firm hand if it's to survive. Frontier law and all that. What we don't need is some highfalutin sheriff who's too tied to the rule book. This is a new world, and we need new rules. Devon grunted. The firm hand of Paul Hickman? So, that's why you were so desperate to take charge of the police. Well, you see, Jessie was right about one thing. I was a bean counter in the military. I can handle this town, but I'm not suited to traveling thousands of miles. You, on the other hand, are. Big man like you, piece of cake. And you get all that time alone with the lovely Ms. Summers. Devon went to open his mouth, but Hickman raised his hand. And if that isn't enough for you, I'll tell you this. You know my business, but I don't reckon you understand how much I know about the people here. I got dirt on Jessie Summers. Enough dirt that she near bit my arm off when I offered her the chance to wipe the slate clean. But you're right, she can't go on her own. So you'll go with her, Mr. Myers, and you'll appoint me to lead the department while you're away. I doubt the council will want to replace me when you get back, so take this as the earliest retirement in history. Hickman picked the mop up and handed it back to Devon. I suggest you finish up here and get packing. You're setting out tomorrow. As he opened the door, he gave a cheery greeting to Ned Burkett and then turned, lowering his voice. Oh, and one more thing to consider, Mr. Myers. I know all about you. What's that supposed to mean? Devon asked, panic rising in his gut. Well, I know why you left the Metropolitan Police. Or should I say why you were busted out in disgrace. Not something you'd want folks around here to know, especially lovely Jessie. Hickman pulled a baseball cap from his jacket pocket and slapped it on his head before touching the visor. Bring my daughter back, and I'll forget everything I know about you both. But don't imagine that you can just walk away, because I can promise you Jessie will want to come back. You see, good old Gil Summers is going nowhere, and it would be awful bad if something happened to him. He's not in great health. Have a safe journey, Sheriff. Devon watched him go, his heart pounding, jaw clenched tight. He couldn't travel clear across the country. Who knew what was out there? Likely more of what he'd seen in Ezra, and he wasn't certain he could handle it. But then he imagined Jessie, alone on the road. What in God's name would compel her to do it? What could that snake possibly have on her that was so devastating? And why did Hickman think Devon would be fool enough to go with her? He was right, of course. Devon reckoned he might be able to handle it if Hickman made public what had happened to see him expelled from the police. He could, after all, simply disappear, taking his disgrace with him. It would probably be a death sentence, especially if the situation out there was as bad as he imagined, but he was a big boy, and the judgment of others was of less concern than how he thought about himself. But Jessie, on her own? Out there? No, he couldn't stand that. If she went, he would have to go. But he couldn't quite explain to himself why that was. As her father was blackmailing Devon and Jessie Summers into rescuing her, Sam Hickman was peeking from behind a hedge at the smoking ruins of Larchmont Yacht Club and praying that she could rely on Richie to do his bit without falling apart. They'd waited for Jay, but both now accepted he wasn't coming. If he'd found his mother, then he was obviously staying with her. Or he was dead. And that was the only conclusion the hard, rational part of Sam Hickman could come to. So they were moving on. Sam's grandparents had a summer house in New Jersey she'd visited often over the years, and that was where she was heading. Away from the main conurbations, it might have escaped the firestorm, especially since her grandfather was meticulous about disconnecting the electricity supply when they closed it up at the end of the season. Sam didn't know what had caused the catastrophe, but it was obvious that it had affected electronics, active electronics. Richie's father's boat, well, she thought, since he's now inherited it, it's Richie's boat, had escaped the firestorm, because it was so old it lacked any sophistication. That was their working theory, in any case. So, if it was still in one piece, she'd hole up at the summer house while she worked out how to make the rest of the journey. Her dad would have survived, she was certain of it. Nothing could kill Paul Hickman. So, in the end, she would find her way to hope, though she didn't want to think about how far away it was. She fixed her gaze on the small group of buildings beside the tennis courts. The floodlights were nothing more than tall metal posts with blackened tops, but there seemed to be no other damage, and she was hoping beyond hope that they had some marine diesel in the gray sheds at their feet. Third time's the charm. She'd barely escaped from the last place with her life. Sam scampered across the grass, expecting to hear a cry go up, but no one called out, and she crouched down in the cover of the tennis court entrance, breathing in the tang of diesel. She shivered, either from fear or the February cold, but she was determined. The only route on foot to her grandparents' place was back through New York City, and she was not going there again. But they needed fuel to go by sea. She pulled the knife from her pocket. They'd found it on a body that lay in an alley as they'd made their way through New Rochelle. It had once belonged to a young black man who'd survived the fire only to be murdered afterward. On her hands and knees, Sam crawled around to the front door of the metal shed and slid the knife between door and jamb. Once she'd widened the gap a little, she pulled the crowbar, another find, inserted it and heaved. The door groaned under the assault, but it didn't open. Sam stood to get a better angle, placed her foot on the wall of the shed and used it to brace herself. She groaned as she pulled, crying out as she gave it every ounce of her strength. The door gave way with a rasping groan, and she fell onto the grass, her arms flung backwards, the wind knocked out of her lungs. She looked up at the gray sky, swallowed hard, and pulled air into her chest. Sam was about to get up when a shadow passed above her. A drawling voice said, "Now what do we have here?" Chapter 6. Hiding Place. This is crazy. As soon as he'd calmed down a little, Devon had gone after Jessie, hoping to talk some sense into her. He'd cornered her as she came out of Martha's store and began walking toward the community center. A misty morning had given way to a fine afternoon that suggested spring wasn't so very far away, but his mood admitted no light. "I'm not asking you to come." They were talking, or yelling, in the entrance of an alleyway between the back of Bowie's and the used furniture store behind it. "You know I won't let you go alone." She shook her head, blonde curls scattering like seeds on a field, and paced back and forth. "It's not up to you. And anyway, I've only known you for like a few months. Who says I want to spend weeks in a car with you? How do I know I can trust you?" He froze as shock flooded his system. She saw his expression and stopped her pacing. "Look, I'm sorry. That wasn't fair." "It's the smartest thing you've said so far," he said, casting his eyes to the scruffy asphalt. "But I just don't understand what Hickman's got on you that's so important you're even thinking of doing this. The whole thing is complicated, Devon. I do care about Sam, you know. I was real close to her mother, Juliet. When I lived in the city, I kept an eye on her. Felt sorry for the poor girl, trapped halfway across the country with a grandmother who seemed to resent Sam was alive when her mother wasn't. She got cared for, and her grandpa was a kind man, but she needed more. I gave what I could. If she's alive, I want her to come back here safely. But that doesn't mean you've got to be the one to go get her." He sighed and looked into her bright blue eyes, sitting beneath eyebrows that rose like inverted letter V's. "Look, let me go on my own." It was his voice, sure enough, but he marveled to hear himself say the words. There was something about this woman, some sort of bewitchment he hadn't experienced before. She was dangerous, and perhaps he'd be better off on the other side of the country so he could get his head straight. Jessie smiled. "You don't know where to go looking. Anyway, how do you think I'd feel, stuck here while you go and do what I should be doing? No, I need to go." The smile vanished and he felt a thrill as she took his hand. "You don't know me, Devon. You think you do. You think I'm just a blonde divorcee who's come back to her hometown with her tail between her legs. No, don't say anything. I am that, but not just that. Like you, I've got a history, and like you, Paul Hickman knows enough to be able to manipulate me. If it was just that, I might suck it up and weather the storm. I mean, what does it matter after all? The world's gone to pot. But there's Sam, and there's my father. If he found out, it would destroy him. So I'm going." I could say the same. Maybe you think I'm just some washed-up former cop who's got the hots for you." She blushed at that and glanced downward but didn't turn away. "But I promise you I'm not quite that shallow. If you're determined to go, I want to come with you. Will you let me?" Jessie looked up at him, their eyes locking, blue and deep brown, as if each was seeking to divine the hidden soul within the other. She drew in a deep breath, stepped back and put out her hand. "Deal. Partners?" "Partners." And so it was done. Devon dreamed of long empty roads and burning cities, but he awoke the next morning feeling more rested than he had since the night of the pulse. Jessie had insisted that her father not get wind of their departure, so they were leaving early, but Devon had found time to see Rusty Kaminsky before they left. The former engineer had come pretty close to blowing Devon's head off when he appeared outside Rusty's careworn ranch house shortly after sunrise. They sat in his kitchen as the coffee brewed, and Devon told his friend the truth. Enough of his past so that he was unburdened and Rusty understood what it was that Paul Hickman had on him. If he didn't come back, he wanted someone here to know the truth, and to watch Hickman. After they drained their coffee, he stood and shook hands with Kaminsky, then went around to Jessie's place. They planned to head northeast toward Salt Lake City, but it became obvious within a few hours that they weren't going to make it in one day. As the mountain-hemmed plains of central Nevada gave way to the flatter expanses of the northern part of the state, their progress slowed. To begin with, as they drove in near silence following their departure from Hope, they'd skirted quickly around the occasional burned-out car or truck that lay like tombstones on the black tar, but they'd learned to be more careful when two men with shotguns had emerged from beneath a trailer, and only Devon's instant reaction to wrench the car off the road had saved them. As it was, his rented CRV now sported a hole in the passenger door. So much for his deposit. After that, they'd approached any vehicles with suspicion, and especially those that held places for someone to hide. And that slowed them down. They were now driving through a landscape of tired grass and white soil that ran from horizon to horizon, broken only by a distant hint of the mountain ranges on either side that shepherded them north. "It's 3:30 now," she said. "Sunset's around 5:30, and I don't want to be poking around in the dark in the middle of nowhere trying to find somewhere safe to sleep." "Me neither. And we shouldn't use the car's lights if we can help it. Might as well put up a 'Please rob us' sign. Where can we get to in the next hour?" Jessie unfolded the map and laid it over her legs. She traced Highway 93 with her finger. "It'll have to be Wendover, on the border of Utah." Before they'd left Hope, they'd talked a lot about where they'd rest along the way. On the one hand, Devon's instinct was to find isolated spots where they could either sleep in the car or, weather permitting, put up the tent they'd been loaned for a modest fee by Martha Bowie. The downside of that plan was that the more remote the location, the more likely it was to contain people who'd escaped the firestorm and were therefore a potential threat. Finding somewhere more urban carried its own risks, however. Firstly, it would have to be somewhere that hadn't been destroyed in the conflagration, and that wasn't now occupied by other survivors. They'd also have to hide the car, and Devon had learned just how valuable a working vehicle was when he'd been in Ezra. In the end, however, neither wanted to hunker down in the Nevada outback on a cold night in February. "Do you know anything about Wendover?" Devon asked. He'd visited the mother town in the hills of central England, and he could barely imagine a greater contrast between the rolling green countryside of Buckinghamshire and the wide white and green landscape they were driving through. "I'll just Google it," Jessie said. "Oh, sorry, I can't." Devon grunted. "You know what they say about sarcasm. I just thought you might have local knowledge. We're only 100 miles north of Hope, after all." "Yeah, well, I didn't pay much attention to geography when I lived there, and I've spent most of my life in other places. How much did Hickman tell you?" "He holds information close to his chest. I got just enough to persuade me to come with you." He kept his eyes on the road as she rustled the route map, though he knew she wasn't really paying attention to it. The gray start had given way to a bright afternoon, with patches of blue sky emerging between the clouds. If it hadn't been for the greens and browns that lined the road, he could have been looking at a lunar landscape. Finally, Jessie drew in a deep breath. Like I said, there's things I don't want my dad finding out. Oh, he knows I'm not the good girl he wanted me to be, but being so far away he could turn a blind eye. I lived in New York for over 20 years, built a career and a life there. And I lost it all. He knew she was waiting for him to ask how she'd gotten into trouble, but he suspected it was only so she could tell him not to ask. He'd never been married, but he'd had experience with women like her. He suspected she'd had plenty of experience with men like him, all of which had left them both alone together on a highway, heading north. Thin wisps of black smoke rose from the airport on their right as they neared the intersection of Highways 93 and 80, the peaks of a low range of mountains dipping behind the commercial buildings that lined the east-west road. "Geez, that used to be a casino," Jessie said. All that remained was a squat roofless ruin in a sea of broken glass. A blackened windowless bus with flashes of yellow around the wheel wells blocked the intersection where it had collided with a truck and trailer. The truck had traces of the word castle on the side, and Devon could see that, though the cabin had disappeared into the side of the bus, the trailer itself had escaped the impact only to be looted in the days since. A perfect place for an ambush. "Come on. We can't stop here." Again, the route map rustled on Jessie's knees. "Head back down 93 for a couple hundred yards. There's a side road there. Takes us into the quieter streets." He put the CRV into reverse and swung the car around, constantly scanning for movement as he followed her directions. She folded the map again. "I hope you're not going to go all Stone Age on me and insist on driving the whole way." "No chance," he said, and meant it with all his heart. "It's all yours tomorrow." He turned right off 93 and headed along a road that ran parallel to 80. "Have you got anywhere in mind?" "There's a sports field just up ahead. I figure there might be a shed or something that maybe didn't have electricity. Turn next right. Geez, it's starting to get dark." Devon was also cursing middle age as he squinted into the twilight. Then they emerged onto a side road, and he could see the white lines of the baseball field reflecting the last of the daylight, as if just waiting for the floods to come on. He turned into the parking lot, wincing at the noise the tires made as they crunched on the broken asphalt, and pulled up behind a rectangular green building made of corrugated sheet metal with a flat roof. He glanced across at Jessie. "Have you got your gun?" "Yeah," she said, pulling out a compact revolver. "Be careful where you point it," he said as he slid out of the car, pulling the G17 from his pocket. He felt Jessie glaring at his receding back. "I sure will be." The sun had gone down behind the distant hills to their left, so Devon checked the flashlight was in his jacket before heading cautiously toward the other side of the hut where wooden steps led up to the door. He stood outside the hut perfectly still, his gaze scanning the dim parking lot, ears straining for any sound that might indicate an incoming threat. He was exposed, unable to cover every direction at once, and he yearned for the false security of the car. Hearing and seeing nothing, he turned and crept up the stairs, beckoning Jessie to follow him. When he reached the top, he pressed his ear against the cold metal and listened. Nothing. He transferred over to the other side of the doorway and gestured for Jessie to be ready. She held her Luger two-handedly in a pose she'd no doubt seen on reruns of Magnum P.I., and Devon found himself praying they didn't find anyone inside. As far as he was concerned, she was an accident waiting to happen. Devon turned the door handle slowly and pushed it open an inch. There was no hint of light inside, and the only sounds he could hear were the gentle whistling of the cold evening breeze and his own breathing. He looked across at Jessie, who shrugged. Was he being overcautious? No, he'd seen what things were like in Ezra, and that had been in the stunned aftermath of the disaster. Devon flicked on the flashlight and shone it inside, careful to avoid the windows. At one end the beam bounced off wooden chairs and tables arranged neatly as if for a post-game meal. He pushed the door open a little wider, so the flashlight could reach to the far end. Sleeping bags lay on the floor beneath a long window. Someone had been here. He glanced at Jessie and was just about to sneak backwards and head for the car when someone grabbed his arm and hauled him bodily inside. He yelled as the air was knocked out of his lungs, landing on a hard floor with a heavy weight on his back, his gun spinning away. Shouting all around him. Voices crying out in anger and panic, Jessie's among them. Instinct took over. He thrust his elbow behind and was rewarded with a grunt as the pressure on his back eased for a moment. And a moment was all he needed. Devon flipped over, taking his assailant with him, and made a desperate grab for his gun. A shape leapt across his arm, and he called out in pain as he felt something slice into his outstretched hand. He yanked his arm back and flung off the child. Scrambling across the dusty floor, he reached the gun as again something heavy landed on his back. Devon immediately thrust his hips up and grabbed a pair of booted legs, pushing hard and throwing himself at the child holding his gun pointed at him. Jessie's voice cut through the chaos. Now everyone calm down. Like contestants in a game of statues, he saw the shadowy figures freeze. He let the leg go and turned over to see Jessie standing above him, her gun sweeping the dark interior of the hut. "Please don't hurt us," the owner of the foot said. It was the voice of a young man. "We ain't got nothin'." Jessie pointed the gun at him. "We don't want to hurt anyone. Now I want you all to go stand over there." She was pointing her flashlight at the far end of the hut where the sleeping bags were. Shapes moved, hollow steps on the wooden floor, and Devon retrieved his weapon before getting to his feet and standing beside Jessie. "They're kids," he said. And so they were. 7, no 8, stood in a line in front of the window. One figure raised its hand. "Not all of us. Coach Lacey, he stayed with us." The largest shape stepped nervously forward. Devon recognized him as the owner of the boots. Lowering his weapon, Devon said, "Kids, why don't you sit down? We'll have a little chat with the coach." The kettle boiled on one burner of the camping stove, as the hut filled with the smell of beans warming on the other. Once he'd been convinced they were in no danger, Devon had gone back to the car and brought in their supplies so the kids and their protector could eat a warm meal for the first time in 48 hours. He'd allowed them a little light in here, but had gone outside to check that not a glint escaped from behind the drapes of the single window at the far end. "It was soccer practice night," Lacey said. "I had 15 kids here, but lots of them went running off when they saw the fires and explosions start. I couldn't stop them all, so I tried to keep the others safe. Seemed to me we were safer here than among it all. I thought it'd pass." Jessie nodded sympathetically. "And you've been here ever since?" "Yeah. Couldn't leave them, could I? But I knew someone would find us in the end. We've seen some horrible things out there while we've been hiding." "How old are you, son?" Devon asked. 19. And he looked even younger. Slightly built with short blonde hair and a Celtic tattoo just visible under his collar, he looked like a miniature David Beckham without the squeaky voice. He'd come here that night to coach some kids, and had ended up as their lifesaver. Devon made him an instant coffee, and handed it to him. "I'm afraid I only make it one way, Black. But I've got some sugar if you like. I'm Devon, and this is Jessie." "Jordan." "Thanks, the coffee's fine as it is. Haven't had anything hot for 2 days." He took first Devon's hand, then Jessie's. "Sorry for attacking you." Jessie shook her head. "You did the right thing. No harm done. Now I'll go see to the children, because if we don't feed them, we'll have a mutiny on our hands." Devon watched her as she called the children across and got them to sit at the tables. She turned her flashlight into lantern mode and put it in the center before she began dishing up the beans. "We're going to need another can." As Devon busied himself opening their last can of beans, he found himself wondering how much more there was to learn about Jessie Summers. He'd found her attractive from the first time he met her, but as he learned more about her, he found his attraction waxing and waning, though his love for her had grown. Right now, however, as she focused on the children like a mother hen, he thought he perceived something new, something gentler. She was a mystery, and one he was unlikely to solve anytime soon. He switched his attention back to the young man. "What have you lived off since it happened?" There was a vending machine in the main hall. It blew up and scattered candy and chips all over. The water in here is still working. I was thinking I'd have to go scavenge for supplies tomorrow. And I need to go check on my parents. But Devon, what's going on? Have we been attacked? So, Devon told him what he knew and a little of what he suspected. And the night got darker. Chapter 7. Daddy. Sam lay in the dark, dreading the coming of light. He tied her hands behind her back and left her on the floor of the outbuilding with nothing more than a filthy rug on the floorboards. Aside from a little roughness as he tied her hands, he hadn't hurt her yet. But he would if she didn't give him what he wanted. And hell would freeze solid before she'd do that willingly. Or so she told herself. So she lay there as the minutes ticked by, searching for a flicker of hope to cling to. She tried to breathe through her mouth, but the dust from the rug sent her into a coughing fit, so she tolerated the damp, rancid smell and waited. Perhaps he'd get mugged while he was out, and never come back to torment her. That'd mean she'd die of dehydration, but that didn't seem as bad to her as what would happen otherwise. Then she heard footsteps on the path outside. She knew it would be him, but she couldn't help hoping beyond hope that it was a rescuer. Light flooded in, and a figure stood silhouetted on the threshold. A familiar shape wearing baggy pants and a baseball cap. It was him. "Daddy's home," he said in a voice like a chocolate frog, all sweet on the outside, but pure poison within. "Have you been a good girl, or have you wet the bed again?" She bit into the gag and squirmed. He had caught her outside the shed in the marina, and brought her here. He hadn't bothered to blindfold her, though he'd found some ropes in the shed and used those to bind her hands so she couldn't remove the gag. They'd walked along the shoreline to a boathouse that had a small cabin right next to it, and it was here that she'd been kept the last 2 nights. And he hadn't let her pee that first night, though she'd begged him. He'd made her wet herself and then blamed her for it. He'd untied the ropes, then ordered her to take off her pants and go wash herself in the freezing river while he watched. When she got back, her clothes were nowhere to be seen, and he gave her an old dress to wear. It looked like it had been used as a rag to polish up a boat, and it stank of wax, but it was better than being naked. Since then, he'd allowed her to use the little bathroom next to the cabin while he waited outside. She thought he listened as she did what was necessary. His name was John. An ordinary, normal name for an abnormal man. He told her to call him Papa, but she'd refused, and the longer she resisted, the angrier he got. She sensed a violence in him that was barely in check, but she knew that if she gave in, if she played his game, then that would be the short road to whatever sick fantasy came next. She guessed he was in his 50s, though. Like most people her age, she was a poor judge of anyone over 35. He was thin as a broom handle, his head so large and his neck so narrow that it looked as though it ought to snap off every time he nodded. But it never did. Behind that sinewy frame was a dreadful strength and an ice-cold grip. He was a vampire, though not one of the cool ones, and it wasn't her blood he was after. At least, not until he'd taken everything else she had. He turned on a gas lantern, walked over to her, grabbed one of her arms and dragged her upright before inspecting the blanket. "No mess? Good girl. I have food. Would you like to eat?" She nodded. She was starving. "Remember, if you make a fuss when I take off the gag, then you will be punished and I won't feed you again. Do you understand?" "Good." He took a switchblade out of his pocket and opened it in front of her eyes, relishing the fear he saw there. Then he grabbed her knees, smiling as she shuddered, and pulled her feet out before sawing at the rope that bound her ankles. That done, he went back to the table and began emptying a cloth grocery store bag. This little piggy went to market. He lifted out a tin can and placed it on the tabletop. This little piggy stayed at home. Another followed it. This little piggy ate roast beef. This time it was a can of corned beef. This little piggy had none. His hand came out of the bag containing nothing. And this little piggy went squeal, 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 but never found her way home. This time, he pulled out a small rectangular object and put it on the table. He sat down and began examining it minutely. With a snap, he removed the pink case of her cell phone, the one she dropped outside the shed, and turned it over. Ah. Samantha Hickman. From Bayview. Now his malicious eyes swiveled in her direction as she lay in the corner staring up at him. Pleased to meet you, Samantha. Won't you join me for dinner? He had bound her legs to the table before removing the ties around her wrists and allowing her to take off the gag. She was hungry enough to play the role of dutiful daughter that he so clearly craved of her. She was also hungry enough to eat corned beef, something she'd considered practically dog food until this moment. Cold canned potatoes and processed peas completed the meal. He opened a bottle of wine, a cheap German hock, and poured each of them a glass which they drank by the gaslight of the gently hissing lantern. I need to go to the bathroom, she said once the food had disappeared. She'd felt her spirits rise a little with her energy. Though she knew she was in mortal danger, she felt more able to resist this creep than she had. But right now she did need the bathroom. His face darkened. She'd noticed that about him. He hated any mention of bodily functions. She suspected that when she produced more than a pea, he'd expect her to wash herself in the river again. Please, she said. Daddy. Now suspicion replaced his look of repulsion. He stared into her eyes, and it passed like a summer thundercloud. Okay. Come on. He flourished the knife again, then kneeled to untie her. And before he could stand up again, she brought the half-empty wine bottle down on his head with every ounce of her strength. He screamed. She leaped up and kicked him as he lay on the floor clutching his head, fingers reddening. She ran for the door and twisted the handle. It was locked. She hadn't noticed him do it. Crying in panic, she yanked and yanked at it as she heard him struggle to his feet. She kicked at the door and in sheer desperation, tried to shoulder it open. You bitch, he hissed from the other side of the table. Spinning around, she saw him approach, one hand holding the back of his head. He raised the knife in the other, and she saw nothing but death in his eyes. Oh, he had planned to make her suffer. He had fantasized all his life about just such a situation as this. To have a girl at his mercy. But now he would show her none as he enjoyed her. Her gender was a curse on humanity. Girls like her. Women like his mother.
You wet the bed, John. You filthy little pig. What do we do with filthy little pigs?
Sam screamed and kicked out at him, sending him tumbling back over the table. She pushed it onto him and came down on it, knocking the wind out of him. He cried out, cursing her, as he struggled beneath the combined weight of Sam and the table. She fought to keep him pinned down as she looked for a weapon. There. It was just a dinner knife, as blunt, but it was all she could see. She screamed as she plunged sideways, but in that instant he thrust upwards, and the table moved. She fell with a crash, and he was on his knees above her, his switchblade raised and death in his eyes. Then a blur, a crack, and he dropped with nothing more than a sigh. A shape appeared over her, hand outstretched. Jay? Sam. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Richie. Yeah, it's me. Come on, let's get out of here. She took his hand and climbed onto her feet, stumbling on her shaking legs. Now she really did have to go to the bathroom. Shall I tie him up? Richie asked as she made her way to the door. Rage and hatred flashed in her eyes as she looked down at the crumpled man. He'll follow us if we don't. But if we do, he'll likely die. No one's gonna find him here. For the first time in days, Samantha Hickman smiled. She only truly relaxed when they were back on Richie's boat, the geriatric knocking of the diesel engine the only thing she could hear as he steered it out onto the vast expanse of Long Island Sound, a cool sea breeze on her face. Sam stood beside Richie and watched as the northern shore dropped away, the horizon rising and falling as the little boat battled against the incoming tide. He'd stopped asking her if she was okay, as he'd gotten nothing more than a reluctant nod in response every time he asked. But she felt comforted by his presence. Finally, as her body and mind relaxed, she sensed the onrushing of the emotional kickback. She briefly hugged his arm as he steered, and then took herself below to change back into her own clothes, which they'd found in one of the boathouse cabinets. The tears came as soon as she'd made it into the little cabin she'd last shared with Jay. A black shroud settled over her as she sat rocking in the chair, her hands pressed against her head as if trying to contain the flood of despair. She cried and cried, praying that Richie wouldn't see her like that. Then she reached that tipping point where, quite suddenly, she no longer wanted to be alone. And there he was in the doorway. "You okay?" he said, almost whispering. She wondered how long he'd been standing there, and realized she hadn't noticed when the engine had stopped. "Where are we?" "Tied up to a buoy. I figure there's not gonna be much passing traffic, so I came down to see how you're doing. I'm real sore." "Stop apologizing, Richie. You saved my life." His shoulders sagged and she cursed herself for snapping. "Look, you came for me. You've got nothing to say sorry for." He came in and sat in the chair opposite. "But I do. I saw that man take you. I was just roundin' the bend. Took me a while to find somewhere to land, and when I got to the shed, all I could find was your phone. I was gonna take it, but then I thought you might come back for it if you got away." These words tumbled out, and she realized that he needed to make his confession. "But then you didn't come back, so next day I fueled up and took the boat back to where we left Jay, and I went looking for him 'cause he'd know what to do. I didn't find him. It was like hell on earth there, and I had to run back to the boat. So I moored up across the river and watched the shed, hoping you'd come back. But it wasn't you, it was that man. I followed him and waited till I heard the shouting. I shouldn't have left you, Sam. I shouldn't have gone after Jay. He's gone. And you were nearly gone too. I'm sorry." She took his hand. "Apology accepted. Now let's plan what we're going to do. We can't be out here when it's dark, can we?" "No. Least we could if we turned on our lights, but that'd make us stand out. I guess this boat ain't the only one still working. I reckon we can make it to the end of Long Island before it starts getting dark." Richie got up, stumbling as a gust of wind caught the boat and pulled an atlas from a locker above her before settling back onto the bench seat. He opened the well-thumbed book to its most dog-eared page and ran his finger along the coast of Long Island. "Plum Island? What's there?" Richie shrugged. "Dunno. I think it's owned by the government. Research or something. Don't suppose that matters much now." Sam got up and hugged him, not caring that he stank of stale sweat and panic. "And we're heading to my grandparents' place, like I said?" He looked back down at the map. "Somewhere here," he said. "Long Beach Island?" "I think so." Sam squinted at where his finger pointed. She'd never bothered to look at where the house on stilts was. As far as she'd been concerned, getting there was a problem for Grandpa. "Yeah. It's near the bridge." Richie screwed his face up and sighed. "It's a long way. Maybe 150 miles. Have we got enough gas?" He shrugged. "Maybe. Best we follow the tide to make it last." He got back up again and pulled out a battered handbook, catching the cover as it fell off. He leafed through until he found the current year. "Right. Tide turns in a couple hours, and we can ride it out to Plum Island, then wait for the incoming tide tomorrow. Yeah, I reckon we can make it." "Well, look at you, Captain Birdseye. Now, have you got anything I can boil a coffee pot on?" He smiled and went to the door of the cabin. "It's called a galley," he said. "Follow me." She sat with him at the controls of the boat, sipping her second cup of coffee and watching the shore slipping past in the distance as the day got grayer. As the light died away, she noticed more and more smoldering fires on the mainland, and wondered if each represented a group of people trying to stave off the cold. Or could they have been burning for 4 nights? The scale of the landscape, after having been confined to the city and then a boathouse for days, made her think about the wider world again. She'd already decided that whatever happened in New York City must also have affected other places because otherwise FEMA would have been sent in. If it still existed. What about the government? She'd paid precisely no attention to politics, but had always regarded the federal government in D.C. as a reassuring constant. Boring but always there. It was hard to wrap her brain around, but it seemed at least possible that the government was either gone or so struggling as to be next to useless to them. She and Richie were on their own for now. She gazed to the southeast as they passed a headland to cross the short strait to Plum Island. There, in the direction of the summer cottage, a concentrated orange glow lit up the sky. Richie insisted that Cedar Drop was far below the horizon, but she couldn't shake the image in her mind's eye of the house on stilts lit up like a bonfire. They moored up in the little harbor of Plum Island. It was entirely intact as far as they could see in the late twilight, but no one challenged them, and so they slept, both exhausted. Richie dreamed of the ruin of New York, and Sam saw a ring of fire in her nightmares. Chapter 8. Sunglasses and Red Cap. We can't just leave them. Devon sighed. He and Jessie were sorting through the supplies in the back of the CRV as the sky brightened. Neither had slept much the previous night, and in the end, Devon had wrapped himself up and sat at the top of the steps with the handgun on his lap until the sun came up. He stopped for a moment to scan the parking lot. A low rectangular building stood on one side, the front door groaning in the breeze as it swung back and forth. It had survived the original firestorm, but had been stripped of anything useful since then. Beyond it, Devon could see the lines of the baseball field, bright white against the frost-tinged grass. And surrounding the sports park lay the urban sprawl of West Wendover. From this distance it looked almost normal, save for one or two thin wisps of dark smoke rising into the clear air, but when he focused he could see the unmistakable signs of damage. Shapes that had once been rectangular now had chunks cut from their silhouettes, mute witnesses to the inferno. Nothing and no one moved except him and Jessie. Coach Lacey had the kids back inside the clubhouse, having woken them before the sun rose to take them outside to the toilet pits he dug some distance away. Devon had stood guard while children used to the basic comforts of civilization had been forced to squat over holes in the pre-dawn, like their distant ancestors on the plains of Africa. Except here it wasn't lions they were trying to hide from, it was other people. Devon. I said we can't leave them. He looked away from the clubhouse and resumed his rummaging. I know. But we can't take them with us, and we've got a job to do. We've barely started. I mean, even if we could find a working truck or bus to put them on, driving them a couple of thousand miles across country has got to be more dangerous than leaving them here. Jessie pulled out a can of dried milk, measured the powder into her aluminum camping bowl, and poured warm boiled water from a flask over it. Good grief, this isn't going to last long with another 9 mouths to feed. I'm going to see if I can get some supplies, Devon said. We can at least leave them better off than they were when we got here. Jessie shook her head. You don't get it. We can't leave them at all. Do you honestly think there's anywhere safe for them to go? They're kids. He didn't know what the answer was, but he needed to be alone right now, and finding some extra food couldn't possibly be a bad idea. Walking alone and exhausted into a wrecked city, on the other hand, almost certainly was. After a lengthy argument, Devon allowed Jordan Lacey to come with him. Though it was perfectly rational to have a local guide as he sought out supplies, Devon's desire to be alone, and if he were honest, his sleep-deprived testosterone-fueled monkey brain resisted until he ran out of energy in the face of Jessie's cast-iron logic. She explained in an artificially calm manner that if she was going to have to stay at the sports hut with the kids, the least he could do was to come back in one piece like the antediluvian macho man he was. He hoped she was joking, but suspected she wasn't. Where should we head? He said as Lacey jogged to catch up with him. There's a mobile home park just over there, the young man said, pointing across the sports field. And the grocery stores are just the other side of it. Devon patted his pocket, feeling the reassuring weight of the Glock against his chest. Jordan was armed with a baseball bat, but Devon had told him to run if they got into trouble. It was another cold February morning, and a white rime had settled on the green patches of vegetation that punctuated the brown and yellow soil. And it was utterly silent save for the rhythmic thunk of their boots on the concrete road surface. Devon pulled his jacket tighter and put his hands in his pockets as they jogged along the fence line, keeping as low as they could and stopping every now and again to look through gaps or peer along narrow alleyways. The mobile home park was a desolate place. From a distance, it looked as though a giant had left dominoes scattered across the landscape. Crumbling black boxes, some of them still smoking, others with the remnants of posts that had once held up staircases and canopies, sat one after another in the miserable cold. Devon scanned the ruins, half expecting to see attackers emerge at any moment, but the place was deserted. Lacey shook his head in disbelief. I knew folks who lived here. Some of the kids who ran away that night, they came from this park. Geez, I wonder where they are now. Most of the homes had the wreckage of a car or truck outside, but all were burned and blackened. Outside one mobile home lay two human figures, all black and red, each with hands pointing at an odd angle as if they were in conversation. Frost had formed on their outstretched fingers and stalactites reached for the soil. Hey, that one's okay, Lacey called, gesturing at a trailer that looked at first glance as if it had escaped the fire. It's Mr. Wepler's. Good old Mr. Wepler. Wait up, Jordan. But Devon couldn't stop the young man as he ran ahead. His heart sank as he spotted the broken windows and the bullet holes scattered around the wide-open door. The trailer looked old and poorly kept. A wind turbine with a missing blade moved fitfully in the gentle breeze, and a window slapped against its aluminum frame as if warning them not to go inside. Too late. He found Lacey in the living room, kneeling. Somebody killed him. Why would they do that? He wouldn't harm no one. The body of an old man lay, splayed like a starfish, half on top of the ruins of a coffee table. It looked to Devon as though he'd had his hands up, but had been shot in the stomach before spinning around as he fell. A black, solidified pool had spread around his body, and a fetid air hit Devon's nose. It was a pathetic, brutal sight that, somehow, summed up the descent of mankind better than any burned-out building. Putting his hand on the boy's shoulder, he said, I'm sorry, Jordan. The world isn't what it was anymore. Not everyone's kind-hearted like you. The room was like some sort of museum exhibit. The tiny old-fashioned TV sitting in the corner looked as though it was the newest thing in there. He didn't hold with getting nothing new. He always said things was made better back in the day. Told the electric company where they could stick their charges and hasn't had main power for years, or so he reckoned. If it didn't work on 12 volts, he didn't have it. Devon found nothing in the old man's kitchen, so they went back outside, and he cast a glance at the trailer as they walked along the road. Someone would be back to claim it soon enough, body or no body. But there was something to learn here. Just as hope had survived because it had been cut off from the grid, so had this old man's place. That didn't explain the destruction of all the vehicles, however, but he was sure there was a connection. It's this way, Lacey said from up front. Suddenly, he was acting like this was a walk in the park on a sunny day, but Devon knew he was masking the shock of seeing a familiar neighborhood turned into a graveyard. Two of the other homes had escaped the inferno, but both had been ransacked since, their owners gone or dead. Devon had almost walked past the second when he noticed a flash of white from what looked like the rear panel of a small truck. It was hidden beneath the wreckage of a collapsed carport, set off to one side of the trailer. Cautiously, he picked his way to the driver's side and brushed off the bits of burned wood. It's an RV, he said, looking into the cab of an ancient Heimer. It was small, maybe a 4-berth, but it might carry 8 kids and their coach. Can you drive? Jordan nodded. I can, but I never drove nothing like this. Are we gonna start it up? No. Something this old is going to be pretty noisy. I'd want to clear around it, make sure it looks okay, and then be ready to get out of here when we do try it. But he was smiling as he said it because maybe, just maybe, this old rust bucket would give them a way of transporting the kids. Where to? Who knew? But perhaps they had options now. Come on, Devon added. We're out here to find something to eat. Let's do that, and then we can think about the RV and what we can use it for. They saw nothing other than smoking ruins as they came out the other side of the park and emerged onto Butte Street. Devon could see a block of houses to his left and buildings to the right, but as he looked across the road, he had an uninterrupted view of a scrubby desert landscape that ended in a range of mountains that huddled along the horizon. Lacey waved him to the right. "The grocery store's this way." He ran ahead but turned back, disappointment obvious on his face. Devon reached him and could see why. Annie's Mart was a smoking ruin. A squat, blackened rectangle with scraps of color between shattered windows. A leafless tree swayed in the breeze, one side blackened where it had roasted in the fire. "There may be some undamaged food among all the debris," Devon said. "Watch out for glass, though. And keep close." It was silent in downtown West Wendover. It was a tiny city, though bigger than Hope, but it seemed inconceivable that it had become a ghost town. Lacey had seen attacks happening outside the hut, so some people had survived. Where were they? Devon pulled a cloth shopping bag out from under the metal frame of a window that had blown outwards and began scanning the wreckage. He soon wished he hadn't. A human hand lay as if clawing at the air, the arm disappearing behind fallen shelving, flakes of black merging with touches of frost. It reminded Devon of that scene in the Terminator, or was it Terminator 2, where the children are in the playground when the nuclear bomb goes off and all that's left is ashes that are blown on the wind. He kneeled beside the accidental grave and looked across the wrecked shell of the Mart. Lacey was bent over, his head scanning from side to side like a garbage picker from some third-world country. Was this what the human race had been reduced to, just days after the pulse? The higher you jump, the harder you fall. "I got something." Package of Wheatos. "Box is wet but the inside's fine." "Cool," Devon said, opening the shopping bag and walking over to where Lacey stood. "Now, I hope you fellas aren't fixing on a little shopliftin'?" Damn it. He dropped his guard for a few seconds in the search for food, and that had been enough. They spun around to see two men emerge from what had once been the stock area, out back. Each held a shotgun, and one glance told Devon they knew how to use them and wouldn't hesitate. He'd once heard the only thing that would survive a nuclear holocaust would be cockroaches. Well, there stood two walking, talking, gun-toting palmetto bugs, and for all his care, for all his training, he'd allowed the vermin to catch them unawares. Devon dropped the bag and raised his hands. "I can see the piece. Now why don't your young friend there go and, very slowly, fetch it for me?" The speaker wore a filthy red baseball cap that might have had an Angry Birds logo on it, or it might have been the Cardinals. His friend wore a leather jacket and sunglasses. Devon glanced at Lacey, who stood wide-eyed and pale. He was just terrified enough to do something really unwise. "Do as he says, Jordan." The boy dropped his bat and reached into the inside pocket of Devon's jacket, his hand shaking. "Don't try anything stupid. Don't try anything stupid." Lacey slowly pulled the Glock out, his back to the two men with their shotguns pointed at his back. "That's it, nice and slow." Jordan Lacey's eyes flicked up at Devon, and he tried something stupid. With surprising speed, he brought the gun around and fired off a shot that went high and wide. Devon shoved Lacey to the ground as a fallen chunk of masonry exploded beside his face. He grabbed the gun from the boy's hand and rolled away, ignoring the sudden prickling heat in his face and the warm blood that speckled his jacket. Click-clack. Boom. He could feel the impact in the sole of his boots as he scrambled behind an upturned counter. Click-clack. Boom. Click-clack. Redcap was advancing on him, while his comrade in crime moved quickly towards where Lacey had hidden himself. Devon brought up his Glock. Crack. Crack. Sunglasses fell with a shriek, and Devon swung his arm around to aim at Redcap. But he was running. The dragon embroidered on the back of his raggedy denim jacket made for a perfect target, but Devon didn't shoot men who were running away. Devon struggled to his feet and pulled Jordan upright. "Are you all right?" "Yeah." "You idiot. You could have gotten us both killed." Devon grabbed the boy by his collar. He wanted to shake some sense into the little fool, but the sheer terror on Lacey's face canceled out his own fear and rage. He let go and kneeled beside the moaning form of the man in sunglasses. He lay on his front, crimson leaking from a neat hole in his shoulder. "You're lucky I'm not a better shot," Devon said. Choose your friends better next time. You're scum, but you're scum with guts. Devon got back to his feet as the man squirmed half onto his side. His face was pale and covered in flakes of charcoal. You ain't gonna leave me here, are ya? I got enough problems without having to look out for a piece of filth like you. Better pray your chicken shit friend comes back. He grabbed the shivering Lacey and dragged him away. Come on, he said as they accelerated away from the wrecked mart and the cursing man. We better hope that RV starts up, because we need to be a long way away when that scum comes back with more vermin. Devon wrenched open the cab door and jumped up into the seat. No key in the ignition. He checked in the glove compartment and behind the visors. Nothing. Damn. He jumped out of the RV, ran into the burned-out mobile home, and began kicking over piles of black wood that might once have been drawers for keys. Nothing. Come on. Give me a break, he muttered. They only had minutes before the survivors of Wendover would find them. The gunshots would have been audible for miles around in this silent town, and sunglasses would tell whoever found him what direction they'd gone in. With a final curse, Devon decided there was nothing else for it. They'd have to draw their pursuers away from the sports hut where the children hid, and hope beyond hope that the kids weren't discovered. He was just emerging from the burned-out ruin when the RV roared to life. It reversed out of the remnants of the carport, scattering fragments of scorched boards in every direction, and came to a halt outside the door of the mobile home. Quick. You'd better drive. Lacey called as he slid across into the passenger seat. Without another word, Devon climbed up, put the manual shift into first gear, and tagged down on the gas, steering the cumbersome dinosaur around in the tightest circle it could manage. He glanced down at the ignition. It had been broken apart. I hot-wired it, Jordan Lacey called over the roar of the old engine. Maybe I haven't always been the best of kids. Guess that's why I ended up out here. Devon filed away the inevitable questions until a better time, and forced the RV as fast as it could manage through the maze of roads, until they emerged on the other side of the sports field and powered toward the hut where the children hid. The RV squealed to a halt beside his CRV, and he jumped out. He was at the bottom of the steps when Jessie appeared at the top. We got to get out of here right now. She nodded. We're ready. Heard the shots. Figured you'd done something idiotic, and we'd soon have trouble. Despite her words, he could see the relief on her face, and he stepped back as the children filed out quickly. You drive the CRV, he said to Jessie as the kids climbed aboard the RV with many little cheers when they spotted Jordan in the passenger seat. Where are we heading? East. No, south. These kids need hope. And hope needs them. Chapter 9 Supplies. Paul Hickman was in the office of Mayor Gil Summers when Mrs. Van Dyke showed herself in. Gil, you gotta help me. Summers hauled himself to his feet. How long had it been since he'd slept? Hickman wondered. Then he took the woman by the arm and guided her into a chair. Now then, Dorothy. What's this all about? I'm very busy. And wasn't that the truth? Trying to get the citizens of Hope to do anything was like herding weasels at the best of times, but the old man's efforts to bring everyone together had been singularly unsuccessful. He was making one huge mistake in Hick's opinion. He was trying to govern by consensus when what was actually needed was a single strong hand. Hick's strong hand. Hickman loved only one thing besides himself, his daughter Sam, and he was going to make sure Hope survived for when she made it home. He wasn't about to let some bumbling former insurance salesman like Gil Summers bring ruin on them all. The old woman was blathering. It's Rudy. Her insulin's just about run out and Donnie at the drugstore says he got broken into last night, and it's all gone. Summers looked around at Hickman, who was hovering beside the mayor's empty chair as if about to jump into it. Shouldn't you be investigating the theft, Paul? In your role as temporary sheriff? Temporary sheriff? Who did he think he was? And the silly old fool, or wily old fox, take your pick, had insisted that Rusty Kaminsky be his second in command. That redneck looked a whole lot more stupid than he was, and he had no liking for Hickman. Still, he'd be out of a job as soon as Hickman was running the town. "I have my best man on it, Mr. Mayor," Hickman said. "Yeah, my best man. Ned Burkett. Crooked as a $3 bill. I'm sure we'll have tracked down the lowlife who's done this and brought them to justice soon." Well, it wasn't as if there was any mystery about where the drugs had gone. They were in Hickman's garage. He figured medicine would be currency in the days to come, and it looked as though he might be able to cash in sooner rather than later, though perhaps in exchange for political capital rather than anything more concrete. "How much insulin does Rudy have left?" Summers was asking the silly old woman. Dorothy Van Dyke had only one purpose in life: to keep perpetual wallflower Rudy in donuts and the insulin she used to counteract their effect. Well, I guess she could make it last a couple more days. Lucky the bakery shut down too. That'll help, Hickman thought, careful that the disdain he felt for her wasn't reflected in his expression. Summers patted her on the arm. "Well, we can't waste any time. Nor can we rely on the stolen drugs turning up again. We need to take action now." This surprised Hickman out of his thoughts. "What did you have in mind, Mr. Mayor?" "Firstly, I'm going to start a community drug pool. I'll ask everyone to donate their medicines so they can be handed out to those who need it most." Hickman relaxed. "Good luck with that, you silly fool. And I'm also going to put together a foraging party." "What?" "They'll begin locally, checking for anything surplus that can be gathered together. Then I'll send them farther out to scavenge what they can from wherever they can find it." Hickman shook his head. "But Mr. Mayor, that could take days. Ezra's a blowout, and who's to say the same isn't true everywhere? We need to find out, Paul. And there's the Walmart distribution center between here and Ezra. Maybe we can salvage something from there." Paul Hickman felt as though he was losing control of a situation that, just moments before, had been going perfectly according to plan. "Well, I reckon I can get some boys together, maybe swear in a few more deputies and go take a look." "No need, Martha's going. She suggested it yesterday." "Of course she did. Interfering old." "Now then, Dorothy," Summers was saying to the old woman, "you just head on back to Rudy, and I'll make sure you're the first to know when there's any news." He helped her up and guided her to the door before letting out a deep breath. "It'd be mighty handy if you could recover those stolen drugs, Paul. Food, water, power, and medicine, those are the 4 priorities, and we're not doing great on any of them. I've called a town meeting in the school hall for tomorrow night, and if I don't have some definite news, we're going to lose control." Hickman assembled a smile, gave a nod, and picked up his sheriff's hat, just a Stetson he had lying around, but you had to play the part. "Sure, Mr. Mayor. I'll get right back to it. Food, water, power, drugs. Yeah, we aren't doing great." Paul Hickman scowled as he walked out of the community center and strode toward Main Street. He'd miscalculated, overreached himself. Taking the drugs and then producing them again later was supposed to help get the Hopers on his side for when he made his move, but all it had done was give Martha Bowie a chance to interfere. Time to go back and lick his wounds. Time to come up with another plan. 2 hours later, and he was riding shotgun in a truck heading north on 93. He was going to get one over on Martha Bowie by setting off before she could get ready. Ned Burkett was driving, and between them sat Hick's dog, Buster, who was enjoying the cold wind from the broken air vent. Hickman glanced in the side mirror to see the pickup tailing them. Brain Sullivan, his drunken pa had misspelled the name when he'd filled out the birth certificate, was driving. With his wide face and black glasses, Brain looked like a bank teller who'd been waiting 30 years for a promotion that was never going to come. He was as slow as a box turtle and as malicious as a bucket full of weasels. He was also a coward, and so Hickman had made use of him for many years as a delivery man whose fear of Hick could be counted on to outweigh his natural greed. Marlin Cook sat next to Sullivan. 30 years younger and 20 times a better man than Brain, Hickman saw Cook as something of a protégé. He was one of those folks who could turn his hand to just about anything he had a mind to. and he was bright enough to get the job done. Cook had moved into Hope from somewhere Hick couldn't recall, after answering an online job ad for Hickman's computer services business. The position was that of an apprentice, and that was true enough. The only complaint he had was that the boy seemed to have an inconvenient conscience. But Hick had begun the job of dismantling it brick by brick. Without that encumbrance, the boy could be truly useful. "How far to go?" Hickman said. Burkett shrugged. "Maybe 5 miles or so, I guess." Paul Hickman sighed. Before the firestorm, as everyone seemed to be calling it, Ned Burkett had been the only cop permanently stationed in Hope when the police department was consolidated in Ezra, and so Hick had made it his priority to corrupt him. Burkett hadn't taken much persuasion. Hickman had come to the conclusion that there were 2 types of person in the world, those with self-respect and those without it. The first kind could be controlled by finding out what their secret was, and Hickman had yet to meet anyone who was entirely squeaky clean and threatening to expose it. With the second type, the likes of Brain and Burkett, which kinda sounded like a pair of Victorian grave robbers, it was all about money. And Paul Hickman had plenty of that. Bitcoin had been kind to him. "Hold on, it's just over there," Burkett said as they reached the top of a long, slow incline and the landscape revealed itself below. A pencil-straight white line at right angles to 93 led to a group of buildings squatting in the middle of the flatlands that ended at the feet of the Schmidt Range. "Fire's been here." Hickman nodded grimly. He hadn't expected the Walmart distribution center to have escaped the fire, but he hoped to find enough supplies surviving in the ruins to be able to serve the good folks of Hope and his political career. He raised his shotgun and looked back at the truck behind. Brain looked puzzled, but Marlin took his meaning and lifted his own weapon, a hunting rifle, up to eye level to show Hick he was ready. The convoy swung off 93 and trundled along the smaller road until the distribution center stood in front of them. The chain-link gates had been destroyed and Hickman cursed under his breath. They weren't the first here. Hickman gasped at the scale of the devastation as they drove into the loading dock area. The blackened remains of 4 trucks smoked gently in the afternoon sunlight, glassless cabs staring back at the newcomers like one-eyed monsters, their trailers nothing more than a series of upright posts sticking out of a mess of molten plastic. The loading docks themselves looked structurally intact, though Hick could see nothing other than debris in the shadows beyond. He got out of the lead truck and gestured to the others to follow him. Crack. Hickman threw himself behind the truck as a voice called out, "The next one won't miss." "He's up in the loading dock," Ned Burkett called from the other side of the pickup. Marlin Cook was sheltering behind the open passenger door in the truck behind them, and Hick tried to communicate telepathically to the boy. Whether the message got through or not, Cook nodded and ducked down. Hick raised his hands above the truck's hood and called out, "I want to talk. I'm not armed." Very slowly, he appeared from around the front of the truck and scanned the loading dock for any sign of their attacker. "Just you get right back in that there truck and head on out of here." It was the voice of an old man, Hick was sure of it. A frightened old man holding a shotgun if he was any judge. His heart was hammering on the inside of his chest. "We'll pay for anything we take," he called. "With what? Money ain't worth squat no more." Every time the man spoke, Hick was able to triangulate his position a little more accurately. He was hiding in the shadows behind one of the burned-out trucks. "We've got people to feed. Are you going to let them starve?" Hick spotted movement in the shadows. He hoped he knew what it was. "This food don't belong to you, it belongs to Walmart. Now you got 10 seconds to get out of here before me and my boys start shooting." Hick was as sure that the old man didn't have any accomplices. He guessed the poor devil was the only security guard to survive the night everything went to hell. Since then he'd stuck to his post. A romantic gesture, but Hick had no time for romance. 5, 4, 3, 2, ow. Hick dropped his hands and smiled. Seconds later, Marlin Cook led a fat old man into the sunlight and down the steps of the loading bay. "It ain't yours, I tell you. You can't take it." Hick walked towards the old man, keeping a few steps ahead of Burkett and Brain Sullivan. "Now then, my name's Paul Hickman, and I'm a councilman from Hope. We got a need for any supplies we can get our hands on, and the fact you're so keen to shoot up anyone who comes calling makes me think that you're protecting something. Well, congratulations, you win Employee of the Month, but I wouldn't count on getting a bonus. This place belongs to Walmart. It ain't yours." Hickman sighed. He could sense the nervous curiosity of his 3 henchmen. Why was he bothering to talk to the old man? "What's your name, sir?" "Stamford Cribbins." "And am I addressing a veteran?" He stiffened to attention. "Retired sergeant. 3 years serving in Nam." "Then I commend you on your sense of duty. But I have a responsibility to the people of my town. They need feeding. Why not help us? In fact, you could come back and join our community rather than being out here on your own." Hickman sensed the loneliness in the man's eyes as he contemplated company. It was a loneliness that stretched back long years before the inferno of a few nights ago. "How about it? Show us where the surviving supplies are and you're welcome to join us." Cribbins locked eyes with Hickman and saw altogether too much there for his comfort. "I'm sorry, Mr. Hickman, but you ain't got no right to be here, and certainly no business stealin' what don't belong to you." Hickman sighed theatrically. "So, you're not going to help us?" "Not until I hear word from my superiors." "No." "I'm sorry to hear that." Hickman raised the shotgun and pumped a 12-gauge slug into the old man's chest. He fell like a stone. But Paul Hickman wasn't watching the victim. His eyes were on Marlin Cook. After a stunned couple of seconds, Brain Sullivan erupted. "Wowee, boss. You done cut him down like a rat catcher with a baseball bat. Wowee, did you see him fall?" Burkett had turned away and gone back to the lead truck so he could pretend he hadn't seen what happened. But Marlin Cook simply looked back at Hickman with a puzzled expression on his face. He'd recovered his composure quickly and seemed to be trying to work out why Hickman had killed the old man. Good, he wasn't letting morality or shock cloud his thinking. Yes, Hickman could mold him. He had true potential. Not like the idiot capering and hollering behind him, or the coward hiding in the truck. "I'll bury him," Cook said. Hickman nodded, though he noticed that Cook hadn't actually asked him anything. For a brief moment, Paul Hickman felt a little chill that had nothing to do with the weather. Chapter 10. Margie. Sam watched Richie as he turned to look at where they'd hidden his father's boat. Despite taking their time and riding the incoming tide, the rust bucket had chugged its last chug as a chill early evening swept in from the Atlantic. They'd heaved it ashore and into the space between low, windswept bushes, set into a landscape of loose grass and light sand. Frankly, she was glad to be ashore. They'd spent most of the day bobbing up and down in the bay, waiting for the tide to turn so they could ride the current south and west, until Richie diverted the boat inshore as the fuel tank emptied and the engine began to misfire on the dregs. "Well, she did us proud," Sam said, patting her friend on the shoulder as they came out the other side of the bushes and the boat's hiding place vanished. Receiving nothing more than a nod, she continued, "So where are we?" Richie sighed, looked out across the sand, grass, and gorse, and then pulled the battered atlas out from under his armpit. He carefully turned the wire-bound pages until he found the one he was looking for. "Here's Long Beach Island," he said. "I guess your abuelo's house is somewhere here, and we're here at the north end." "Barnegat Lighthouse," she said, looking down at the greasy dog-eared page, and then up again at the landscape around them. "I don't see it." He swung around, looking to the north. "There it is." A tower of red and white sat on the horizon, pointing back toward New York. "How far have we got to walk?" He shook his head. "It is a fair way. 10 miles, maybe." She breathed out. "Oh, that's not so bad. That's if we can find the house." She said nothing. This was her great fear. She hadn't paid much attention when she'd been brought here by her grandparents. And there was the stab of guilt again. She'd barely given them a thought in the days since New York had burned down, and yet, standing here, it was easy to imagine that nothing had happened at all. Soon enough she could pretend no longer. They'd emerged onto a street lined on both sides with two-story houses, or maybe they were apartments, many of which had once been blue. She could tell this because among the blackened ruins was the occasional scrap of untouched duck-egg paint. Some of the buildings had collapsed into a twisted mess of wood and roof tile. Others had lost their upper story and stood like stylized skulls with the dimming sky shining through the gaps where windows had once been. Electricity poles lined the street, the melted remains of cables hanging from them like maypole ribbons. The tang of the sea couldn't hide an underlying rotten smell that Sam didn't want to think about too much, and the only movement was in the leaves of the trees and the bits of trash that spun across the road. Just about every house had cars outside, all of which had been consumed by the fires that had destroyed their owners. Vehicles littered the road, some neatly lined up in the parking spaces, others strewn at odd angles, as if their owners had been in the act of trying to get away when the flames had overtaken them. They were passing the carcass of a Mitsubishi minivan when a voice called out, "Wait, please." Richie swung his baseball as he twisted around. "Hey, be careful," Sam hissed. "You almost took my head off." "Look, it's only an old lady." The woman halted 10 yards from them. "I don't mean any harm. I haven't seen any young people in so long." I began to think that only the mature had survived. She had a refined Long Island accent, and was dressed in an outfit that would have been pretty sophisticated in a Samantha Jones Sex and the City kind of a way when it had been clean. "Will you come in? Keep your weapon if you wish. I'd like to hear your news." Richie looked across at Sam, but she'd already made up her mind and was walking toward the woman. "Sorry I called you an old lady," she said as the woman took her arm. "I'm Sam and this is Richie." "Oh, it's quite all right. I'm not exactly a spring chicken. My name is Amanda. But is your friend coming?" Richie remained beside the Mitsubishi, his hands firmly grasping the baseball bat. "What are you waiting for?" Sam called back, but he merely stood there and made weird gestures with his head which she finally decoded. She turned to Amanda, and with a quick "excuse me," strode over to Richie. "Are you serious?" he said. "After what you just been through with that perv? You wanna go with her? You don't know nothin' about her." He was right, of course. Going with Amanda was not the logical choice. "I get it. I can't say why, but I trust her. I got a good feeling. Besides, it's getting dark, and maybe she's got somewhere we can stay the night." "Yeah, a locked basement. Hey, look out." Sam spun around to see Amanda approaching. She held a snub-nosed revolver in her outstretched hand, and Sam stepped back until she was behind Richie, heart racing. Amanda very deliberately flipped the gun and presented the grip to him. "Here, take it." "I thought you said you didn't have a weapon," Sam said as her heart steadied. "I'm sorry, but I didn't know if I could trust you." Richie took the revolver and fumbled until he could open the cylinder. 6 bullets. "What made your mind up?" "Gut feeling, just like your friend here. I'm a good judge of character, and I don't believe you'll do me any harm. But frankly, I really couldn't care less. As far as I know, I've lost everyone I gave a hoot about, and I just want to hear some young voices and have a little youthful company. I can't make you join me, but I can offer you supper and somewhere safe to sleep, or at least as safe as anywhere is now. You can keep the gun either way, you're going to need it wherever you're going." Richie regarded her for a moment, puzzled. Then he shrugged. "What the hell? Thanks." They followed Amanda between 2 singed conifers, and along a white gravel drive to a low ranch house set back from the road. "This isn't my house, or it wasn't. I was out that night on the beach. Saw and heard everything go to hell up here, but decided to watch it from the shore. Smartest thing I ever did. When I came back, my apartment had burned to the ground. Everything I owned gone. Except for what I was carrying." Her eyes moistened as she seemed to be seeing her home again, experiencing its loss for a second time. After a moment, she shook her head. "Anyway, then I remembered this place. Been boarded up for a couple of years, something to do with a will. Don't know how, but it escaped, so I've lived here ever since." As she opened the door, she called out, "It's okay, Jerry. Just a couple of kids looking for somewhere to stay the night." Richie gripped the revolver tight. "I thought you said you were on your own." "No, I didn't. But don't worry, it's only Jerry and Margie. I spotted them just like I spotted you, and we stick together. Safer that way." Sam glanced across at Richie and shrugged. She wondered if she were still in shock after escaping from that lunatic, or maybe it was the world coming to an end all around her. It was dark inside, and the place had a musty smell. Sam sensed movement, and as her eyes adjusted, she saw a thin man with a bald head and tiny round-rimmed spectacles standing in the kitchen doorway, holding a long knife in front of him like a sword. "I said it's okay, Jerry. What do you think you'd be able to do with that knife anyway?" The old man mumbled something and shuffled back out of sight. Amanda led them into a sitting room at the back of the house. Another woman was lighting candles with a taper. She was much younger and rounder than Amanda, and seemed to be handling the little flame as if she were conducting a religious ritual. "Now then, Margie. What did I say about striking matches on your own? Jerry was here when I started. Then he went." Amanda gave a little grunt. "Oh, he went a long time ago, my dear. That's enough now. I think we can all see, and I don't want to have to go foraging for candles anytime soon. Or burning the house down. There's been enough of that just lately." Sam sat on the lumpy couch and immediately sneezed as she was enveloped in a cloud of dust. "I don't think anyone used this house for a long time," Amanda said. "We keep the windows open during the day if it isn't too cold, but we have to shut them about now or freeze to death." "Where are you from?" Margie asked. Amanda leaned forward and touched her on the knee, but looked at Sam. "This is Margie." "She's?" "I'm special," Margie said. "That's what Mama says. But she's dead now, and I got a new mama." Sam shifted herself uncomfortably on the couch, unsure what to say. Eventually, she managed, "I'm sorry about your mama." "It's okay. I got a new one now." "Where are you from?" "New York City, Brooklyn." That seemed to satisfy Margie because she dug a rag doll from beneath a cushion and began to examine it closely. Jerry appeared from the door to the kitchen. "Not much justice in the world if only the old and weak-minded survive, is it?" "You shut your mouth," Amanda snapped. "It wasn't gentle souls like Margie that caused all those fires, you can be sure of that." The old man mumbled something, and then deposited a fine porcelain serving bowl onto the coffee table between them. "Best I could do in a rush. I've only got a twin-burner camping stove to cook on." He lifted the lid off, and the room filled with a meaty aroma. "He's worth keeping around for his cooking alone," Amanda said in a theatrical aside. "Just as well as he's lousy company." Jerry sat down between Sam and Margie and began ladling the stew into bowls and handing them around. 20 years on a trawler, and you soon learn how to make a silk purse out of a sow's ear." Amanda took her bowl and sniffed it. Although in this case, I suspect Mr. Hines had a hand. To Sam's astonishment, Jerry roared with laughter. "You got me. 20 years on a trawler, my foot," Amanda chuckled. Sam wondered whether they'd wandered into a lunatic asylum. But she kind of liked it. Whatever he'd used to cook up the stew, it was delicious. The first decent meal, the first hot food, she'd tasted since the night of the fire. Moaning with delight, Richie managed, "This tastes amazing," between mouthfuls. "Don't speak with your mouth full," Jerry snapped. Richie froze for a moment, but Amanda said, "Don't pay any attention to him. Jerry likes to play the mean old man, but he's a sweetheart, really." This was perhaps stretching the point a little too far for Sam, but Richie relaxed, and they all finished their meals without another word. As the darkness deepened outside, Sam, Richie, Amanda, and Jerry swapped stories, each drawing comfort from their shared nightmare. Margie sat on the floor between the two sofas and played with her dolly in the flickering light of the candle. Once they'd exhausted the past, Amanda turned the conversation to the future. "Where are you two heading?" Sam, who'd been half dozing, snapped back to consciousness. "Oh, my grandparents had a house in West Creek. My dad will come looking for me there." Jerry pounced like a polecat on a vole. What makes you think the house is still there and not burned to the ground? Grandpa always disconnected the electrics before locking it up for the winter. So? Sam felt a rush of perverse pleasure. You haven't worked it out? They attacked the electrical system. Everything connected to the grid exploded. Jerry's expression froze, his mouth half open. I told you, you old fool, Amanda said. But what about the planes? We watched them fall out of the sky. They weren't connected to nothing. Sam shook her head. I don't pretend to have all the answers, but it seems to me anything with a chip in got fried as well. Richie's boat didn't blow up because it's so old. My phone ran out of juice. I threw mine in the bay, Richie said. It was burning my hand. Sighing, Jerry's face loosened, his jowls renewing their acquaintance with gravity. He got up and padded over to the other side of the room, returning with a bottle of Jack Daniels. Anyone joining me in a toast to the end of the world? Not you, Margie. It's way past Elsa's bedtime. Margie kissed her doll, got sleepily to her feet, and after pecking Amanda and Jerry on the cheek, disappeared with a candle into the darkness. Shouldn't someone go with her? Sam asked, glancing at the guttering candle flame. She'd seen enough fire to last a lifetime. She's perfectly capable, Sam, Amanda said with a touch of warmth. Margie has Down syndrome, she's not a lunatic or a child. Sam flushed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean. No, I should apologize, not you. I guess I'm overprotective. Strange, really. I've only known Margie for less than a week, but she gets under your skin, you know. And we're all tired, I guess. Perhaps we should get some sleep. Richie yawned. Yeah, I'm fried. Well, you'll have to sleep on the couch, I'm afraid. Jerry, me and Margie all have rooms, and there's one for Sam. That is, unless you're a couple? No. Richie and Sam shouted simultaneously. With a smile, Amanda got to her feet, using Sam's shoulder to steady herself. In that case, let's be getting you tucked in. Clack. Clunk. A drawling voice. Looky here, Bobby Joe, we got ourselves a genuine family. Well, ain't that the cutest thing you ever did see? It's like they ain't even noticed the end of the world, and all. No, old man, don't you go gettin' any ideas. There ain't no polis to call no more. Jerry froze, as a huge man in a filthy orange prison uniform shambled into the flickering candlelight. He had a shotgun in one hand and hunger in his eyes. Now everyone sit still, 'cept you. He waved the barrel of the gun at Amanda. You can go with Lem and fix us some food. We's eaten nothin' but pickin's since we got away. Her face lunar white, Amanda looked across at the other man. He was shorter, younger and darker than his comrade, and his face lacked the cunning cruelty of the man holding the shotgun. And don't you think of tryin' nothin'. Lem was doin' 10 for slicin' up a cop, and he don't care much for old ladies. Oh, that ain't true, Bobby Joe, the short man said, leering at Amanda. I like 'em right enough. Prefer a little meat on the bones, but if all's you got is lemons, you best make hay. Bobby Joe roared with laughter, the barrel of the gun waving around but out of reach of Richie, who was nearest. You're a jackass, Lem. Now go get us some food while I introduce myself to this purty young lady here. Sam shrank away from him as he sat on the couch beside her, his weapon pointing directly at Richie. He stank like he hadn't washed in weeks. So what's your name? He said. She told him, and he squinted at her. Now ain't that a surprise? I'd have bet good money you was Latino, but Samantha's a good old-fashioned American name. You sure are dark, though. Or is it the light? She felt like an amoeba on a microscope slide. My dad's family came from Greece. He slapped his knee. Hot damn, I knew it. So, where is your pa, little lady? He's coming for me. Bobby Joe's face contorted into an expression of mock fear. Oh dearie me, I must run away. Daddy's coming for his little princess. Sam treated the criminal to a look of utter disgust, as her fear of him was overcome by utter loathing. Lem. Come out here, we gotta make a break for it, he sang in a mock girly voice. There was no response from the kitchen, just the sounds of metal on metal that might have been saucepans. "Lem," Bobby Joe called again. The shorter man appeared at the kitchen door. "What you want?" And as Bobby Joe turned to speak to him, something swung through the air from behind and he crumpled as a hollow thunk echoed around the living room. Margie stood there, saucepan raised in one hand, Elsa doll in the other. "No one hurts my mommy." Richie leaped at Bobby Joe, grabbing for the shotgun as it began to swing back toward him. They fell to the floor, rolling from side to side as they struggled. Sam scrambled over to where they were tussling, but they were moving too quickly for her to grab at Bobby Joe. The shotgun swept upwards as both pairs of hands pulled and pushed. Bang! It came free and clattered to the floor beside Sam. She swooped to pick it up, before pumping the action as she'd seen in the movies and pointing it at Bobby Joe, who was lying on top of Richie. "Get off him, you scum." Bobby Joe raised his hands and twisted away from Richie. "Now then, little lady. Don't do nothin' hasty." Richie was dead. She could see it instantly. The side of his face had disappeared, blood and brains oozing onto the carpet. In her repulsed shock, she couldn't help feeling his head reminded her of a cracked eggshell. All the king's horses, all the king's men couldn't put Richie together again. "No!" she screamed, her finger closing on the trigger as the barrel shook. "You killed my friend, you." "Careful, Sam." It was Jerry's voice. Not with the snarky, curmudgeonly tone she'd thought was natural to him, but with firm, gentle emotion. "Don't do something you'll always regret. You're not a killer." "It was a accident," Bobby Joe said. "I didn't shoot at him, honest I didn't." He looked up at her imploringly, begging for his life. Sam Hickman liked to think she was a good person who believed in due process and forgiveness. Having seen what had happened after her mother died in that hit and run, she'd always fought to prove she was better than her dad, that she could rise above her base instincts and do the right thing, whatever the provocation. But there was no denying it. She was her father's daughter, and this filth had shot her only friend in the world. She pulled the trigger, wincing at the sudden pain in her shoulder and the physical force of the bang. Bobby Joe fell sideways with a cry, red staining his prison uniform. He moaned as he lay there, his feet kicking feebly as he pressed both hands against the wound in his chest. Jerry stood and stared at Sam before scampering off to the kitchen. Numbness spread over Sam like an ice pick to the heart as she watched Bobby Joe die. She wondered if she would ever feel emotion again because she sure as hell felt nothing at that moment, except a dizzying sensation like falling backwards into a black hole. He rolled onto his side, and she kicked him further over so she could get to Richie. Kissing the ends of her fingers, she pressed them against Richie's remaining closed eyelid and whispered, "Thank you," as after a final heave Bobby Joe went still. Chapter 11. Judas. As the convoy rolled back into Hope, it seemed little had changed. Paul Hickman glanced at Martha Bowie as she stood outside her store, arms crossed. Her wimp of a husband stood in the doorway, a cloth in his hand, no doubt from wiping down the empty shelves. Hicks smiled at her as they approached the intersection and thought about the 2 trucks full of supplies he was returning with. She scowled in response and went on brushing the sidewalk. She knew when she was outmaneuvered. "Head down to the community center," he said to Ned Burkett. "Let's show the good old mayor what we've come back with." Burkett gave a grunt and turned off Main Street and onto Avenue K. Hickman had made a mental note to watch his driver. Burkett had been almost entirely silent since they'd left the Walmart. He'd gone as white as a sheet when Hickman had gunned down that idiot old man. He'd said nothing when it happened and nothing since, but Hickman knew he'd been stewing like a raccoon in a trash can on a hot day. He was, after all, a cop. Just not a very good one. It seemed that Hick had finally found the level of illegality that would trip Burkett's conscience. Interesting. He glanced in the side view mirror to see Marlon's boyish face in the truck behind. Cook had also said nothing since the killing, but he'd clearly had no problem with what Hickman had done. He'd simply gone about the business of disposing of the body, and he'd done it with decency and apparent compassion, as if it had been an unfortunate accident, and then helped search for untainted supplies. Brain, who was out of sight in the mirror as the truck, was now too close behind them, but Hickman knew he'd be wearing the dumb expression he thought made him look intelligent, and that, despite this, his tongue would occasionally poke out the side of his mouth as he concentrated on driving. As for Hickman himself, he'd had no reaction to the killing. He didn't think of himself as a murderer. He'd given the old man plenty of chances to do the right thing. It was the law of the jungle now. Dog eat dog. He intended to be alpha male around here, and that began with showing his followers how far he was prepared to go. Soon the whole town would know. Still, he wasn't looking forward to going to bed tonight. If the past was any guide to the future, he'd be seeing Sergeant Cribbins in his dreams. Gil Summers was walking out of the community center to see what was causing the noise. Hickman could see the relief on his face as the trucks rolled to a halt, and Summers recognized them. "Mr. Mayor, I'm glad to report mission successful. We have returned with supplies, including insulin for Rudy Van Dyke and anyone else who needs it." Summers looked up at him as he got out of the cab and rubbed his numb backside. "I'm glad to see you back, Paul. We need to talk." "Sure, I'll just get my boys to unload the trucks." Summers shook his head. "No, Paul. We need to talk now." Hickman felt his cheeks warm, but had no option other than to follow the mayor up the stairs of the community center and into his office, leaving Ned standing beside the truck to keep away onlookers. "What's this all about, Gil? I got everything the town needs, and there's more where that came from." Summers poured coffee into 2 mugs and handed one to Hickman before gesturing him into a seat on the other side of his desk. "Well, firstly, you went against my orders. I told you to find out who had broken into the drugstore so Rudy would get her insulin quickly." "Yeah, but I got her insulin quicker than I could have found the burglar." "Really? In a city of 2,000 souls out in the middle of nowhere? Instead of tracking down the thief, you go off on a road trip with 2/3 of the police force of the town. Rusty's had enough to deal with keeping Martha's place and the drugstore guarded." Gil Summers ran his hands down over his face and drew in a deep breath. The man was exhausted. He'd always been weak, and Hickman reckoned he was just about ready to be toppled. "Gently does it. I apologize if I went against your orders, Mr. Mayor. It won't happen again. Shall I unload the trucks, or are we going to leave the supplies to rot?" Summers swallowed a mouthful of coffee and shivered a little. "Of course. There's the old warehouse opposite the church on Main. I've had it cleaned out and secured so you can take it there." This was unexpected. Hickman had anticipated handing over the supplies directly to Martha Bowie at the general store with as much public attention as possible. If Summers had his way, the trucks would be unloaded inside a warehouse and barely anyone would know. "Oh, and Paul, I've appointed Rusty as sheriff." "You've what?" Hickman leaped to his feet, spilling hot coffee down his Levi's. Summers shrugged. "A sheriff doesn't leave his post. Devon Myers did. Which is why he's no longer sheriff either. I've appointed Rusty to the position permanently." "But he's a decorated veteran and an honest man." Hickman slammed a fist down on the table, ignoring the sensation of liquid flowing down his leg. "Now you listen to me, Summers. I got dirt on you that'd see you out of that chair quicker than a jackrabbit at a dog race, and don't you think I wouldn't use it?" Gil Summers smiled. "You see, that's your problem, Paul. Oh, you're clever enough, and I reckon you got leverage on just about everyone in this town. I don't know what you've got on Devon or my daughter, but it must be pretty strong to get them to go across the country looking for your Sam. But I don't reckon you know people as well as you think you do. Sure, I did some things in the past I bitterly regret. You and me both lost our wives, and I guess neither of us is particularly proud of how we handled what happened after. And yeah, I would prefer that my sins remained a secret. But our world ended last week, Paul, the world where crap like that really matters, and there's only one person I really wouldn't want to know what I did. And you just sent her 1,000 miles away. So be my guest. Tell the world and see where it gets you." Summers stood up and gestured to the door. Rusty and his fellas will escort you to the warehouse and help unload. They'll provide security. Now I got work to do." Paul Hickman, who'd remained dumbstruck as Gil Summers revealed a previously unsuspected spine, was about to fire off 2 barrels when footsteps thunked up the stairs outside and the door flew open. A breathless woman stood there heaving in lungfuls of air. "An RV? Mr. Mayor. There's an RV just come up Main Street." Rusty Kaminsky was standing at the driver's window of the ancient vehicle as Gil Summers and Paul Hickman rounded the intersection. 2 newly appointed deputies covered the sheriff as he talked to the driver. "Mr. Mayor," Kaminsky said, "I don't think we got anything to worry about. It's just an old Heimer full of kids. Come on down, Mr. Lacey." Summers watched as a young man climbed nervously out of the cab and brushed himself down. "This here's Mayor Summers. He'll be the one to decide." The newcomer took Gil's hand. "I'm glad to meet you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Jordan Lacey, and I was told to come here by Devon Myers and by your daughter." Summers froze. "Jessica? Where was this? Is she okay?" "She was when we left them. Just south of West Wickham. They sent us on our way, told us to ask for you. Said to say they're okay and are heading east to Salt Lake City." "When did you see them?" "Yesterday. Mr. Mayor, I got a group of frightened kids on board who could do with something to eat and a bath each. Are we welcome here, like Jessie said? We ain't got nowhere else to go." Gil Summers put his hand on the young man's shoulder. "Of course. Let's get them unloaded. Now hold on just a minute, Mr. Mayor. Shouldn't the whole council decide on whether we accept newcomers into our community? Especially when we know nothing about them." Paul Hickman, who'd been observing the exchange, now stepped out of the shadow of the RV, raising his voice so the gathering crowd could hear. "Are you suggesting we send these children away, Paul?" Summers responded icily. "I just think everyone should get their say. That we should follow due process." This was too much for Gil Summers. "Are you serious? You just ignored my orders and took off, leaving the people of Hope without a sheriff." "Yeah, and I came back with 2 trucks full of supplies, didn't I?" Hickman yelled back. He turned to the people who'd come to see who was in the RV and were staying for the entertainment. "Did you hear, good people of Hope? Me and my boys, we got all the supplies this town needs for a while, and there's more to come. If our honorable mayor agrees, of course, we'll send the trucks back for the rest. We'll empty that place and make sure we got food in our bellies and drugs for the sick." Hickman smiled as a cheer went up. He let it continue for a few seconds, then raised his hand. "Now, I ain't got no objection to these kids coming and living here among us, though heaven only knows we don't need no more mouths to feed. I'm just sayin' we got to look to ourselves first and foremost. And I'm sayin' the mayor shouldn't be making decisions without consulting the representatives of the people. We demand to be heard." He paused again as the crowd cheered. A child who'd been coming down the steps of the RV froze in the hostile atmosphere. Hickman gestured to her. "Come on, darlin'. We ain't gonna bite. We're just havin' a family discussion. Come here." Nervously, the girl glanced at her coach, who was standing beside the RV. Lacey nodded, and she reluctantly approached Hickman, who wrapped his arm around her shoulder. "What's your name, sweetheart?" "Brooke." "A lovely name. You know, you're welcome here." His gaze swept the crowd and he raised his voice again. "Ain't she welcome here?" Again the people cheered. It was remarkable. He had them dancing like puppets on a string. 1 minute, willing to send the kids on their way to nowhere, then cheering when he welcomes them into the community. Paul Hickman was enjoying this. He raised his arms again and they went quiet. Out of the corner of his left eye he could see Gil Summers standing still as a porcelain figurine, waiting to see what would happen next. "Now here's what I think," Hickman called out. "I think this new world calls for a new way of going about things. For all we know, Hope is on its own and we can't look for nobody to come and rescue us. We got to make our own rules, and we gotta have strong leadership that makes decisions in our best interests, decisions that take into account what the people think. Applause again. He decided to go for the jugular. But you ain't seen what it's like out there, folks. Me, Ned, and the others only went a few miles south, but even so close to home, it's clear that the world as we knew it has gone. Now, near enough, all of us has family outside of Hope, but what's being done to trace them? What's being done to find out what's going on outside? What's being done to protect Hope when the survivors come looking for us? Sure, these here kids are harmless enough and we should welcome them in, but the first we knew of them was when they rolled up Main Street. Not everyone who comes calling is going to be friendly. Someone's gonna want everything we got. People of Hope, ain't it time we took control of our own future? Ain't it time we put ourselves first, second, and third? Ain't it time for a new dawn? I call for an election to decide who should lead us, and I promise, if you choose me, that I will keep us fed, warm, and safe. If you choose me, I will keep the wolves from the door. And Hope will be a light in the darkness. What do you say? The fuse had been lit. Time to retreat 10 paces and see whether the fireworks would ignite or whether, after all, the people of Hope were nothing more than a damp squib. Hick. Hick. Hick, the crowd chanted. Hick. 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 Paul Hickman lifted his palms to the heavens and turned in circles, bathing in the adulation. All his life had been leading to this moment. Sure, it had taken the end of the world for him to receive the recognition he'd always deserved, but perhaps that had been a price worth paying. Now he would have control. Now he would build a safe haven for Sam. Now he would make people pay. A shot rang out and Hick froze. Martha Bowie stood beside the RV, shotgun pointing at the sky. Beside her stood Dorothy Van Dyke. "You folks know me," Bowie called out. She was a big woman with a big voice, and people listened to her, even if they didn't like what they heard. "I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. You know Dorothy and her daughter too. Well, Rudy's pretty sick right now on account of the insulin she needs being stolen from the pharmacy." Hickman took his chance. "Well, Martha, you'll be pleased to know that I got a crate full of it in the back of one of my trucks. Just as soon as we're finished here, I'll be unloading it and restocking the pharmacy." Cries of "yeah" and "Hick" circulated through the crowd and Hickman relaxed a little. Bowie raised her shotgun again. "That's all fine and dandy, Paul, but she needed the insulin yesterday while you and your buddies were on that road trip." "Hey, don't you go calling out Hick for that," someone in the crowd shouted. "He was doing his best. You know, Ike, until about 10 minutes ago I'd have been inclined to agree with you. But then, as luck would have it, we found some insulin right here in town." She lowered the shotgun and lifted her other hand, shaking the white box it contained. "Guess where it was found?" Warmth drained from Paul Hickman's body as he stared open-mouthed at the smiling Martha Bowie. "You know, don't you, Paul?" Gil Summers finally unfroze. "What's this all about, Martha?" "Paul?" Hickman merely shrugged as if nonplussed. "They were found in the garage of Paul Hickman." Martha Bowie yelled. And that woman could yell. Silence fell upon the crowd as the echoes died, and all eyes turned to Hick. I don't believe you. I didn't. I wouldn't." Martha continued. "Right now, Dr. Pisher is treating Rudy with the insulin Hickman was hiding. She'll be okay, no thanks to you." She pointed directly at Hickman. "I tell you, I don't know nothing about it. I've been framed." Hickman's mind was whirling. How could they have found what he'd stolen? Who had betrayed him? Right now, it was all about damage mitigation and limitation. Why would I go to all that trouble if I had it in my garage? "That's a good question, Paul," Gil Summers said. "And one you can answer from the comfort of your cell. That should give you time to come up with a plausible explanation." There was a murmur in the crowd as he said this. Perhaps all was not lost. "I didn't do it. I brought the supplies back to town. It's 'cause of me that we'll be able to eat for weeks to come. It's 'cause of me that Martha Bowie's store will have food on the shelves. I saved this town." Yes, there was at least part of the crowd still on his side. They wanted to believe him, and so they did. A hand rested on his shoulder, and he turned to look into the implacable face of Rusty Kaminsky. The people went quiet again, sensing that matters had come to their head one way or another. Kaminsky raised his voice so that everyone could hear. "Paul Hickman, you're under arrest. I can't remember the official words, but as you said, this ain't the old world no more. And the people of Hope might be prepared to believe you about the drugs. They might even forgive a thief. But the people of Hope ain't gonna tolerate a murderer." An audible gasp circulated through the crowd as Hickman stood open-mouthed and waited for the axe to fall. "You're under arrest for the cold-blooded murder of a guard at the Walmart distribution center, and I suggest you don't say no more until we're back at the station." Hickman felt the world collapse around him. All his carefully laid plans to take control of Hope lay in ruins. But how? As he turned to head toward the police house, he saw the escort Rusty Kaminsky had gathered. Martha Bowie's son, Jensen, no surprise he'd been sworn in while Hick had been away, and another new deputy he knew only by sight. And hiding in the shadow of Kaminsky and refusing eye contact walked Ned Burkett, ashen-faced and terrified. So, the weasel had a conscience after all. Hickman promised himself he'd make sure that Burkett's sudden discovery of a moral backbone would prove fatal sooner or later. "Better spend those 30 pieces of silver while you still can, my friend. Because I will come for you." As Hick focused his shock and disappointment into a steadily warming cauldron of rage aimed at his betrayer, he paid no attention to the jeers and boos from the crowd. He paid no attention, but still he heard them. And he remembered. Chapter 12. SLC. "Do you reckon they've gotten to Hope?" Jessie looked across as she maneuvered the CRV out of a bottleneck caused by a tanker that lay on its side, though it was otherwise mysteriously undamaged. Devon glanced out of the left window. According to the map, Salt Lake City International Airport lay somewhere out there. Yes, there it was. Low buildings stood out against the background of a mountain range, all framed against a darkening sky. Plumes of black smoke rose into the air, converging and then drifting off to the east. Good grief, look. 100 yards away, the light blue upper fuselage of a plane lay on the ground, looking as if it had been shorn horizontally from front to back. The nose and first half of the plane sat at a downward angle from the small hill on which it had broken itself, while the rear half and remains of the engines were spread across the desert. "Watch out." Jessie yanked at the steering wheel as they rounded the back end of a truck, and there, sitting on the highway, was the almost complete tail of the aircraft, white with a stylized crown painted in light blue above the letters KLM. "Poor devils," Devon said. "Looks as though they were almost on the ground when it happened. Another half a mile and they might have survived." Jessie hit the brakes. Now what? They were on 80 just west of Salt Lake City Center, where the highway joined the southbound 15, with tall concrete sound panels on either side. The perfect place for a roadblock. There was no way out. Across the road lay a barricade of wrecked cars with what looked like 2 working trucks parked in a gap in the center. "I'll turn around," Jessie said, pulling on the wheel. Devon pointed at the barrier ahead. "Don't bother. They've seen us." One of the trucks, an antique Ford, had accelerated out of the gap, leaving a cloud of smoke behind it as it sped toward them. "We can outrun it," she said. "I don't reckon we can. We've been picking our way through burned-out cars and trucks for the past 10 miles. Jessie threw her hands up in exasperation. "Then what do we do?" "I suggest we wait and see what they want. You never know, they might lend us a hand. And in any case, I want to find out what's happened here." "Really? The smoke, plane crash, and flattened buildings didn't give you enough of a clue?" Devon didn't bother to answer. He was fighting hard enough to keep his cool in front of Jessie. They were trapped, and there was nothing they could do about it, so they might as well make the most of it. He watched as the old truck lumbered to a halt beside their car. The engine gave a final geriatric cough, and the passenger door opened. A woman dressed in neat black jacket and skirt climbed down and moved over to Devon's window as he rolled it down. "Welcome to Salt Lake City. My name is Mariana. How can we be of service to you?" Devon took her hand and shook. I'm Devon Myers, and this is Jessie Summers. We're from south of here, Ezra, and we're just passing through. Where are you going? New York. She looked with interest at the inside of the car. This is a very modern car. We found that only our oldest vehicles survived the burning. How is it that yours survived? It's a puzzle, Devon said, adopting his most winning smile. The woman, a strawberry blonde with a mole on her cheek and piercing blue eyes beneath recently plucked eyebrows, blinked and then stood up as the driver of the old truck joined her. He wore a pressed black suit, white shirt, and humorless expression. Bollocks, Devon hissed. Mariana spoke quietly to her companion before nodding and bending down again at Devon's window. We believe that Elliot would wish to speak to you before you continue your journey. Joshua will lead the way, and I will ride with you. Without another word, she opened the back door of the CRV and climbed inside, pushing the sleeping bags and packs across to pile up behind Jessie. Look, I'm not complaining, but we're on a bit of a mission. We're looking for a relative, and the longer we delay, the less chance we have of finding her alive. The car in front began to move, and with a quick glance at Devon, Jessie put the CRV into drive and followed it. I wouldn't worry too much, Mr. Myers. We are entering the final days, and such matters will seem ridiculously trivial once you understand. You are truly blessed to have survived the burning, and you have surely been brought here for a purpose. Devon cursed again, this time in silence. Perhaps they should have tried to escape, but it was too late. The die had been cast and he had to hope they'd rolled a double six. Salt Lake City itself had certainly drawn a joker. As they followed the Ford pickup, Devon stared open-mouthed at the devastation on either side of the highway. His eye was caught by a red brick apartment block, or was it an office building, that had lost every single pane of glass. An oily black smoke leaked out of the empty windows and hung around the top of the building like the crown of the Grim Reaper. A small group of people moved along the front of the building, 100 feet below the highway. As he squinted, he saw that they were running. One dot was ahead of the others, moving raggedly as if wounded. With a sharp intake of breath, Devon watched the larger group catch up and overwhelm the fleeing figure. He thought he heard a scream on the wind as the scene moved out of view. Jessie took the next right into an obviously residential area with smaller dwellings, though in the same rectangular pattern as most of the buildings they'd seen. All had been ruined by fire. The roof of one house had collapsed, leaving just the blackened joists pointing defiantly at the heavens. A pyramid-shaped dwelling had collapsed in on itself, so it looked like a volcano with black lava flowing down the outside. And then, quite suddenly, they pulled up outside a house unconnected to any of the others, whose untarnished white wood cladding and perfectly manicured lawn seemed like some kind of miracle among the ruin. Black-suited figures, a half-dozen or so, stood outside the house, and Devon watched as one rounded the corner and went out of view. Devon and Jessie followed Mariana to the white front door and waited while she went inside. A few minutes later, she emerged, standing back and gesturing them into the house. Welcome, I am Elliot DeMille. A small white-bearded man with a wide smile and a shiny bald scalp framed with gray hair threw his hand out. He looked like a monkish Colonel Sanders, and he led them into a simply furnished living room and gestured for them to sit. I am told that you are Devon, and you are Jessie. Welcome indeed. Thank you. It's an honor, Devon said. You are one of our cousins from across the Atlantic, Elliot said with apparent delight. He put his hand against his mouth like a theatrical conspirator. We will not discuss the little disagreement of a couple centuries ago. Devon forced a smile. Actually, I was born in Nevada. I grew up in the UK, and I guess I've got a bit of an accent. Quite so, quite so. I lived in London for some time back in the 80s. Well, I am intrigued to hear your story. You survived the first sign, so your coming must be significant. He led them to a sofa and gestured again for them to sit down while he fell into an armchair. First sign, Jessie said. What do you mean? A woman entered and placed a tray containing 3 cups and a pot on the coffee table between them. Thank you, Mary, Elliot said before turning to Jessie. Can it be that you don't recognize the signs? At the second coming, the proud and wicked will be burned as stubble. The fire that consumed so much was the beginning of the end times. You survived them, so you must have value. Or we're here to do something as part of God's plan, Jessie responded. Devon's chest tightened. She was treading dangerously. For a moment, Elliot simply looked at her as if considering what she said. Then his face relaxed and he nodded. Quite so. Perhaps then you would tell me all about what happened on the night of the fire, and since. And perhaps you'll explain why you were driving the most advanced vehicle we know to have survived those first hours. It seems to me you're quite special, Ms. Summers, and I would like to know why. Devon sat in sullen silence as Elliot grilled Jessie for what seemed like hours. He thanked the gods of Asgard that they'd discussed the story they would use on the long journey here. Gil Summers had been adamant that they not disclose the survival of Hope to anyone they met. They'd already broken that rule by sending Jordan Lacey south in the RV with the children, but that didn't seem nearly as dangerous as letting this old man know that their town had been spared. Finally, Elliot seemed satisfied. He had spoken with Jessie for no more than 30 minutes, and she had managed to keep Hope's survival a secret, but Elliot was obviously suspicious. Well, Ms. Summers, it seems to me that you are withholding some information, perhaps out of shame or because you do not trust me. I suppose I cannot blame you for that. You only met me but a short while ago. He rang a small bronze bell that sat on the coffee table. Ah, Mary. Is supper prepared? The slim, gray-haired woman who'd appeared at his summons nodded. It is, Elliot. I have laid 4 places. DeMille heaved himself up out of the armchair and beamed at the woman. This, my new friends, is the admirable Mary, my faithful and loving companion these 40 years. Now, let us eat together. They followed him into a large kitchen, dominated by a rectangular oak table large enough for a dozen, so the places were arranged at one end with Elliot sitting at the head. So tell me, Elliot, how come this place survived the fire? The old man waved a fragment of a bread roll at Devon. You ask a good question, Mr. Myers. Why, out of all the dwellings in this neighborhood, did this house come out of the conflagration untouched? The answer? I do not know. Mary and I were on our way to the evening service when fire descended from heaven. We ran together and by divine guidance found ourselves on this street and in front of this house. It was truly a miracle. This isn't your house. Elliot smiled. It is now. But what about the original owners? He shrugged. We do not believe the place was lived in recently. It is our theory that the electrical supply was the flaming sword that cleansed the sinful world, and that this house was not connected at the time. The people who dwelled here lived a commendably simple life, and that is the model we are now adopting. Fortunately, they had their own generator. Most unusual. And for that we are truly grateful. Jessie swallowed the last of her bread roll and followed it with a glass of juice. We came to the same conclusion, though we don't know how this could have affected vehicles and airplanes. The flaming sword is not limited to the physical, my dear. Now let us enjoy our meal in gratitude once we have given thanks. By the time the meal was finished, Devon was both satisfied and exhausted. It had been delightful to enjoy food that had been prepared with the benefit of technology, and Mary was an excellent cook, but Elliot was a determined inquisitor, and Devon had found it increasingly difficult to keep his own story straight. Though he could think of no obvious slip-ups, he felt certain Elliot had learned more than Devon had intended. Now then, my new friends, the old man said as they got up from the kitchen table, I have matters to attend to, and I don't doubt you are weary, so Mary will show you to your room. We have limited space here, I'm afraid, so I must ask you to share. Jessie took his hand. Thank you for the meal, Elliot. It's been lovely to enjoy such wonderful food in pleasant company. Yeah, thanks, Devon said. But look, Elliot, will you allow us to continue on our journey tomorrow? The old man seemed surprised by the question. You are not prisoners here, Devon. You are free to go at any time. In fact, we will refuel your car and provide you with supplies and a manual fuel pump. I have only one condition. Here it comes, thought Devon. That one of my people goes with you to bear witness. What? No. Why not? Mariana will make for an effective and useful companion. I wish to know what is happening in the country beyond the bounds of our city. Perhaps she will encounter other pockets of the faithful. And perhaps one of you might wish to stay here while the others travel. We have a mission. We told you. Yes, I know. But Jessie here at least might prefer to stay. Our city is ruined, but we have formed a new community, and she might be safer here among friends than on the open road. Jessie shook her head. No, I took the job on, and I intend to see it through. Elliot raised his eyebrows. That is your choice, of course, but you have more than just yourself to consider. What's that supposed to mean? Devon asked, noticing that Jessie had frozen. Elliot looked from one to the other and back again. Ah. I am so sorry. I didn't realize. I will leave the matter to you to discuss in private. Please enjoy our hospitality tonight, and we will talk again at breakfast. The door to the bedroom had barely closed when Devon turned on Jessie. What did he mean? Jessie looked absent-mindedly around the pink room with its king-size bed, before moving across to the window and looking out on the darkness. Jessie. Devon felt as though he was the only one who didn't understand a joke that was obvious to everyone else. She sat on the bed, drew in a deep breath and sighed. I'm pregnant, Devon. What? It was like a bomb going off in his head, filling it with absurd thoughts. The first was the knee-jerk reaction of many surprised men. Was the baby his? Ridiculous. Unless you could get a woman in the family way by simply thinking it, by simply loving her, and he hadn't believed that since he'd been a young boy trying to work out how his parents could have conceived him. Jessie, how did it happen? Seriously? Okay. Sorry. I mean? You mean who, don't you? Devon stopped his pacing and nodded. Yeah, I suppose I do. It was Joel. You know the jock from the bar. Devon saw the tall, athletic man in his mind's eye. Blonde, pale, muscular, and young, all things Devon was not. And fertile. Jessie wiped a tear away, and patted the silky duvet beside her. I'm ashamed, Dev. Please don't make it worse. I was lonely, and he made me feel attractive. You are attractive, Devon blurted out as he sat on the bed. She put her hand on his. Thank you. I wish I could say it was only once. So, you were seeing him when? When you asked me out? Yes. Oh. Why didn't you say? She shook her head. I may be an idiot, but at least I could see it for what it was. How long have you known? A week or so. I've always been as regular as clockwork, and I haven't felt menopausal yet. Anyway, I've had other symptoms, though not too severe. You're certain then? She squeezed his hand. Yes. Then why did you come with me? You should have stayed in Hope. She shrugged. Do you think Paul Hickman would have cared that I was pregnant? No, I couldn't bear to see my father having to carry the shame with him. The shame of your pregnancy? I didn't think he was that much of a dinosaur. No. Hickman has something on my father, and I don't want that to be made public. They sat silently for a while before Devon spoke again. So, what do we do now? Elliot's right, you might be safer here. He seems to have become head of a community here that's capable of protecting itself. That's got to be better than traveling on the open road. No, Devon. Why not? Because I would rather be on the open road with you than here without you. Devon felt his heart swell, followed immediately by the bitterness of knowing that if he followed his desire, he would be opening the door to a world of conflict and pain. If she stayed here, he could attempt the mission knowing she was relatively safe. If he took her with him, as his heart wished, he would have a constant reminder that she was carrying another man's child while simultaneously feeling responsible for them both. Antediluvian though that instinct was, Devon knew that this was how he'd feel whether he wanted to or not. They lay on opposite sides of the king-size bed, she under the silky sheets, him on top, both staring out at the darkness, both unable to sleep. Devon's mind was whirling and felt as though he were lost in stormy seas, being tossed about by tide, wind, and waves. He wondered where they'd wash up. And what sort of a world this was to bring a child into. Somebody else's child. Chapter 13. Gideon. Sam gazed down at the route map and blinked away the tears as she wiped Richie's blood from the dog-eared paper. They'd buried him that morning in the sandy soil of the backyard. She'd tried to say something about him, but couldn't get the words out, so Jerry had taken over. She hadn't heard what he'd said through her sobbing, but Amanda told her he'd given Richie a respectful send-off. They'd left Bobby Joe to rot in the living room. None of them wanted to stay in that house. Apart from the bitter memories it held, it clearly wasn't safe, so they'd decided to head for the summer house of Sam's grandparents, which, if it still stood, was isolated from its neighbors and easier to defend. That left the issue of what to do with the other thug. A red net of rage descended on Sam's mind every time she thought of him. She wished with all her heart that he were dead, but on the other hand, her rational mind didn't want Margie to have the man's blood on her hands. And for all her hatred of Lem, she couldn't kill him as he lay there unconscious. So they'd taken the passive approach of tying him up and leaving him on the floor in the hope that he'd expire overnight while they huddled upstairs waiting for daylight. But the stubborn lowlife was conscious and struggling when Jerry came down shortly after the sun rose. Jerry volunteered to smother the man, but none of the others believed he'd actually go through with it, so they'd left Lem there, gagged and tied as they dug a grave for Richie, and they'd left him there, moaning as they slammed the front door and set off along the road, heading for a destination that Richie would now never see. She'd been lost in thought for most of the walk down Long Beach Island, and her only memory of the journey was an impression of long rows of electricity poles, cables hanging down and blowing in the sea breeze. They'd passed houses that would once have been prime real estate but were now nothing but ruins, as if someone had built them out of black and brown Lego pieces and then kicked them down. And she remembered Margie's endless belly aching. They'd gone slowly and carefully after what had happened the night before. From time to time, one of them would spot movement to either side, though never on the boulevard itself, and they'd scramble for whatever cover they could find. Once, Sam had been crouching behind the wreckage of a Porsche when her foot slipped. Stifling a cry, she'd grabbed the car's fender and then looked down at what remained of its former owner. A gold chain, brown leather jacket, and Armani sunglasses did nothing to disguise the horror within. She'd swallowed bile as she waited for the group they'd spotted to pass, at least 3 men all armed, several women and children, before staggering away and spraying vomit on the sports car's hood. Memorial Bridge, which linked Long Beach Island with the New Jersey coast, was a special kind of nightmare with cars and trucks end to end in both directions for its entire length. Sam didn't have to imagine the chaos of that night, it was fossilized in the blackened, crumpled wreckage. It reminded her of a wildebeest stampede. Doors swung in the breeze, the only sound except for the gentle whistling of the wind. From time to time they'd been forced to climb on broken hoods, wincing each time the metal creaked, hoping it didn't attract unwelcome attention. Most of the vehicles were open to the elements, but every now and again they'd come across one that had become a sealed tomb, from which a putrid stench leaked as they squeezed past it. There were people here, living among the rusting metal, picking at the corpse of civilization. Sam and the others were scared at first, but these scavengers ran and hid as soon as they came into view. Many were children, and it broke her heart to imagine the horrors they'd seen. How were they keeping themselves warm? She imagined dozens of them, sleeping together like rats in a sewer. Finally they neared the end of the bridge, and Sam glanced along the waterfront with its row of white wood houses and jetties. At least they had been white. Now they were charcoal and tortured metal, and she could see no movement other than the lazy swirling of smoke rising into the air, evidence of campfires among the ruin caused by the inferno. "Perhaps we should take a break," Amanda said. She was pointing at a 2-story waterfront building on the opposite side of the shoreline from where Sam had been looking. The roof had collapsed onto the top floor, but somehow the lower part of the building had survived. Sam shook her head. How do we know there's no one in there? Jerry, who'd been shepherding a pale-faced Margie across the bridge, strode past them. I'll check. I can't walk much farther without stopping for a bit, and this looks as good a place as any. Sam watched him go as Margie came to stand alongside her. The young woman put out her hand and Sam took it. She was shivering. The map said that beyond and to the right of where Jerry was walking was a place called Mud City. To the left lay the lagoons and summer houses of Beach Haven West. On the far side of that was a stretch of marshland cut across by Cedar Creek Road. She was probably just a handful of miles from the house on stilts as the crow flew, but they had no choice other than to proceed on foot. She wished she hadn't thought about crows. She'd seen enough of them to last a lifetime. Especially on the bridge. He's coming back, Amanda said, touching Sam's arm and rousing her from deep thought. Sam followed her outstretched arm to see the old man waving encouragingly. It would be good to rest their feet, even if only for a half hour. She desperately wanted to reach the familiarity of the summer house today, and she didn't dare think what she would do if it was as ruined as everywhere they'd seen so far. No one here? Amanda called to Jerry as they approached the building, which revealed itself to be the ground floor of a cafe called Roast and Joe's. As he emerged, Sam gasped to see him accompanied by 3 smiling people. She raised Bobby Joe's shotgun and pumped a round into the chamber. Hold on. Jerry called. It's okay, Sam. These are good folks. They're unarmed. She remained there, arms shaking as she bore the weight of the gun that had killed Richie. One of the 3 stepped forward, hands outstretched. He was a good-looking man in his 40s, with thick hair that was gray around the edges and black on top. His silver-flecked beard served as the canvas for his dazzling smile. Please don't shoot me. Jerry is right, we mean you no harm. We invite you to share our meal. You see, we also are on a journey. Margie appeared at Sam's side and wrapped hands around her arm. He looks like a nice man. Not like the ones last night. I think we should go inside. Maybe they have cake. Margie's a pretty good judge, Amanda said softly. It was her who saw you in the street yesterday, you and Richie. She said you were good people, and we should ask you in. And because of her, Richie is now dead, Sam thought, and instantly felt ashamed of herself. Without Margie's attack on Lem, they'd all be rotting now. Sam lowered her weapon, and the smile on the man's face widened. I am called Gideon, and while I can't promise cake, we are happy to share what he have. They followed him and his 2 companions, a young man and woman, in through the cafe door. Good grief. At least 24 people sat on chairs and tables they'd gathered together. There were no elderly, but otherwise every age seemed to be represented. Jerry has told me the names of each of you, and about the trauma you suffered. For now, I ask you to be at peace, and I welcome you into the company of the new pilgrims. As they ate, Gideon plied Sam with questions. He seemed far more interested in her than Amanda and Jerry, and barely acknowledged that Margie was there at all, but he was all smiles and charm with Sam. Somehow, being among other human beings helped lift the shadow from her heart a little, and it also sharpened her mind. In her turn, she asked him about his group. He claimed to be a pastor from a church in Philadelphia who'd been out of town on the night of flames, and had heard the call to the heart of darkness that had led him into New York to find refugees. Sam listened to all this, extracting the underlying meaning and trying to work out whether Gideon truly believed what he was saying, or whether he spoke like this to impress. Perhaps both were true. I have been sent to gather survivors of the great cleansing, and to bring them to an appointed place. Who sent you? The smile returned. Our Lord, of course. And he told you where to bring them? Gideon tilted his head to one side, as if considering this. Certain information is given only to those who join us. These are dangerous times, my dear Sam, and we must take care with our choice of who to trust. Ain't that the truth, Sam thought. He was waiting for something. Are you asking me if I want to sign up? Yes, that was it. She shook her head. Look, I'm not religious. especially after last week. I understand. It's hard to reconcile this, if you'll forgive me, hell on earth with a loving God, but that is the role of faith. We offer you hope and purpose. It is up to you to accept that gift. Sam got to her feet. She felt like a punch-drunk fighter, so beaten up that she could conceive of nothing more complicated than putting one foot in front of another. She saw the summer house in her mind. There would be time to consider spiritual matters when she was there. For now, she knew she had to focus on the simplest objective and ignore the swirling tempest of choices and consequences that lay beyond it, for fear of being dragged under and losing herself forever. She looked across at where Amanda, Jerry, and Margie sat. They were watching her, and Sam saw with a stab of shock that they were afraid. It was as if they were waiting for her to pronounce their doom, and expecting the worst. "I think it's time we got moving," she said. "Are you coming?" Jerry got up so fast he grabbed his back, wincing. Amanda took his arm and gestured to Margie. "I want to stay and play," the girl said, looking wistfully at the now silent group. Gideon stood, the smile still fixed on his face. "Of course." He stepped across to Sam, took her hand and held her gaze. "If you change your mind and wish for our fellowship, then look for a beacon." "What's that supposed to mean?" "You will know when you see it." With that, he let her hand go, and it was as if a light went out. He turned to his followers, and paid no further attention to Sam. Outside, Jerry took Margie in hand. He called her Moaning Margie when she was in that sort of a mood, while Amanda walked alongside Sam. Now that the decision had been made, she found that she wanted to put as much distance as possible between them and Gideon, so they set off at quite a pace. "Thank you, Sam," Amanda said. "I thought you would go with them, and I don't know what we'd have done out here on our own." Sam stopped at an intersection and unfolded the map. "Really? I thought the same. When I got up, I half expected you to stay with them. Safety in numbers." "Oh, Sam, Gideon's invitation was for you, not us. Didn't you notice that he only recruits the young?" Lowering the map, Sam looked at Amanda and beyond her, to Jerry and Margie. "I assumed it was just coincidence. You know, survival of the fittest. If you see what I mean." "More like selection of the fittest," Amanda said ruefully. "Jerry and I are too old to be new pilgrims, and Margie, well, you know." Sam's mouth dropped open. "Are you serious? What a son of a bitch." "No, don't get angry, Sam. Let's just get to your summer house, can we? It'll be dark in a few hours, and I don't want to have to find somewhere to hide overnight." Sam folded the map and slipped it into her jacket. "Let's go." She said it with a smile, but rage was fomenting in her heart. Rage and the burden of responsibility. Amanda and Jerry were looking to her for leadership. She wasn't a bad kid, not really, but she was just a kid. But then, experience counted for nothing in this new and terrifying world. She had as much of a clue as they did. But she hadn't asked to be the one they looked to, and she felt the weight of it on her shoulders as she trudged through a darkening landscape, a soft drizzle falling from the lowering clouds, missing Richie more and more with every step. She felt Amanda move close and whisper in her ear, "Thank you, Sam." While his daughter was leading her motley crew through the ruins of New Jersey, Paul Hickman was wrestling with his own conscience. Or perhaps more to the point, he was looking for it. And the last person he wanted to discuss it with was Ward McAndrew, but he was, unfortunately, a captive audience for the boring old fossil. "Now look, Paul," he droned. "All you gotta do is apologize and explain that you did it with the best of intentions, just like you told me. You were misguided, I think we can agree on that, but it came from a good place." "Misguided, my ass. My only mistake was to trust Ned Burkett. I mean, I understand you were worried that someone would clean out the pharmacy, so you took the drugs for safekeepin', but you gotta do things by the rules, Paul, you know that. This was too much. John chapter 8 verse 7, Pastor. He that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone at her." McAndrew nodded. "A fair point, my friend. I have surely strayed from the righteous path many times. But I have returned as a witness to the truth, and will now lead the people of hope." Hickman looked up at the old man. "Spiritually, of course," he said. "Temporal matters I leave in the hands of practical men, such as yourself." "Huh, I ain't gonna be leading no one from in here." Hick watched McAndrew through the bars of his cell. Aside from the pastor, he was alone in this part of the police house, though he knew that Rusty Kaminsky and the traitor Burkett were on the other side of the heavy door that separated the two halves. "I just gave my sermon. It's been a week, you know. A week today since it happened. I spoke about forgiveness, especially in difficult times. Gil was there, and I think if you talk to him, if you apologize, he'll let you go." Snorting, Hick got up and wrapped his hands around the bars like a two-bit cattle rustler in a spaghetti western. "Oh, I reckon he's just about made up with me being here. He thinks I was trying to take over the council." "And was he right about that?" "You better believe it." McAndrew turned from the window to look at him. He was a lean old man with sallow skin and a straggly white beard. Mind, he'd looked like that for 20 years. He disappeared to go on missionary work, or so he said, but the only change Hick had noticed on his return a couple of months ago was a new set of heavy bags under his eyes like he hadn't slept for a month. "Why, Paul?" Hickman let out a huge breath and sagged. "Because we need strong leadership. We got to set up new ways of doing things, and then we all have to stick to them. And you're the right person to make that happen, are you?" "I happen to think I am." "The sort of man who'd shoot another without compunction?" "He was trying to stop us finding the supplies. It had to be done." McAndrew walked up to the bars until he was a couple of feet from Hickman. "And I agree with you." "You do?" "Yes. But there's a right way and a wrong way to go about saving hope." McAndrew pulled up a chair as Hick sat down on his cot and shrugged. "What does that mean exactly?" "Paul, we got nothing if we don't have democracy and tradition. I mean, if all we end up doing is fighting each other in the rubble of our former glory, what's the point? You always was a fancy speaker, Ward. Are you suggesting an election? In the middle of all this?" McAndrew shrugged. "Not right now, no, but soon. Paul, we got a chance here to make something new, something better than what went before." "Are you serious?" "I am. We shouldn't be content with a pale imitation of our old society, with all its flaws. We should build something new. Something magnificent." Hickman choked down the laughter and returned the old man's hungry look. McAndrew really believed what he'd just said, and he seemed to see Hick as an ally in this vision of a new Eden. But Hickman knew plenty about the man's past, more than enough to know that McAndrew had executed a 180-degree turn so often he had no right to know what way was north. Right now, McAndrew believed what he was saying. And right now, Paul needed every ally he could find. So he nodded. "Sure. I mean, it's like a farmer burns a field so he can start from scratch. Well, that's where we are now, 'cept we have a head start 'cause by some miracle, hope escaped the worst of it." It was indeed a miracle, and that should give us all the reason we need to build a new and better society. Are you with me, Paul? They held each other's gaze again for a moment before Hickman gave a small nod and extended his hand. McAndrew took it and smiled. "I'll talk to Gil." Paul Hickman watched as the tall pastor left the room. He made sure that when McAndrew turned as the door closed, he'd see Hick sitting on his bed giving every impression of thinking deeply on his words. But Paul Hickman's mind was not exploring the possibilities of creating a utopia from the ashes of the old world. Hickman thought of only one thing: revenge. Chapter 14. Mariana. A blowout on the highway was bad luck. A second blowout was the devil spitting in your eye. Devon yanked the shard of twisted metal from the tire and threw it across 80, taking out the last glass pane in the wreck of a Toyota. He paced back and forth, cursing to the heavens as a gentle rain began to fall. It had been going so well. They'd covered half the distance from Salt Lake City to New York in a little over 24 hours. Sure, they'd been forced to pick their way around, a dozen major crash sites, and several times this had taken them off the highway altogether and onto smaller roads running parallel until they could rejoin it later. But they'd made good progress overall. Twice they'd escaped ambush attempts, but the biggest problem had been the effect on their mental state at being witnesses to the ruin of their country. Mile after mile of burned-out vehicles and scattered bodies. Every now and again they'd spot something moving on the road, but they'd had neither the opportunity nor the inclination to chase their fellow survivors down. Devon had felt an increasing sense of urgency as they'd headed east. It was now over a week since the night of fire and brimstone, and every day's delay made the chances of Hickman's daughter still being alive lower. And even if she was still alive, she was unlikely to have stayed in one place. Privately, he thought Hickman's suggestion that she'd head for the family summer house sounded like desperation rather than a solid plan. Devon had focused entirely on arriving there, but he couldn't help thinking about what would happen when they failed to find her. It was particularly hard to park that thought when Jessie was driving, and Devon had nothing better to do. It wasn't as if Mariana was exactly good company. About 300 miles east of Salt Lake City, she'd dropped the bomb that she was Elliot DeMille's daughter, and that at least part of his motivation in sending her was because he considered her to be safer on the open road than in SLC. The conversation stopped instantly, and it wasn't as if he and Jessie were talking much. Then the first tire blew. Devon and Jessie had swapped in the spare while Mariana watched the road in case it was a setup for a deliberate ambush, but there had been no sign of anyone. Half an hour later, they were back in the car and heading east again. Until another bang, this time of a front tire, saw them slew off at an angle as Jessie fought to control the car and bring it to a stop. The tire had been ripped to pieces. Again, Mariana was watching each way, handgun drawn. Jessie had been negotiating a pile of blackened cars that had partially blocked the road when the tire had blown, so Devon walked back to take a look. Maybe one of the cars had survived so he could take a wheel, even if it wasn't quite the same size as those on his CR-V. "Nope. We've got no choice," he said. "We'll have to walk." "Are you insane?" These were the first words Jessie had said to him in 100 miles. Devon felt anger swell inside him again. He was sore at her for being pregnant, mad that it was that idiot Jock, and incandescent that it bothered him so much. Inside Devon Myers lay an ember of rage that never completely cooled. In normal circumstances he could keep it under control, but right now he felt as though he'd swallowed a grenade. It was simply a matter of time before it went off and tore him apart. He glanced across at Jessie, who was gazing up and down the highway. Would she be collateral damage? Mariana leafed through the spiral-bound road map and stabbed her finger down. "I think we're here. We just passed that state park. So Ash City is, 10 miles away." "Ash City? Good name," Devon grunted as he opened up the trunk and lifted out his pack. "We need to travel light, but don't leave any weapons." "Right, Captain Obvious," Jessie said. She sat on a back seat and swapped her driving shoes for a pair of boots. They pushed the car against a burned-out wreck and covered it as best they could with bits of debris. It wasn't exactly the most impenetrable disguise, but there was at least some chance that it would be overlooked while they were away. Devon was determined to get the car fixed. It was either that or walk the 1,000 miles to New York. Devon strode off, heavy boots crunching along the highway. He didn't say anything or look behind to see if they followed, but got satisfaction from hearing their footsteps shadowing his. He'd learned some colorful words during his time in London, and could think of a few to describe himself right now. One of them rhymed with banker. Clouds of gray and black formed a canopy above a landscape of flattened grass, as the remnants of heavy snowfall clung to the edges of the road. Devon pulled his coat close and glanced over his shoulder at Jessie, who trudged along, eyes fixed on the asphalt. Mariana walked alongside him, blonde hair flowing from beneath a woolly deerstalker, seemingly unaffected by the cold. "We're going to have to find somewhere to shelter for the night," she said. "The weather's closing in, and we'll never make it back to the car, even if we find what we're looking for." "You think?" Devon snapped. Mariana emitted an exasperated huff, but bit back any response. "What's that?" Jessie called. Devon squinted in the direction she was pointing. Leafless bushes lined the road, and in the gap between two, he saw it. "Good grief, it looks like a gas station." "And it's in one piece," Jessie said. "I can't see any sign of burning." They increased their pace, running under a bridge that crossed the main highway and then along a ramp that led toward the gas station. How was this possible? In all the miles they'd traveled, they'd seen only one other that had been untouched by the flames, the one at Salt Lake City. Devon led them off the road and into the scrubland so they could approach the station under cover. They crouched within a pair of straggly bushes and watched for any sign of movement. Nothing. And there, behind the station itself, was a tire shop. This was too good to be true. "Come on, Devon, I'm freezing," Jessie said. "Better cold than dead. Give it a couple more minutes. I want to be sure." So, they waited a while longer before slipping out of cover and scampering across the open ground until they reached a brick wall that bordered the concrete lot the station was built on. Devon peeked around it. Still nothing moved. Someone had been here, certainly. Glass and debris lay on the ground in front of the kiosk, but there was no sign of burning. The pumps themselves looked intact, though without power they were useless. He glanced back to see Jessie gripping her Ruger in vibrating hands. She looked at him, and for a moment they held each other's gaze. They both knew this didn't feel right, and they both knew they had to chance it. She could see that he was frightened. He could see that she was terrified, and yet she looked determined. At least he'd had some training. She had been. What had she done all those years in New York? He'd never asked her, but he'd be willing to bet it didn't include scavenging for tires in abandoned gas stations. Beyond her crouched Mariana. She was pressed up against the brick wall, scanning the open land for any signs of danger. He recognized the symptoms. The worst thing Jessie might do if they were ambushed was freeze. Mariana, on the other hand, could easily panic and spray bullets indiscriminately. He could only imagine the sort of sheltered life she'd led, until a week ago. "Stay here and cover us," Devon hissed to her. She looked across at him and nodded, the relief obvious. "Are you ready?" he said to Jessie. "Let's go. Follow me." Keeping as low as his back would allow, Devon ran toward the closest pump, ears straining for movement, but hearing and seeing nothing other than his feet and the quick footsteps of Jessie behind him. They sat against the base of the pump, listening to the silence as the echoes died. "I'm sorry you're so mad with me," Jessie whispered. Devon glanced back at her. "Seriously? You want to have this discussion now?" "I'm scared." He sighed, peered around the pump at the kiosk and looked back at her. "Me too." He put out his hand and she took it. "I dunno what's wrong with me. I was all right about it at first. Mad at everything now. You stay here while I go look in the shop. Promise you won't move?" Her eyes flashed, and he thought she might argue with him, but self-preservation and the instinctive knowledge that she was now responsible for another life as well as her own won the day, and she nodded. "Be careful," she said as he scrambled around the pump and disappeared. Gun first, he crouched down low as he stepped into the dark shop. His boots crunched on scattered boxes and shattered glass, every noise threatening to pinpoint him, expecting at any moment to hear the crack of gunfire. But still he heard nothing. He'd accidentally left his flashlight back at the car, so he combed the darkness with the light on his Samsung phone. Racks of shelves had been toppled, and every last can, bottle, and box seemed to have been stripped from the place. It had been an efficient operation. He found himself hoping that whoever had done it had also left the place permanently. But could they possibly have drained the fuel tanks beneath the station, and if not, wouldn't they stay near such a precious resource? When he was sure there was no one hiding, he returned to the door and waved at where he knew Jessie was concealed. She gestured to Mariana, and the two women joined him in the shop. "Well, I don't get it, but it's abandoned. Will you two see if you can find anything useful that's been missed? I'm going out the back to the tire place. You never know, our luck might be in." To his amazement, Devon discovered that the tire shop had also escaped any sign of burning. In the parking lot outside, he found a pristine Kia with the same sized wheels as his CR-V, the vehicle keys on pegs in the workshop office. He was tempted to simply replace his Honda with this one, but that would mean either abandoning most of their gear or transferring it across to this one. So, he took a wheel from the Kia and loaded it into the Civic parked alongside it, then drove around to the front of the shop. Jessie and Mariana threw their packs onto the back seat and jumped in. And that was when their luck ran out. "Something's moving," Mariana yelled. Devon yanked on the steering wheel and spun the car around, heading back toward the tire shop, hoping to find a way out back to skirt the newcomers. Thunk. "They've seen us." Devon glanced in the mirror. A sand-colored Land Rover was following them. It was one of the old shape that looked like it had been built out of an erector set, and Devon could see a driver and a second figure leaning out of the passenger window aiming what looked like an assault rifle. Cursing, he flung the car into a slide that took it at right angles inside the workshop of the tire place. "Quick, get out," he roared as the Land Rover, fooled by his sudden movement, passed the entrance. Devon grabbed Jessie and headed for the darkest corner of the workshop, where huge metal racks were piled high with tires ready for fitting. "Where's Mariana?" he hissed as they found a gap in the tire wall to peep out of. "I thought she was following us." 3 of the Civic's doors were open, and there was no sign of Mariana, so she hadn't frozen in panic. The Land Rover reversed at speed into the entrance, colliding with the back end of the Civic with a crunch of glass, metal and plastic. 2 figures jumped out of the front, one from the back. Adrenaline flooded Devon's gut. The scene was familiar in a surreal way. "They look like terrorists," Jessie said. They were wearing camouflage uniforms and carrying assault rifles, and their heads were swathed in black cloth that covered their faces, except for their eyes. Both of them pulled their sunglasses off and swept the darkness with their weapons. "What's going on? Do you think they caused all of this?" Devon shrugged. "I don't care at the moment. We're badly outgunned, and if they catch sight of us, we've had it. Look, Jessie, I'm going to lead them off that way. Wait until they've gone, and then get yourself out of here. Take Mariana if you can, but whatever happens, get away." "No. I'm not leaving without you." He didn't know whether she was saying this because she was truly concerned for his well-being, or whether, in truth, it was the prospect of proceeding on her own. Probably a bit of both, and right now, he didn't care. "You've got to think about the baby." He squeezed her hand, glanced at her again, and scampered away. Devon made his way across to the other side of the workshop. His only advantage was that he could see them framed against the light coming in through the entrance, whereas he was entirely hidden from them. Crash. "Here," a voice called out. "I got one." Sounds of a scuffle in the darkness. Damn it, they had Mariana. Unless Jessie had panicked and run for the car too quickly. He slid through the darkness, peering around the metal rows and between rubber mountains, trying to catch sight of the enemy. "Come out or I shoot her." The voice came from the center of the workshop. It was heavily accented, though Devon couldn't place it. Middle Eastern? Certainly not American. There she was, standing in front of an inspection pit. A man had his arm around Mariana's throat. Her legs were shaking, and Devon could hear her frightened panting as she looked desperately around for rescue. He held a pistol to her head. "I give you 10. 1. 2. A voice from the row behind. "Don't move. Put your hands up." Devon froze. 4. 5. "Now. Or I shoot." Devon began to raise his hands, gazing fixedly at the man holding Mariana. Crack. The man's head disappeared. Mariana screamed. The voice from behind. "Wasaki." Devon dropped to the floor and scrambled along the row. Crack. Crack. Flashes lit up the darkness, aiming into the corner he'd come from. The corner with Jessie in it. Devon flung himself across a shelf, emerging into the row behind. He could dimly make out a shape turning toward him. He fired. The figure fell, moans replacing the ballistic thump of the shot as the echo died away. Still crack, crack came from the far corner. One final crack and then silence. He couldn't possibly get over there in time. He ran. All the stupidity of his sulky behavior blown away as his heart threatened to burst out of his chest. Please God. Don't let her be dead. Please. Finally, he made it to the corner. She was there, huddled behind a pile of tires, not moving. She was dead. Devon. She was alive. Oh, thank. He spun around at the sound of movement behind him, bringing his handgun to bear. And just stopped himself in time. Blood-soaked and shaking, Mariana stood there, an assault rifle held loosely at her side. She was sobbing. Chapter 15. Clay. You can come out now, Paul. Hickman rolled over and rubbed his eyes. His mouth tasted like he'd been chewing on a dead rat, likely enough in this godforsaken museum of a Wild West jail, and his bladder was fit to explode. What? What the hell? Rusty? He hauled himself onto the side of the bed. Yeah. Sorry about the unsociable hour, but the mayor's got a job for you. You're not sorry about waking me early, just about letting me out. Hickman got to his feet and tried to knead some life into his shoulders. It was dark outside, and the only light in there was the gas lamp Rusty had brought with him. Propane was too valuable to waste on prisoners, it seemed. Or, perhaps the jail didn't have a generator. I'm free to go? The sheriff shrugged. Well, let's call it probation. He emphasized every syllable of the last word. The creep would like nothing more than to shut Hick back up and throw away the key. You ready? Gil's waitin'. Just give me a minute, will ya? Call of nature, Hickman said, smiling to himself as Kaminsky turned so quickly he almost tripped over his own feet. After he'd made as much noise as he could in performing his morning ritual, Hickman followed Rusty into the sheriff's office and then out into the dark street. It was weird to be walking along what had once been a pretty busy road in the absolute darkness. Not even any stars to see above him. He guessed it was around 6 a.m., so it wouldn't be light for another hour. What was so urgent that His Highness Gil Summers, never an early riser, was at his desk before dawn and asking for Paul Hickman? Up ahead, he saw the lights of a car waiting outside the community center. Kaminsky opened the door and gestured Hickman inside. It was like that scene in every gangster movie, where a naughty henchman sits in the back of the limousine and is offered a choice between a pair of concrete overshoes or an impossible mission. But in place of Marlon Brando sat Gil Summers. Good morning, Paul. What's this all about? Hickman was in no mood for pleasantries. We've got trouble up at Miller's farm. Young Jimmy Miller ran all the way, must be 5 miles, woke me up to say that some people in military uniforms and driving old army vehicles rolled up, took Miller hostage and are making themselves at home. That silenced Hickman. They were sure to be found at some point, but he'd figured on more than a week or so to get things in order before they had to defend themselves. If these guys were well armed, then the battle for hope was already over. Why do you need me? He managed as his mind whirled. You're still a councilman, and you're the smartest man I know. We don't have to like each other to be of service to Hope, Paul. I hope you agree on that. With a thunk, the driver's door shut as Rusty settled into the front and turned the ignition. Ward McAndrew groaned as he climbed into the passenger seat, before turning to Hick and Summers. This sure is an ungodly hour, Gil. But good to see you out of jail, Paul. As the car pulled away, Hickman couldn't help thinking if they were the best Hope could muster in its defense, then the town was in even worse shape than he'd thought. Miller's farm was south of Hope and a few miles off the main highway. The town had originally been nothing more than a couple of bars and a general store straddling what became 93, serving the copper mines established to the west of the road. Hemmed in by the Schmidt Range on one side and the mine workings on the other, Hope had only been able to expand to the north and south in a landscape that didn't make farming easy. The Millers raised sheep and cattle, and grew alfalfa over 2,000 acres of mixed land. Elwood Miller had taken on the farm when his pa retired 30 years ago, and it was Elwood who stood outside the big farmhouse as Rusty drove up the lane. The sun was rising, and there was just enough light to see the man standing behind Miller. "Gil," Elwood said as Summers climbed out of the car. "Jimmy made it then. Where is he?" "I left him in my office, El. Figured it wasn't such a good idea to bring him back here until we'd figured out what was going on." Miller nodded, and the figure behind him moved into view. "I'm Captain Clay Hemerick. Gil Summers, Council Chairman. May I ask your unit?" "We're irregulars, Mr. Summers, formed from all the service personnel I could gather together, and we've been traveling north to find a place to hole up till winter's done. This was the first farm that hadn't been burned to a crisp." Elwood Miller growled. "Yeah, so they stole it. Been in my family 3 generations, and now my wife and daughter are locked in the top floor of the house while they help themselves to what we'd put by. Look, can't we talk this over inside?" Hickman suggested. "I'm lossin' the feelin' in my fingers." "Certainly, mister." "This is Paul Hickman, councilman," Gil said. "And Sheriff Kaminsky, Pastor McAndrew." Hemerick nodded at each in turn. "Well, you certainly have all your bases covered. Seems like a pretty special place, this Hope. We must have been through a dozen towns, and yours is the only one standing. But sure, let's get inside." They sat around a huge oak table in the farm kitchen. Clay Hemerick occupied the chair at the top of the table, as a glowering Elwood Miller took a secondary place to the side. Hickman was impressed with the theatrics. Hemerick was a large man with a big gut and sausages for fingers. He didn't look as though he'd seen the inside of an army gym in a decade, but he had the unmistakable bearing of a military man. His camouflage jacket strained against the end of the table, and he squinted at them from behind round spectacles. Hickman, Summers, McAndrew, and Kaminsky occupied the other seats, though several other uniformed figures lurked in the shadows cast by the gas lamp that sat on the table. "What's your story, Captain?" Hickman said once they'd taken their seats. The scent of brewing coffee filled the kitchen, and he could feel his brain cells coming alive at the prospect of caffeine. "I've heard tales of what happened in Ezra, all fire and brimstone. Was it like that where you were?" Hemerick glanced across at Hickman as if surprised by the question. "Well, I was out driving an M35 when I saw cars going up in flames in the parking lot. Then the main building caught fire and all hell broke loose." "An M35? That's an old truck model, isn't it? I remember there was one on display at Fort Bewley when I worked there." Hemerick nodded. "Yeah. I worked at the Tank Museum in Prescott. The only things to survive that night were the old dinosaurs, though plenty of those got burned up when the main building went up in flames. I searched for survivors and found Wade over there. We teamed up and went looking for others. I served all over, you know. First Gulf War. I never saw anything like what I saw that night. By morning, we'd rounded up a dozen others. 8 adults, 4 kids. It was weird, that first day. The engine of the truck was the loudest sound, and people came out from their hiding places when they heard us. Pretty soon, we had close on 100. Half of them were of fighting age and condition, so we organized ourselves. Those with military experience took the lead, but we knew we couldn't stay where we were, so I decided to head north to see how far this might have spread. I was getting close to losing hope of finding anywhere worth stopping when we saw the lights of this place. Mr. Miller was none too pleased to see us, but I guess we persuaded him." Miller slammed his fist on the table. "At the business end of a rifle. You ain't got no business here, and I want you off my land." "Oh, we're not going anywhere, Mr. Miller," Hemerick said before turning to Summers, though his gaze kept flicking to Hickman. "Look, we're not asking for much, but we can be useful. We won't be the last group to come across this place. Once word gets out, you'll have folks knocking on your door, and some of them won't be as civilized and law-abiding as us. Leave us in peace and we'll help protect Hope." Summers shook his head. "This is Elwood's land, it's his decision." "Hold on," Hickman said. "You said there's 100 of you. Are they all here?" "No. We left them back in Prescott and went looking for somewhere to stop. Hickman leaned forward into the hissing gaslight. So, how many do you have here? A leader doesn't give away his tactical information, Mr. Hickman. Not until trust has been established. Well, I reckon maybe 40 or so, Elwood Miller said. I kept my eyes open when they rushed in here. Hemrick looked uncomfortable enough for Hickman to be sure Miller was not far from the truth. And if we let you stay, you'll call your other survivors here to join you? Why not? There's room enough. Not on my farm, Miller exploded, leaping up from his seat and gesturing at Hemrick. Two figures stepped forward and flung him back down. The captain waited for the drama to settle, then looked around the table at the representatives of Hope. Let's look at the facts, shall we? I've got a squad of, let's say 50, armed soldiers with support vehicles and weapons. They might be vintage, but a World War II machine gun is still pretty good at killing. So if we want to stay, we'll stay. We'd like it to be with your permission and all above board, but we're not going anywhere, whether you like it or not. We can help make Hope safe, and all we ask is to be left to use this farm as our base, and to be allowed into town. Now, you can posture all you like, Mr. Summers, but it won't make any difference. Me and my men will make mighty good friends, and mighty bad enemies. There was silence around the table, as Hemrick held each in his gaze. Well, what do you say? Do we have a deal? Paul Hickman was just opening his mouth to tell Hemrick where he could stick it when Gil Summers sighed and said, We have a deal. Are you insane? It had taken every ounce of self-control to get Paul Hickman from the table to the back seat of the car without exploding. Even in his enraged state, he knew that they had to present a unified front when dealing with these bandits, though it was touch and go whether it was better to be unified in acquiescence or for some of them to show actual backbone. Don't talk to me like that. Summers snapped. Why not? You'll throw me back in jail for discourtesy? What do you think you're doing? McAndrew looked back from the front seat. Now then, Paul. No need for us to go fighting among ourselves. Surely we have to give peace a chance. Who turned you into John Lennon, Ward? And we all know what happened to him, don't we? I've met the likes of Captain Hemrick before. He'll take everything you give him, and then a little more and a little more until he's gotten every last thing he wants. Only way to deal with the likes of him is to stick to your guns. Gil Summers leaned back and sighed as they passed out onto the main road heading back for town. That's why I'm mayor and you're not, Paul. Politics is about knowing which battles you can win, and which you can't. You're a damn coward, Gil Summers. Lost the war before the first battle was fought. Summers's arm shot out and he grabbed Hickman. Now just you, listen to me. Don't you think I wanted to stick it to that arrogant sob? But he's right on 2 counts. He let Hick go and lifted 2 fingers. He outguns us. We could lose half the townsfolk in an assault on that farmhouse. Secondly, others will arrive, and if we can come to an arrangement with him and his group, they can help shield us from the next bandits that show up. Hick didn't bother to hide his disgust. If you act like a sheep when you're dealing with wolves, you're liable to end up as dinner. You've made a big mistake. A big mistake. It's gonna blow up in your face, and I only hope you don't take too many innocent folks with you. Paul, you're out of line, McAndrew said. Gil is only doing what he thinks is best for the town. Yeah, well, I think he's plain wrong, and I don't want nothing to do with it. Summers leaned forward and tapped Rusty on the shoulder. Sheriff, swing by the jailhouse. I think Mr. Hickman needs a little longer to consider his place in our community. Kaminsky nodded, but Hick noticed that unlike McAndrew, he hadn't weighed in on Summers's side. Maybe there was hope for the sheriff after all. In the meantime, Paul Hickman stewed in the back seat, seeing the triumphant smile of Clay Hemrick and the betrayed expression of the farmer in his mind's eye. He hadn't felt so impotent and ashamed since the day the court awarded custody of Sam to his dead wife's parents, and he was left alone to contemplate the unfairness of life. He decided then that the only justice anyone could count on was the justice he made for himself. He would take his revenge. And he'd make Hope a safe place for Sam to return to, whatever it took. If Gil Summers hadn't taken them all to hell before he could manage it. Chapter 16. Blood. Sam watched from the upper window as the little group trudged toward the house. The leader, a short woman wearing the remains of a business suit but with a battered pair of sneakers in place of heels, walked cautiously to the outside staircase. As was agreed protocol, Amanda went out to meet them. Jerry would have gone if the leader had been a man, and Sam knew that he was covering her from the next window along. She watched as Amanda talked to the woman. She would explain that they had no room, but would hand over a basket of supplies and direct them along the road. For a moment it looked as though the newcomer would be trouble, as she raised her voice and gesticulated forcefully, but as soon as the food was produced, she relaxed, took it and returned to the small group. Sam counted 6 of them, 2 women, 2 men and 2 children. All looked desperate but not dangerous. Moving away from the window, Sam sat on her bed and glanced around the room. It was the one she'd slept in every summer, a place of mainly happy memories. The worst thing that had ever happened here was boredom or, perhaps, being on the sharp end of her grandma's tongue for going skinny dipping in the creek that ran along the back of the house. She'd considered herself unlucky and mistreated back then. What a spoiled brat. Sam had been relieved beyond belief to see the house unharmed and unoccupied, when they'd finally made it here 2 days before. It sat as it always had, raised on 6-foot stilts with a staircase leading up to the first floor. Grandpa had indeed switched everything off, and that had protected this house from the surge that had destroyed the electricity poles outside and the houses on either side. Bright white, Grandpa had repainted it last year. The house stood out like a sore thumb and was sure to attract attention. So far, the protocol Jerry had suggested had worked. One day, however, it was bound to end in shooting. But then, that was the modern world. Yes, she'd been relieved. But then, to her surprise, as the immediate threat had subsided, as she slept in her old bed and changed into new clothes, as a semblance of domestic normality reasserted itself, she found herself thinking about Gideon and the young people he led. They had looked as though they felt safe in his care. They were the first people she'd met since that night who didn't seem scared. She heard Amanda call from below. "Panic over, you can come on down now." Margie's heavy footsteps bounded along the landing and down the stairs. Sam would have been quite happy to stay where she was, but they'd been sharing a meal when Jerry had spotted the group approaching, so she got to her feet and followed the others downstairs. The white timber table stood where it always had. Grandpa had made it, and it was his pride and joy. She could just see him now, presiding from the chair of honor as they feasted on crayfish and avocado. Well, tonight's fare was a little more basic. Grandpa always left a store of cans and boxes of dry food when he shut the house up for the winter, so they wouldn't have to go shopping immediately when they arrived on vacation. It had become a tradition for the 3 of them to feast on pasta and canned meatballs on the first night of their summer holiday, and Sam had surprised herself by bursting into tears when Jerry had made exactly that meal on their second day. That feeling of loss, sadness and grief at least reassured her that she was still capable of the more creditable emotions. She'd killed a man a couple of nights ago, and had barely given it a second thought. She guessed that she'd locked that particular episode up tight for now. Tonight it was hot dogs from a jar. Of course they had no rolls, so they made do with beans and a couple of ancient onions Amanda had found in the back of a kitchen cupboard. It tasted good, but Sam would have given good money for real bread. As Jerry had mansplained, bread could be made from just 3 ingredients: flour, water, and yeast. He was confident that he'd be able to turn up some of the first if he searched enough of the houses along this stretch of the creek, and water wasn't a problem. But not many people kept cans of dried yeast in the kitchen these days. Still, a little went a long way, so if he found a single can, he'd be able to make bread indefinitely. Jerry dominated discussion at the table, with his opinion on different breads, only succeeding in making Sam miss it all the more. She found herself gazing out of the living room window, over the creek and the marshland beyond as the sun set, twilight arrived, and still Jerry droned on. Several times Amanda tried to involve her in the conversation, but after several monosyllabic answers, she gave up and left Sam to zone out on the darkening sky. A fire appeared, dead center. Beginning as nothing more than a spark in the night that she thought was a reflection of the candlelight on the window, it spread outward, until there could be no mistaking what it was. Someone had built a bonfire. Someone had lit a beacon. She stared, transfixed by the pulsing of the flames and the way, when caught by the wind, they flared or seemed to flatten momentarily. The beacon called to her. How far away was it? She had no idea. The perfect darkness robbed the scene of any perspective, but it couldn't be more than a handful of miles. They were raised up here in this house on stilts, but she knew that the horizon couldn't be too far away. It called to her, but she wasn't stupid. The fire had to be in the marshland, and that was no place to go stumbling around in the dark. No, even if it wasn't stupid to seek the beacon, it would be futile to do it tonight. She got up, tore the edge off a post-it note from a stack beside the now useless phone, and stuck it on the window. She went back and forth from her seat until it was positioned perfectly over the flame when she sat there. "Why are you doing that?" Amanda asked. "So I can tell where that fire is in the morning." Sam felt Amanda's cold hand on her arm, her words whispered against her cheek. "Don't leave us. Please." She dropped her gaze to the table and stared at the fingers clasped on her flesh with their faded red remnants of nail polish, but she couldn't bring herself to look at the woman. They both knew, and neither truly understood. Later, Sam would realize that, sitting there in the house of her grandparents, she was sifting through the embers of a lost past, and the beacon that flickered and pulsed out there in the dark was a new future that had no connection with anything that had gone before. More than that, however, was the burning desire to be free of the burden of decision-making. She felt sure that if she responded to his summons, Gideon would tell her what to do, and she could finally be a follower, not a leader. She left just after the sun rose, striding along the Cedar Run Road as if trying to outpace the dead hand of guilt that would pull her back to the house. She hadn't said goodbye, and she knew that Margie would be inconsolable. Briefly, she'd thought about bringing Margie along to see whether Gideon's people would take her in, but the risk was far too great. If they refused, and she suspected they would, what would she do then? She'd be forced to return to the house and face Amanda and Jerry. No, it was better this way. She could cope with feeling guilty if it meant she achieved her freedom. Didn't she have the right to put herself first? She'd found them a relatively safe place, and she would, after all, return at some point. Wouldn't she? She took a left onto Junction Road, crossed over the creek, and then turned left again along a dirt track that plunged into a dense, leafless forest following the stream, until she saw the summer house on the other side. She thought she caught sight of Margie moving through the rooms on the first story, perhaps looking for her, but she turned her back on the house and headed into the trees, walking toward the fire. Rusty Kaminsky wasn't exactly great company, but beggars couldn't be choosers, and so Paul Hickman encouraged the silly old fool when he seemed to be in a talkative mood. Kaminsky sat in an old wooden chair beside the window looking out onto the dark main street, while Hickman stood with his hands around the bars of his cell. They chatted about this and that. He'd let Kaminsky bore him with stories of his life and how he regretted being the cause of his wife walking out on him 2 decades ago. Having served his penance, he decided it was time to tug on a string. "How's Elwood? I don't imagine he's any more appreciative of his visitors." "He ain't?" "No, I don't suppose he is at that. Truth be told, I haven't given him too much thought." "Enough problems of your own?" Rusty's head snapped around. "Careful, Paul. He's not as dumb as he looks." But as quickly as it appeared, the suspicion evaporated to be replaced by, what? Anger? Frustration? Impotence? "Yeah, well, you know I'm not one to criticize Gil. Tough decision and all that. Glad I didn't have to make it." For once, Paul Hickman realized in time that this was one occasion when it was better not to say anything. The catfish was nibbling the bait. Patience. Sure enough, Kaminsky felt the need to fill the silence. Give 'em an inch and they'll take a mile. "What do you mean?" Rusty Kaminsky resumed monitoring the street outside. "Well, Some of that so-called captain's boys have taken to coming into town and drinking at alleys. Last night they came in, a truckload of them. Had complaints this morning. What did they do? You mean apart from drinking alley out of Jack Daniels? That's enough to cause a riot on its own. But no, there's more to it. They came in with a bad attitude, almost like they's the occupying force and we're the natives they've come to liberate. Almost like we owe them thanks, like we owe 'em a favor. Hickman watched Kaminsky as he gazed out into the darkness. Tell me you haven't posted Ned Burkett in there to keep an eye on them. Kaminsky's head snapped back in Hickman's direction, but this time any anger was gone an instant after it registered. Look, Paul, I know you got a beef with Ned, but he's still the only actual cop in this town. Then God help us all. You just sent a diabetic to guard the sweet shop. He'd gone too far. Now just you watch your mouth. I ain't got time for this. Rusty turned away from the window and strode toward the door as it burst open, and a red-faced Ned Burkett ran panting into the room, almost colliding with the sheriff. There's trouble brewin', boss. Down at Alley's. Kaminsky pushed Burkett away. Have you been drinking, Ned? Just a little. I had to blend in, didn't I? Everyone else was drinkin'. Rusty Kaminsky regarded Burkett, shaking his head. Geez, Ned. You're the only trained cop we got, and you're boiled as an owl. I don't have time to get Jensen, and I sent Linder off in the squad car to patrol the highway. I'm a sworn-in deputy, Hickman said. You? You're in jail. So let me out. Look, Rusty, I want to help. Think what you like, but I'm right about kowtowing to these thugs, and I don't want 'em taking over any more than you do. He sighed as Kaminsky stared at him. If it helps, I promise to surrender myself afterward. Come on, Rusty, we ain't got time. Boss, there ain't no need. I'm perfectly fine. You don't want to go letting him out against the mayor's orders. Rusty Kaminsky looked from one to the other, and then back again. Paul Hickman wanted to cry out, to plead his case, but he kept his big mouth shut and waited for the dice to stop rolling. Kaminsky stepped toward Hickman's cell. Boxcars. Paul Hickman didn't hold with swearing out loud, so he afterwards described what he saw when he followed Rusty Kaminsky into Hope Bar as a cluster fudge of epic proportions. Kaminsky had given him Ned Burkett's jacket and badge. Hickman was a fastidiously clean and hygienic man, so wearing the sweat-stained and liquor-impregnated clothes of a man he swore to be revenged on took a level of self-control that surprised even him. Ali Parveen was leaning over the counter and gesturing to a group of 3 camouflage-clad men as another larger group surrounded the pool table. Parveen looked across as Kaminsky and Hickman entered, an expression of relief relaxing his bearded face as he recognized them. Ah, Sheriff. Come and explain to these men that I don't have a secret supply of bourbon that I keep for locals. I am all out. Kaminsky sidled up to the group of 3 as Hickman took up position next to him. Now what's this all about? Our agreement with your captain didn't include you comin' into town looking for trouble. Subtle as an angry skunk, Hickman thought. You look here, Sheriff, the man in the middle of the group said in a thick South African accent. We haven't come here looking for trouble, right? We're just asking this gentleman whether he has any more Jack Daniels like he gave to our friends over there. And the answer's no. Are you the ranking officer here? The man shrugged. What of it? My name's Jacko Stevens, and I was a warrant officer in the South African Police Service. Then I suggest you keep your men in order, Mr. Stevens. Kaminsky said, gesturing over at the group around the pool table. Them? They're just blowing off some, Sheriff. This is the first chance they've had to relax a little. You don't know what it's like out there. Rusty shook his head. I do, as it happens. And blowing off steam is fine, but you gotta remember whose town this is, whose bar this is. Don't step out of line. Stevens blinked back at the sheriff, looked from him to Hickman and smiled, exposing a gold canine. Sure, Sheriff. He might as well have asked what the 2 of them were going to do about it, if his men violated the order. Hey! Get your hands off her. Hickman snapped around. That voice was familiar. Brain. He was shaking his fist at a burly man in uniform, who had hold of a woman with her back to the bar. Allie ran around from behind the bar, pulling a baseball bat from below the countertop, but before he could reach the group, another figure had sprung up from behind Brain and with a single efficient swing decked the militiaman. The woman, a trim blonde in her middle years wearing a server's apron, spun away, disgust on her face, as the other members of the group rounded on her rescuer, Brain and his knight in shining armor. Marlin Cook, Hickman's prospective protégé, disappeared under a couple of khaki shirts. Paul Hickman was not a bruised knuckles and split lip kind of a guy, but he followed Rusty into the melee, heading for Marlin's attackers. He grabbed the nearest shirt and pulled the collar backwards, lifting the man up and off Marlin, who flailed like a drowning man breaking the surface. Hickman kicked the militiaman in the groin with all his might, wincing as he connected, then helped Marlin to his feet. Marlin gave a sly smile and a nod, then kicked his other opponent in the head and reached down to pull a dagger from its sheath in the man's boot. For a moment Paul thought he was going to stab his prone victim, but instead he stood up and searched the melee before heading toward where Brain was scuffling with a lean and mean-looking man half his age. The man pushed Brain to the floor and lunged for the barmaid, a knife flashing in his hand. Marlin flew past Brain as Hickman called out a warning to the woman. The attacker spun around and swung the blade at Marlin. Perhaps it was just a reflex, but Paul had seen that look before, that killing look. He'd seen it in the mirror. But Marlin was too fast. The dagger blurred and with a shriek, the attacker stumbled back, metal sticking out of his chest. He was a dead man staggering, and Hickman knew instantly that Cook was now in mortal danger. Marlin caught the waitress and handed her to Allie, who had carved a path with his bat, but a few seconds too late. Suddenly blades were everywhere, people were yelling, more blood was inevitable. Bang! Rusty Kaminsky stood with his sidearm pointing at the ceiling, as dust and fragments of plaster floated down through the beer and testosterone-saturated atmosphere. No one move. Hickman looked around the bar. It was deserted, except for those who'd been actively involved in the fight. I said don't move. Kaminsky said, swiveling his shooting arm at the South African who was reaching inside his jacket. Hickman's heart raced as the stabbed man moaned under the pool table. He wondered how many of these militia had concealed firearms, and how fast Rusty's reactions were. You, Stevens said before swearing under his breath. If that man dies, there is going to be retribution, you mark my words. The door to the bar swung open and Hick turned to see Gil Summers entering, like a second-rate Paul Newman framed against the darkness beyond. Beside him stood Martha Bowie and her son in his deputy uniform, both holding shotguns that quickly found marks among the militia. Dr. Pisher pushed his way through and kneeled beside the injured militiaman, whose moans had ebbed away. Hickman could see that the man was lying in a slick of blood that was spreading across the worn floorboards. Severed aorta, Pisher said without looking up. There's nothing I can do. As if in answer, the stricken figure sighed and then was silent. He lay with that unmistakable stillness of a body after the soul has flown, surrounded by both friends and enemies, all of them waiting for the shoe to drop. Mr. Stevens, who did this? Clay Hemerick had appeared at the door flanked by 2 bodyguards each carrying assault rifles. All the bravado vanished from the face of Stevens as he pointed at Marlin Cook. It was him, Captain. Totally unprovoked. A roar went up, one side protesting, the other in pure anger. Rusty raised his firearm again. Silence. In the quiet that followed, Hickman heard Hemerick say, in a voice of contained rage, I expect that man to be thrown in jail, and in the morning we will have a hearing. Tomorrow evening he will hang. Chapter 17. Carpe Diem. Chicago, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Columbus. They'd seen enough ruined cities that Devon was determined to go around Philadelphia, however many miles that added to their journey. Since the attack at the gas station, they'd had the devil's own luck, or so it seemed. They'd met few vehicles on the roads, all except their CRV being old models and downright junk heaps, though as they traveled east, they came across more and more people walking. Most were heading the same way, though Devon, Jessie, and Mariana never stopped to ask them questions. However much pity they felt for those poor souls, they had a mission to accomplish, and their encounter with the terrorists had spooked all of them. Terrorists. Yes, that had seemed to be the answer when they'd examined the one who'd grabbed Mariana. Devon hadn't had the stomach to remove the remains of the balaclava that covered the dead man's ruined head, so he'd concentrated on what he could see of the man's chest as he pulled aside his jacket. His brown with a hint of olive complexion left Devon in no doubt that he was Middle Eastern, nicely feeding into his experience and prejudice. But the other two were different. He'd left Jessie and Mariana to comfort each other while he, with shaking hands and thumping heart, pulled the headscarf off the second shooter. It was a woman with short brown hair and pale skin. Clearly Caucasian, she would have melted into the crowd in the least diverse town in the country. She might have just come from choir practice, and her eyes looked up at him in silent accusation, so he closed them before moving to the final body. This was of a man about the same age as the woman, and he wondered if they had been a couple. His skin was a little darker than hers, but there was no reason to think that either were anything other than good old U.S., of a born and bred. He felt in the pockets of the man's dark blue denim jeans. The ID card in his wallet said he was Simon Peterson from Nashville. It was an RFID card, imprinted with Ecotech Solutions and software engineer. Devon had pocketed the wallet but found nothing on the woman's body to identify her, so he'd gone back to Mariana and Jessie. He didn't blame them for the state they were in. Both had killed someone for the first time, or he presumed so. Both had nearly died. He was shaken up too, but a decade in the anti-terror squad meant he could handle and recover from a near-death experience much more quickly than the average Joe. Or at least he liked to think so. He had learned to package up nightmares and lock them away in a mental safety deposit box. He just hoped he never had to open any of them up again. 2 full days had passed since then, and Jessie had barely spoken to him. Mariana, on the other hand, had hardly stopped talking since the initial shock wore off. Devon wasn't sure which he preferred, but he certainly didn't want to be alone with his own thoughts, so he encouraged Mariana. She seemed to need it, even though the conversation moved from the trivial to the profound at random. Perhaps the strangest miracle of the past days had been that working gas stations had turned up every couple of 100 miles. He'd been doing all the driving, keeping his hands working so his mind didn't do too much thinking, and he was now alert in case the same thing happened again. Twice he'd caught sight of movement before he pulled in, but twice more there had been no sign of anyone, and they were able to use the manual pump Mariana's father had given them to fill up and get away. He reckoned they had enough now to get them to this summer house. And it was getting close to the point where Jessie was needed, so as they sat in the garage of a burned-out house north of Trenton, he took her hand. "How are you doing?" She'd been staring at their camping stove's blue flame, and when she turned her head his way, he saw that her eyes were moist. The Jessie Summers he'd fallen in love with a few weeks, a lifetime ago, was missing in action. He knew nothing about cosmetics and makeup, but the perfectly constructed complexion and shades of gray and red had all been swept away by tears and lack of care. The old Jessie Summers had gone, but what he saw revealed in the blotches and lines around her eyes and the faint freckles on her cheek somehow drew him to her, human to human, as if a protective gate had been opened and he was seeing her for the first time. "I should never have come," she said finally. "I wanted nothing more than to get away from that place, to get my head right so I could face my father and tell him about what I'd done. Now all I want is to be back there." He squeezed her hand. "Yeah, I feel the same way. You didn't want me to come." "That's not what I meant," he said. "But I do wish you were back there and safe. I wish we both were." He leaned back against the grubby wall of the garage and chuckled. "What's funny? I was just thinking about Paul Hickman, wondering what he's doing right now. Probably lording it over Hope, nice and comfortable while we do his dirty work. I wish I'd had the balls to tell him where he could stick his threats. Somehow, sitting here, none of the BS he had on me seems so important." She wrapped her other hand around his. "But that's not why you came, was it?" "What do you mean?" You came on this journey because of me." He looked across at Mariana, who lay curled up, fast asleep. "Maybe. You thought about all those nights on your own with me, didn't you?" "No." Then he saw her face, saw her smile. "Well, yeah, maybe a bit. But not now." Jessie pulled herself close to him. "It's okay. I'm not exactly a catch anymore, am I?" "Course you are." They sat like that for what seemed like hours, each bathing in the warmth of a human connection. Two travelers with no one but each other. And of course, Mariana. "I killed someone, Dev. I can't get it out of my head." "I know. Have you killed anyone?" "Yeah." "How did you deal with it?" "I never did, really. Never have. I just put it away and try not to think about it. Carpe diem. But I'm crap at living in the moment. Always worrying about the future and regretting the past. Coming to Hope was my chance at starting afresh when I found out what had happened to my dad. Be careful what you wish for." "Yeah." Again they wrapped themselves in silence, both staring at the flickering gaslight, though Devon was beginning to get twitchy about how much propane they had left, so he knew he'd have to turn it off soon. Somehow, the prospect of the dark had become more inviting. "What's with you two?" Mariana asked as she watched Devon warming up some beans to go with their coffee. "What do you mean? What's there to smile about?" Devon and Jessie exchanged glances, and Mariana colored instantly. "Oh. No," Jessie yelled, shaking her head. "Not that. We just talked." Mariana nodded and looked away. Devon felt for her. So young, so sheltered, and so burdened. Who could she confide in? Who could she tell that she'd killed a man? What had her father been thinking of when he sent her away? Devon stirred the beans as he wondered what they would find when they returned to Salt Lake City. If they returned. "Well, today's the day," Jessie said. "We should get to the house, and then we'll see." Devon's mood darkened again. "What chance she'll be there, do you reckon?" Jessie shrugged. "Who knows? She's a strong-willed girl, and the summer house is the obvious place to head for." "If she got out of New York?" Jessie nodded. They'd both seen the smoking ruins of other smaller cities on the long drive here. The Big Apple must have been close to unsurvivable. But they had to try. They ran out of gas just south of Manahawkin. Devon and Mariana pushed the car into the bare trees until it couldn't be seen from the road. Neither would allow Jessie to help. According to the route map, the summer house was only a few miles away, so they'd decided to check that out before they went searching for fuel. Electricity poles lined the road, burned-out cables festooning the ground like ribbons as they trudged past the black wrecks of wooden houses, alert for any sign of movement. Devon felt exposed without the protection of the car, and he stalked along the road, handgun at his side, eyes scanning as they went. Ranch houses sat back from the road, screened by trees, some green, some leafless, some little more than columns of charcoal. Most of the homes had been consumed by the flames of that first night, and the few survivors bore the signs of violence. Broken windows, doors that flapped open and shut as they passed, the only animated force being the sea breeze that brought an incongruous freshness to a ruined landscape. Mariana let out a cry and fired off a round, but it was only a dog that disappeared back into the ruins. Devon glared at her, but said nothing. He sent up a silent prayer that the gunshot wouldn't attract attention, and directed them off the main road and into the parking lot of a red brick church that had miraculously been spared the inferno and aftermath. His thought had been to get them out of sight for a while, but the door of the church swung open as they approached it, and a man peered around it. "Don't shoot," he called. Then, as Devon lowered his weapon, he emerged into the sunlight, hands held high. "You are welcome here. Please come inside. We have food." Devon turned to ask the others what they thought, but Mariana had already pushed past him and was shaking hands with the man. Shrugging, Devon exchanged glances with Jessie, gripped his Glock a little tighter, and cautiously followed the man into the dark interior, pulling the door shut behind them. A row of candles guided them down the center of the hall of worship, toward and past the altar. Though obviously as empty as a tomb, The place looked as though it were preparing for a perfectly normal Sunday service, just awaiting its congregation. Most of them would be dead now, Devon thought miserably. He wondered whether people would ever gather here in prayer again. They emerged into a communal area lit by the daylight flooding in through an eye-level window that looked out onto a small yard beyond. "I'm Fred Archer." He was a middle-aged man of generous proportions and with an open face that looked as though it had done little smiling in the past days. "I run the food pantry here." Jessie introduced them, and Archer nodded as she explained their mission. His eyes widened when she told him where they'd come from. "Nevada? Clear across the country? Dear Lord, tell me it's not like this everywhere." To Devon's eyes it looked as though he shrank a little as she gave him a summary of what they'd seen on their long journey. He'd been clinging to hope, and Jessie's news sucked the life from him. Then, quite suddenly, he shook his head as if to wake himself up, and the smile returned. "Let me introduce you to Tori." In a small kitchen at the back of the church, they found a large woman who showed every sign of having recently been considerably larger. She introduced herself as the custodian. She and Fred had been in the church that Sunday, preparing for the weekly food pantry on the following day. They just switched the lights off and were leaving when the power lines outside exploded, and they ran back inside. The neighboring houses had caught fire, and some people made it into the church seeking shelter. Since then, they'd done their best to help those who asked for it, but there had been no sign of their pastor or his wife or of their other colleagues. So they devoted themselves to making it through each day in the hope that, sooner or later, things would improve. "I can only pray that this is part of God's plan," Fred said. Devon said nothing. He'd spent his formative years in the UK, where the established church was essentially a social club for the old, and religion played no day-to-day role in the lives of most people. He wasn't a philosophical man, but he couldn't see how exterminating humanity could be the sort of plan that was likely to end well. Mariana's father believed that the inferno heralded the end times, and Devon was inclined to think he was on the right track, whether it was divinely inspired or not. They ate with Fred and Tori, and Devon helped Fred fix a door that had taken a beating from a drunk who'd forced his way in one night. Then they joined in a short service before Jessie said it was time to go. Mariana was obviously reluctant. "You can stay here," Jessie said. "We'll pick you up on the way back." Mariana looked from Fred to Devon, and then back to Jessie. "Can I talk to you? In private?" 20 minutes later, Devon and Jessie waved their last wave to Mariana, who stood at the door of the church. "What did she say?" "She wants to stay. For good." "What? Why?" Jessie turned to look along the road, then took his hand and pulled him into step with her as she strode off. "Her father didn't send her to help us. He hoped he'd never see her again. It's why she's been so quiet." "So why did he send her?" "He told her to find somewhere safe. To look out for people of faith. He said he expected them to come together as the country recovered." Devon glanced back at the church. "But why not just stay in Salt Lake?" "Because he's frightened. She doesn't know why, just that he was desperate for her to get away." "And she thinks she's safe with Fred and Tori?" "I'm not sure they'd be able to see off an attack." "No, but she thinks she can. She's found a purpose, Dev. Maybe we can come back this way, see how she's doing." Good grief, it's in one piece. Devon was pointing along Cedar Drop Road to a white house that stood on stilts beside the creek. His feet and legs ached, and he knew that Jessie was even more spent than he was. She'd inconveniently begun to suffer from the symptoms of her pregnancy, and was currently shuffling along beside him, looking as though she might puke at any moment. It had taken them longer than he'd hoped to reach the place, and he reckoned they had only an hour or so of daylight left. Neither of them wanted to spend the night out in the open, so he picked up the pace. There was no sign of movement, until a man appeared at the top of the outside staircase, brandishing a shotgun. "Move along or I'll put a hole in you." The man was wide and tall, and the way the gun wobbled suggested he was barely in control of himself. But Devon couldn't simply back away, not having come this far. "We're looking for someone," he called. "You won't find nobody here. Just me and Damon." "Sam Hickman," she's called. Devon raised his voice, hoping that if she were there, she'd hear him and make herself known. The big man shook his head. "Ain't no one here. Now, I'm gonna give you 5 before I start shootin'. 1, 2. Devon felt a hand on his shoulder, and Jessie's urgent voice in his ear. "Come on, let's get out of range." He turned and followed her back up the road, imagining a bullseye on his back as he went. They went 100 yards, and then Jessie pulled him into the blackened piles of a ruin. They sat down among the charred wood as Devon kept an eye on the road in case they'd been followed. "Now what?" "We have to go back." "Where?" "Hope." He felt her hair against his face as she shook her head. "No, back there. The summer house." "Why?" "Our friend up there will shoot first and ask questions later, if we appear again." There was never much chance that Hickman's daughter would be there, after all. "No, we have to go back, Dev." "I don't want to, but we have to. I saw someone." He glanced back at her. "What?" "In a window, at the top of the house. I saw a girl, Dev." "Sam?" "I don't know. Maybe not. But Dev, she looked terrified. I can't leave this place without helping her, without knowing that Sam's not there. We've come so far." She took his hand again, and he looked into her eyes. "This is insane," he said. "That man's got a shotgun and an itchy trigger finger. There's no way in except through the door at the top of the stairs, and we don't know who else he's got in there." "But what if it was her, Dev?" "I've got to know. And I've got an idea." "Lay it on me," Devon said, half in fear, half in anticipation. "Fire." Chapter 18. Kangaroo Court. "You can't be serious." Paul Hickman sat next to Gil Summers, as Marlin Cook was led into the makeshift court by the sheriff. The town hall was packed. There was only room in here for around 100, so the corridors and parking lot outside were full of latecomers straining for news. Hickman and the rest of Hope's council occupied the front row of folding chairs that faced a makeshift court bench made by pushing together several tables and draping them with the flag. Clay Hemerick, Warrant Officer Stevens, and several other uniformed figures sat facing the assembled crowd. Judge, jury, and executioners. Accounts of the fight in the bar had circulated widely. Some were more accurate than others, but practically all of them agreed that Marlin had struck out in self-defense, having come to the aid of one of their own. Marlin might have been a relative newcomer, but the woman they'd assaulted had grown up in the town. To most, the young man had gone from being merely one of Paul Hickman's hangers-on to a local hero. Hickman gestured at the armed guard who stood at one door, assault rifle across his chest, and his identical twin at the other door. "You let that bandit provide the security?" Summers shrugged. "He has the manpower, we don't." Hickman wanted to strangle the coward. Sure, he also wanted Gil Summers to be beaten, and he was as defeated as Hick could possibly have wished. But not like this. Not taking Hope down with him. If they couldn't organize their own civic meetings, then their autonomy was gone. The door burst open and Marlin Cook appeared, a burly uniformed guard on either side. The poor boy looked as though he'd been beaten to within an inch of his life. A confession would, after all, simplify matters, even though it was hardly necessary for injustice to be done. Cook was pushed into a chair at the end of the row of tables, and Rusty Kaminsky seated himself between Cook and the militiaman. Hick thought the sheriff had gotten a decade older overnight. Whatever else he thought of Kaminsky, he knew the man wasn't yellow, but he sure looked defeated. "I call this tribunal to order." Hemerick's voice echoed around the suddenly silent room. "Now we're here to see justice done for our comrade Carl Perkins. Warrant Officer Stevens will recount the events as they happened." The big South African got to his feet and read a prepared statement. Hickman stomached about 3 sentences before he leaped to his feet. "That ain't what happened. It was your guys who started this by hitting on Rosa." Clay Hemerick pointed at Hick. "You will be silent while the witness gives his testimony." And then do I get a chance to speak? Hemmerick's face split into a wicked grin. Your name is not on my list. Hick opened his mouth to protest, but the man to Hemmerick's left raised his handgun and pointed it directly at him. They weren't even going to pretend that this was a fair trial. It was a performance put on to show the townsfolk who held the whip in hope now. Hickman sat down, his heart pounding. He wasn't a good man, had never had any interest in being one, and he didn't get hot very often. All his life he'd calculated what choice would be best for him, and the only time he hadn't, he'd lost his liberty, and all but lost his daughter. Juliet hadn't thought much of him in those last years of their marriage, and she sure as hell wouldn't have expected him to turn into some sort of civic hero. He wanted to lead Hope, not because he could serve the people, but so they could serve him. So he could get revenge. So he could make a safe place for his daughter. But living under him would be better for the folks here than letting Hemmerick slam his hobnail boot on their throats. For now, however, there was nothing he could do other than watch this kangaroo court go through the motions of convicting Marlon Cook and sentencing him to hang. Finally, Gil Summers stood up and raised his hand. The uproar that had greeted the verdict died down. Captain Hemmerick, you do not have jurisdiction here. I allowed you to go through with this in the hope that you would seek justice, but I now see that all you wish is vengeance. What a fool, Hickman thought. To think that is all he wants. He's after a much bigger prize. But Summers was still speaking. You and your men are no longer welcome in Hope. You will leave Miller's farm with immediate effect and not return. A murmur circulated around the hall as the townsfolk waited to see what would happen next. For a moment, Hemmerick held Summers' gaze. Then he roared with laughter, his soldiers joining in. Rusty Kaminsky got up, grabbed an ashen-faced Marlon Cook by the shoulder and dragged him toward the door. At a gesture from Hemmerick, his guard hefted his weapon, and two other soldiers marched out from behind the table to surround Kaminsky. Hand over the prisoner, Sheriff, Hemmerick said. Kaminsky had drawn his weapon, but he could see it was hopeless. Martha Bowie, who'd been sitting in the front row with her family, got up, but Kaminsky lowered his gun. No, Martha. Cook was pulled from Kaminsky's grip and dragged away. A roar of protest went up but lasted only a second, as Hemmerick stood and held his weapon high. I will have silence. Good. Sentence will be carried out at 4 p.m., and I warn you that any disorderly behavior will be met with lethal force. No one moved until the last of the militiamen had left, and then chaos broke out. Gil Summers was in the middle of it, but he was a defeated man. Whatever plans he'd had for rebuilding Hope had gone up in smoke with the arrival of the militia. Would things have been different if he'd stood up to them at the beginning? Maybe not, but sometimes you got to draw the line, thought Paul Hickman, and wondered to hear himself think it. Right now, he was red-hot angry. He was mad at Gil Summers for capitulating. He was mad at Hemmerick for dismissing him in front of the town. And he was mad at Marlon Cook for being such a hothead. They should have struck when the bandits first took over the farm, when they were contained in one place. Then he felt the hazy outline of an idea begin to form like a shape in the fog. He needed to get away to think, so he extracted himself from the increasingly angry mob and headed for the door. A meaty hand grabbed his arm. Martha. What do you want? Are you gonna stand by and let this happen, Hick? She'd never used the shortened form of his name, probably because she didn't want him to think she liked him. I'm not sure I can do nothing for the boy. They'll have him locked up tighter than a bull's butt. In fly season. Yeah, you're probably right. But if we don't want others of us to be hanging from a streetlight, we need to deal with that son of bitch. Martha looked at Hick and Hick looked back. They didn't like each other. They never would. But together, they sure could cause trouble. Come on, let's go find somewhere to talk, he said. Devon and Jessie watched the house light up as twilight turned to night. Are they insane? It's like a lighthouse. I don't think we're dealing with intellectual giants, Jessie said. Look there. I think that's a woman. A thin silhouette moved across the draped windows. So that's two men, a woman and a girl. But none of them is Sam. Jessie shook her head. I don't think so. The woman is too tall, and the girl a little too round. We could just walk away. I don't think we can. Sam could be in there, and in any case, I'm certain the women are being held against their will. Yeah, you're probably right. He'd watched the shadows move back and forth, and unless he was subconsciously reading meaning where it wasn't merited, it did look to him as though the male figures walked confidently and freely, while the females were nervous and restricted. Did it make the risk they were about to take worth it? Probably not, but he was way past worrying about health and safety. He dragged the last of the wood onto the bonfire they'd built around two of the stilts that held the house up. It was a huge pity to burn down one of the few intact buildings if it came to that, but they had to be sure that Sam Hickman wasn't inside. And Jessie was right, they couldn't leave those women to their fate. So they'd set fire to their house instead. As on the third attempt, his match took on a scrap of tinder, he thought about the madness that had brought him so far across the country on a hopeless mission to rescue a girl he'd never met. Why did he come? Was it truly because he didn't want Jessie to go on her own? Was it because the prospect of being alone with her was too tempting to pass up? Or was it because he feared what Paul Hickman knew of his past? He watched the fire take, sheltering it from the zephyrs that crisscrossed between the stilts. All of those things were factors, sure. But there was more to it than that. Like every other human being in their 40s, Devon Myers found himself where he was right now, as a result of the millions of decisions he'd made over his lifetime. One decision in particular, back in London. A decision that had cost many people their lives. Rescuing Sam Hickman and making sure Jessie got home again safely was his shot at redemption. It would never make up for what he'd done, what he'd failed to do, but it would be a grain to his credit on the scales of justice. And there was the fact that he loved her. The fire leapt and his mind snapped out of its hypnotic trance as he scrambled away from it. Why did it take so long? Jessie hissed. Devon shrugged, pulled the handgun from his pocket and readied himself beneath the staircase. The plan was a simple one. He would intercept those escaping from the fire, and as soon as they were out, Jessie would kick the tap off the water outlet and hopefully extinguish the flames. They wanted to smoke the occupants out, not burn the building down, if at all possible. It only took seconds. A voice called from the floor above. Get out of my way. Heavy boots thumped on the wooden steps and landed on the ground. Put your weapon down, Devon called, raising his G17 in one hand, flashlight in the other. It was the big man who'd confronted them earlier. He twisted, bringing his shotgun to bear. Devon squeezed the trigger and pumped 2 rounds into him. He fell with a groan. Tweeter. Another man appeared at the foot of the stairs. Devon, surprised, fell backward as the man's shotgun came around. Bang and heat splashed across Devon's cheek. He rolled beneath the house toward the fire and brought his handgun up, aiming for the legs. With a shriek, the man fell, spilling his gun. Dev. The house is catching. Devon clambered out through the smoke. It was too late to contemplate putting the fire out, but there was no sign of the women. Here, he said, handing over the Glock. If he moves, shoot him. He bounded up the stairs and almost pulled the front door off its hinges in his haste to get inside. The place was full of the acrid stink of burning wood. It was pitch black in there. Help me. He swept his flashlight around the smoke-filled interior. A woman was tied to a kitchen chair. She'd flipped herself onto the floor in her desperation, so he kneeled, pulled the knife from his belt and sliced through her bonds. Margie, the woman said. In the other room. Get yourself out. I'll find her. Devon pulled his sweatshirt up over his nose, got to his feet and headed for the other room. With a sudden roar, flames burst through the floor behind him, a pillar of fire that licked around the edges of a massive hole, blocking his exit. This place had gone up like a bonfire. Cursing under his breath and then coughing the swear word back out again, he plunged through into the next room. There was no smoke in here, but it was utterly dark. At first the room seemed empty, and then his flashlight beam found a pair of terrified eyes sandwiched between 2 masses of hair, one blonde, one darker. The face moved and what looked like a beard resolved into a beaten-up doll that was missing a leg. "It's okay," Devon said, hiding the gun in his pocket and then holding out his now empty hand. "I'm here to help. We need to get out." "Where's Mommy?" "She's outside. Shall we go find her?" Devon's flashlight played across the girl's face. Bruised, round, and reddened, this wasn't Sam. Not unless Paul Hickman had left out the fact that she had Down syndrome. "What's your name?" "Margie." "Are you going to hurt me?" Devon could hear the crackle of flame behind the closed door. They didn't have time for this. Of course not. The other men did. And they hurt Mommy. They were nasty. They killed Jerry. "I'm sorry, but we've got to go, or the fire'll get us." She shook her head. A crash from the other side of the door. Devon pulled it open, then slammed it shut again, sucking in the acrid stench of burning hair. He ran over to the window. It was locked, but after 2 panic-fueled kicks of his left boot, the frame began to give way, and finally the window pane fell outward into the darkness. Cold air caressed his head as he looked out. "Dev. We can't get out through the main room. Is there any other way?" Below him, Jessie turned to the woman he'd rescued. Her shake of the head was enough. "She'll have to climb down me," Devon shouted. "But she might need some persuasion." The woman in the street called up, straining to be heard above the crackle and roar of the fire. "Margie. It's Mommy. Can you hear me?" In the corner, the girl stirred. "Come on, love," Devon said. It was stifling in here now, even though the window was open, and he suspected the cold air was fueling the fire beyond the closed door. "Come on. We gotta get out of here right now." Maybe it was the call of the woman outside, maybe it was the obvious authenticity of Devon's panic, or maybe it was his winning smile. Whatever it was, she put out her hand and he hauled her up. "Elsa can come too?" "What?" For a moment, Devon imagined there was yet another kid hiding somewhere. Then Margie held up the battered doll. "Oh yeah, of course. But we're gonna have to climb out the window." "Like a princess?" "Sure, though I'm not much of a Prince Charming." "You can be Shrek, and I can be Princess Fiona." "Right." The door burst inward on a tsunami of scorching air. Margie screeched and Devon pulled her to him, wrapping his arms around her, yelling in pain as the skin of his back seemed to be burning. He dragged her to the window and sat astride the frame, one foot in the cool air, the other in the disintegrating bedroom. "Come on." She took one look out the window and shrank back. "I'm scared." "So am I," he yelled. "Look, Princess Fiona. You head for the exit. I'll take care of the dragon." She looked into his eyes. She knew it was just a game, that they were both in mortal danger. She'd heard Mommy say many times that she was special, not an idiot. But right now, she decided to play along. "Thank you, Sir Shrek," she said as she allowed him to help her over the window frame until they were both on the outside. "Climb down me, then you'll only have to drop a few feet." He lowered himself from the window frame, his hands screaming with the strain of taking her weight as well as his own. "Hurry," he gasped as his fingers began to burn. Above him, the drapes caught fire, fluttering out of the window, surrounding his head. Suddenly, the weight disappeared. "We've got her. For God's sake, Devon, you're on fire. Get down here." He was trapped in agony. He let go. Searing pain in his legs, then he hit the ground. He couldn't breathe. Someone was screaming. He rolled back and forth, trying to rub the heat from his head. He roared in panic. Then cold, cold, cold. Water. Cold water. For a moment, the pain was gone. Completely gone. He opened his eyes to look into Jessie's face. "Oh, thank God. Let me have a look at you." "Sir Shrek. You okay?" He gave Margie a thumbs up, wincing as his hands refused move properly. "I don't care what you look like. I like ogres." "Margie." "But Mommy, I do." He lay there in the darkness, feeling the soreness returning as Jessie removed his ruined clothes. He'd thought about her doing that many times on their journey east. Be careful what you wish for. Desperate to turn his mind to other things, he switched into cop mode and looked up at the woman Margie called Mommy. Sam Hickman? Know anything? His shock at her look of recognition made him forget about the pain for a moment. Sam? You know her? She was here. Where is she now? The woman shook her head. She went south, following a beacon fire. I think they're gathering young people. He wanted to ask more about where she'd gone, about who they were, about how long ago this had happened and what hope they had of finding her, but he had nothing left. Nothing but pain and exhaustion. The last thing he heard before he succumbed to agony was Jessie speaking. We have to get him into the creek. Geez, don't die, Dev. Don't die. Please. He couldn't respond. He was gritting his teeth so tight as he tried to help them get him down the slope to the riverbank. He said nothing, as he was plunged into the deliciously freezing, shocking cold of the water. As he floated in and out of consciousness, up and down in the creek, feeling her wet body against his as she forgot all reserve and begged him to be okay, he kept repeating his new mantra. Don't worry, Jessie. I'm not going to die. I'll recover and we'll go south. We'll find Sam and take her home. We'll be together, me, you, and the baby. Because I love you, and I now know without doubt that you feel the same way. Hold tight, Samantha Hickman. We are coming for you. Chapter 19. Hick. Four drove to the edge of Elwood Miller's land and began the long trudge to the farmhouse. Martha Bowie's son Jensen walked alongside Paul Hickman. Brain followed them, with Ned Burkett trotting nervously behind them. Hick had confided in Rusty Kaminsky, and the sheriff had, after thinking for some time, let him go. He also ordered Burkett to accompany him. A strange move that Hickman hadn't worked out yet. Neither Kaminsky himself nor Martha Bowie could go on the revenge mission. Both felt it their duty to witness and protest the hanging of Marlin Cook. They might also be needed in the aftermath. And anyway, their absence would be noticed. Hickman only hoped that his wouldn't. He'd gone home to pick up his Glock 41 and to call in on the neighbor he'd entrusted with Buster's care. He needed one ally he could rely on. They'd had no time to make detailed plans. By sheer good luck, the only luck they'd had so far, Hick had bumped into the farmer's son Jimmy after the trial, and the young man had taken the message back to his father, who was kept under guard. Jimmy now walked with them, guiding them with lifelong familiarity toward the farmhouse he'd been born in. I didn't expect Pa to agree, and it took a while to get the message across without his guard catching on. He just nodded, and I could see in his eyes that he knew it was the only way. Sure is a shame. The understatement of the century. And you've got everything we need. Miller nodded. Sure. We got our own gas. It's locked up in a metal shed inside the main barn. Ma and Cassie are out in the fields, supposed to be tending to the animals, but they'll keep themselves hid until we've done what needs doing. How many did he leave here? This was crucial to the plan. Hickman recognized Clay Hemmerich's type. He was a showman. That's why he'd chosen to be a tank driver at the museum. And he'd want the biggest possible crowd for his latest production, the hanging of Marlin Cook. Hemmerich knew Cook was being made a stooge of. The point of the execution wasn't to deliver justice, it was to make a statement of power to the townsfolk and his own people. It was telling them he was brutal and capricious. That they'd better stay on his good side if they didn't want to be the next ones, hanging from a streetlight. Hickman wondered, briefly, what had happened in Hemmerich's past to turn him into such a monster. Then he dismissed the thought. If all went well, Clay Hemmerich would cease to be a problem on the night he became a murderer. It was a pity about Marlin Cook, but Hick knew that rescuing him would be a futile exercise that would leave Hemmerich in charge. The bandit general was expecting trouble at the hanging. Hopefully, he wouldn't be thinking so much about the farmhouse he'd left for a few hours. How many? No more than a half dozen. All got assault rifles, though. Wonder where they got 'em from. 6. He'd hoped for fewer than that. But they were here now, and it had to be attempted. Jensen. The young Bowie accelerated to walk beside him. Yes, Mr. Hickman? Hick was certain that Jensen Bowie would have been brought up with a healthy dislike of him, but like the rest of his family, he'd hide it behind country courtesy. There's 6 of 'em, Jimmy says. That's more than I'd like. Reckon you can arrange a diversion? Bowie's eyes narrowed, then he turned to Jimmy Miller. Do you have the keys to anything drivable? Sure. Bessie's parked in the yard. She's old, but she starts every time, he said before adding, she's a tractor. Pa had her for 40 years. You take off over the fields and they won't catch you. I just need to make sure they think they can get me. Clever boy, Hickman thought, regarding Bowie with new respect. And Ned Burkett followed in the shadows. It took the best part of an hour to walk the 2 miles to the farmhouse, and Paul Hickman spent most of that time expecting a shout to go up, or for a bullet to crack out of the distance. It was a flat landscape of frost-covered scrub and low rocks, and aside from them the only things moving were the sheep and cattle, who looked up disinterestedly as they walked past. Finally, they gathered behind a rusting steel barn 100 yards from the house. A thin drizzle began falling, and there was a strange tang to the air that reminded Paul Hickman of the sea. The only sound was the heavy, wet panting of the dog at his side. 4 o'clock, Brain said. They'll be draggin' Marlin out to be hung about now. You sure we can do nothin', boss? He sure was a nice fella. Hickman put his hand on the oaf's shoulder. We gotta leave that to the mayor, Brain. Our job is to make sure we get even with the scum who are killin' our friend. Brain nodded his head slowly, and having apparently emptied his mind of the only thought that had been occupying it, went silent. There's one. Over there by the cowshed. Jimmy Miller was pointing at a small cloud of smoke that dissipated as it rose. I always said vapin' was like wantin' to have your beer and drink it. If you want to smoke, smoke like a man. Hickman's patience, never a quality he possessed much of, was at its limit, but he forced himself to be polite. He only had these few allies. Where are the others? Usually 3 outside and 3 in. They move around, but the ones in the house will probably be in the parlor, 2 of them at least. Hemerick says that one should be movin' all the time, but I don't reckon he's left the sharpest tools in the box here. I reckon he's taken his best men with him into town. Hickman nodded. Yeah, that's what he would do. After all, they were only guarding a farmer. As for out here, they could be anywhere. They just wander around. Is there anywhere they could hide from the cold? Sure, lots of places. Ain't gonna be easy to find 'em without bein' spotted ourselves. That's where you come in, Jensen. If you start up the tractor, they're bound to come out of wherever they're holed up. With any luck, they'll follow you. Jensen Bowie nodded with obvious excitement. Look, son, Hickman said. Don't go doing nothing stupid. I don't want to be the one to tell your mom that you've had your head blowed off. This is serious business. Lead 'em away, but keep yourself safe, do you hear me? Ma says you don't think of nobody but yourself, Jensen responded. Yeah, well, I don't reckon I'd last long if I let you come to any harm. Hickman smiled, but there was no humor in his heart. He didn't give 2 hoots for any of his companions, but right now he needed them. So, what are we going to do about Vapin' Man? Hickman cast his gaze at the cloud of smoke rising above the cowshed. I'll deal with him. I suggest you men of the law turn a blind eye. Jensen, you be ready to jump on that tractor just as soon as you hear the shot. Soon as they're out of the house, we get in, deal with anyone left in there, and do what we got to do. Jensen, you keep them busy for as long as you can. With any luck, we'll be finished by the time you get back. Ready? He looked at each in turn. Jimmy Miller looked grim and determined, while Jensen Bowie was full of nervous excitement. Brain returned his glance with dim-witted determination, but Ned Burkett simply nodded and looked away. They weren't much of a crew to pin the hopes of the town on. They were outnumbered and their plan was pretty desperate, but come what may, some scores were going to be settled tonight. Paul Hickman didn't consider himself a murderer, he just did what had to be done. He knew nothing, cared nothing about the man who sucked on his vapor beneath the cowshed roof overhang. He thought there might be a hint of menthol in the air, but it was hard to detect over the stench of manure. Keeping his lunch in his stomach was the hardest part of waiting the 10 minutes while Jensen and the others got into position. Buster, on the other hand, seemed to enjoy the stink as he sat obediently at Hick's waist behind a rusting hunk of farm machinery. He checked his watch. It was time. The figure moved a little. Disturbed by a noise, perhaps. Probably that idiot Brain. Dumb klutz couldn't walk 10 yards without falling over his own feet. Hick checked his Glock, chuckling to himself as he realized he wouldn't know if there was anything wrong with it. He raised it and sighted along the barrel. The figure moved again. It was a woman. Either that, or it was one of those pussies with long hair. Probably from California. No, it was a woman. Hickman sighed. That made it harder. He'd never killed a girl. First time for everything. He heard the groaning of an old diesel engine trying to fire up, and the woman straightened, looking toward the farmyard. Come on, Jensen. If it didn't catch soon, he'd be a sitting duck, and they'd have 5 heavily armed bandits to deal with. With a roar like a machine gun misfiring, it caught. Under the cover of the engine's noise, he aimed again and pulled the trigger. The gun kicked, and when he looked again, she was gone. The door to the farmhouse opened, and someone ran from the right toward where he sat. Then another voice. Put your weapon down, you lowlife son of a bitch. As Hickman turned, hands raised, he caught a blur of movement as Buster leaped, forcing his captor to the ground with a yell. Hickman jumped on top of the figure and pushed the dog away. For one horrible moment he thought Buster would turn on him, but the hound opened his jaws and sat back, eyes fixed on the man on the ground. Hick pressed the end of the Glock to the militiaman's temple. Make a noise and so help me Jesus, I'll blow a hole in your head like I did to your friend. Hatred and fear looked back up at him, but he was focusing on the sounds of the tractor as it moved away and the cries of its pursuers. Shots echoed around the farmyard, and he said a silent prayer for the son of Martha Bowie. The world really was all upside down. He spun around to see Brain emerge from behind him. Here, you hold this one. If he makes a noise, silence him. No gunshot, though. Can I slice him, boss? Hick glanced at the prone figure. Now all he saw was terror as Brain's bulk cast a shadow over him. Sure. But only if he gives you trouble. He got to his feet and ran across the farmyard to the open door of the house, the dog at his heel. Tack-a-tack-a-tack-a-tack. Throwing himself to the ground, Hick rolled over, desperately trying to avoid the spitting rounds. He was in the open, a sitting duck. Where were the others? But of course, they couldn't get any nearer than him with an assault rifle holding sway at the door. Then, after a final burst, the gunfire stopped. You can come out now, a voice boomed. Running feet. Pa. Hickman got up. Elwood Miller stood at the door, towering over a uniformed body. He threw away the hunk of firewood he'd used to fell the man. I sure hope you got a plan. 'Cause he's gonna be mad as a rattlesnake with a sore tooth when he comes back. Jimmy Miller shook his father's hand and gestured at Hickman as he reached the door. It was Hick's idea. Mr. Hickman, the farmer said with a nod. So what's the deal? So Paul Hickman explained his plan. He watched Miller's face as he spoke, saw it cloud, tighten, and then finally relax in resignation. I feared it might come to that. We better get movin'. You and me can set things up while the others deal with those guards that have gone after Martha's son. We need to leave one alive at least, Hickman said. Otherwise, Hemerick will know something's going on. I don't mean to kill no one unnecessary. This fella here, he said, pointing down at the moaning figure at his feet, I reckon he'll have a sore head, but he'll survive. If he does exactly what we say, Hick added, looking down at the soldier so his meaning couldn't be mistaken. Martha Bowie watched as the young man was pulled struggling toward the makeshift gallows. A rope had been cast over the streetlight, and the noose that had been tied at one end swung gently in the drizzly breeze. Rage built like a red storm within her, threatening to overwhelm her conscious mind and cause her to do something stupid. Gentle pressure on her arm. Joe Bowie was a useless hunk of flesh, except that he knew her better than anyone, so he was here to stop her, to reassure her that there really was nothing they could do. Even his father Leonard, known to one and all as David, was there to witness this atrocity. Martha liked her father-in-law a whole lot more than his son, but she couldn't help worrying about Jensen, and in her mind's eye, saw him swinging from a streetlight instead of the poor sap who now stood in the back of the old pickup as the rope was passed over his head. To her other side stood Gil Summers, who gazed with tear-filled eyes at the boy, and the guard of 4 militia, each carrying an assault rifle that could wipe out hundreds if they dared to protest. Rusty was standing beside Summers, and Martha Bowie didn't dare look at his face. They'd all agreed that the only thing they could do for Marlin Cook was to avenge him, and that meant being obvious and visible right now, then acting quickly once it was all over. So she watched as the pickup revved away, and Marlin Cook kicked and convulsed his way into the next world. Jake. Jake. Voices were calling from outside. At least 2, maybe 3. Hick hid in a dark corner of the parlor. The others were concealed behind the countertop, and one was beneath the table. "Where are you, Jake?" The door burst open, and 2 shapes appeared framed against the brighter light of the hallway. "Hey, what the H?" Hickman sprang into view, Glock first. "Don't move or I'll blow your head off." He heard Ned Burkett and Jimmy Miller move, and the 2 militiamen froze before raising their hands. Hickman strode past their colleagues who were tied to kitchen chairs and gagged, when there was a yell outside. One of the bandits went to lower his hands, and then fell to the ground, dropped by Burkett's Smith & Wesson. "Everybody stop!" The voice of Elwood Miller boomed around his home. He emerged, holding a knife to the throat of a 3rd uniformed figure. And behind him walked a beaming Jensen Bowie. "I reckon we got them all. That was the best fun I've had in years." Hick surprised himself by being pleased to see Bowie alive and well. "We ain't got time for talkin'," Elwood said. "The head honcho will be here soon enough, and we ain't ready." So they tied and gagged their captives, and they made themselves as ready as they could. An hour later, Captain Clay Hemmerich's vintage army trucks coughed and spluttered their way into the farmyard as Paul Hickman waited, his heart fit to burst out of his chest. Chapter 20. King of Hope. As he peered through a gap in the drapes of an upstairs window, Paul Hickman cursed his own stupidity. There were too many of them to hope they could get them all inside the house. Too many to keep inside once the fun started. Too many things could go wrong. Anything less than perfection would see him and his comrades dead. Frankly, he didn't care much for the others, but he sure wanted to survive himself. Oh, and Buster. Yeah, he hoped Buster would be okay. One of the guards they'd jumped greeted Hemmerich at the front door. The guard knew that he was in the crosshairs of an assault rifle, so he was likely to play along. He saluted, and pulled the door back so his superior could come inside. Hickman watched as Hemmerich disappeared, followed by his South African lieutenant and his other close aides. "Come on, come on." Bang. Bang. After a moment's frozen shock, figures on the threshold ran inside until only a handful remained on the porch. Elwood Miller had sprung the trap. He'd remained in the parlor, executing exactly the same maneuver as earlier. If all had gone to plan, Captain Hemmerich was now dead. Bang bang. Brain was targeting the bandits who'd been lingering outside. Hickman wrenched open the window and lowered himself down, dropping onto the porch chair he'd left in position. Bang bang. Damn. Brain hadn't finished the job. Idiot. Hick felt rather than saw a soldier turn in his direction. Bang bang bang. And the bandit fell. Hick grabbed the door handle and wrenched it shut. A tang of gasoline on the air. Any second now. He turned the key in the lock. Hands grabbed him around the shoulders and forced him backward. He felt something cold and sharp on his throat, and then the weight was gone. Ned Burkett stood over the writhing figure and put a hand out to help Hickman up. "Sorry, Hick. I shouldn't have let you down about the old guy at Walmart." Hickman nodded and ran his hand over his jugular. It came away bloody, but there was no time to treat the wound. Come on. They ran around to a corner of the farmhouse. A barrel was hidden beneath the deck, and Hick pulled the lid off. He slammed his hand over his nose too late to prevent a lungful of fumes, and fought back his retching reflex as he struck a match, stepped back and flung it into the barrel. Searing heat forced him farther away, as the barrel disappeared within a pillar of flame. Seconds later, the corner of the house was wreathed in fire, and he could hear, beyond the crackling of wood, fists beating against the locked front door. Ned Burkett stood admiring the bonfire, then turned to Hick. "We better get in position. They're gonna be coming out the windows any second." "Sure," Hick said, pointing along the house. Burkett began moving in that direction. Now he would get his revenge. No one betrayed Paul Hickman and escaped unpunished, even if they'd just saved his life. With the fury of pent-up rage, Hickman launched himself at Ned Burkett, catching him off guard and sending him plunging headfirst into the firestorm with a surprised, terrified yelp. He watched as Burkett sprawled beneath the burning porch and grimaced as a tortured scream pierced the chaos, the agonized shape rolling back and forth until after a few seconds it came to a halt. It lay there, consumed like one of those bodies they cremated beside the Ganges in India. Like it was no longer human. But then Ned Burkett had barely been worthy of the label when he was alive, and Paul Hickman sure wasn't going to mourn him, even as he watched with disgusted fascination as his former enemy fed the flames of retribution. "No, Ned. Apology not accepted." He smiled, then filed Ned Burkett in his outbox and ran back to the cowshed where he'd felled that first guard. That female. He felt bad about that. He didn't make it a habit to hurt women, but right now it was the law of the jungle. Glass smashed, and a figure forced itself out of the window through a gushing column of smoke. It took 3 shots to get him. Hick was no marksman, but he got the next escapee in one. Another shape, another window, another shot. The night crackled with burning wood and gunfire from all directions. The Hopers had the enemy pinned down and burning. They were winning. They were actually winning. And they hadn't even needed backup. He didn't think about the people burning to death inside that farmhouse, any more than he thought about those he gunned down, or those being shot by his comrades covering the other sides of the farmhouse. He thought about triumph and revenge, and Paul Hickman smiled as he watched the flames. Hope had finally experienced a little of what the country had gone through a couple of weeks ago. Was it over now? No movement from the farmhouse except the pulsing of flames and the sudden collapse of timber. He swung around as he sensed someone nearby. A mighty grim business. It was Elwood Miller. His clothes were smoking and he stank of gasoline and burned hair, but he was alive. "I'm glad you got out. I know that house better than those poor unfortunates. Hightailed it down to the basement, came out through the storm shelter. Don't worry, I locked the door behind me. No one got out, may God have mercy on their souls and mine." Hick slapped him on the shoulder, then, as he turned, he saw a pair of lights moving along what must have been the approach road to the farmhouse. Was it the backup party from Hope? Something didn't quite feel right. He called up the view from the bedroom window into his mind's eye. How many had there been? Oh geez. Quick, Elwood. He dragged the farmer out of sight behind the cowshed, then along the back toward where he knew the others would be gathered. "Stop. It's me, Brain." Brain, Jensen and Buster were waiting behind a stack of rusting barrels with a good view of the house. Jimmy Miller appeared from out of the darkness and threw himself at his father. "Pa. You did it." "Sure, son. But look, we got company. Isn't that the folks from town?" "Oh. We didn't get them all, did we?" Brain nudged Hick as he refilled his magazine. "Where's Ned, boss?" "He didn't make it." "Oh. Shame." An old army truck raced into the yard and skidded to a halt outside the blazing farmhouse. Hick watched from a gap between 2 barrels as the doors were flung open and booted feet jumped out and ran to the house. Above the crackle of flame, he could hear the crying of voices, many voices. "What do we do?" Jensen asked. Hick frowned. "I guess we open fire. If we don't, they'll find us soon enough." "Can't we slip away?" We're in the middle of nowhere, and I don't like the idea of running across the fields with them on our tail. Besides, we came here to do a job, and we only did half of it. Hey! Over there! A figure pointed in their direction. Brain ducked back down. Sorry, boss. Rounds thumped into the metal barrels as Hick and the others returned fire. Jimmy and his father were using assault carbines taken from fallen militia, and they took their toll on the running figures still out in the open. Soon enough, however, they were outflanked as, using the track as cover, the enemy slipped behind a barn that would bring them around behind the defenders. We gotta get out of here, boss, Brain hissed, producing a miasmic fog. Maybe he was right, for once. To stay here was to die. Better to run and live to fight another day. And yet nothing had changed. They were no more likely to be able to get away now than 5 minutes ago when he'd said it was impossible. Perhaps it was better to die fighting than with a bullet in the back. Help me move these barrels, he said. If Brain was good for one thing, it was using his muscles as Hick directed. Together, they dragged the barrels into a crude circle that gave them limited cover in all directions, at the cost of much less concentrated firepower. There was going to be no quarter, no discussion, no surrender, no escape. Hickman spotted a figure run toward them with something in its hand. Its arm went back, and he shot 2 rounds at it. The grenade looped upward and landed about 10 yards from the barrels. Duck, he called out. He felt the barrel he was hiding behind lean back before he heard the muffled thump of the detonation. He could hear boots on gravel, cries of exhortation. Jimmy Miller was the first to recover, but he had no sooner raised his carbine than he was falling back. Son! Elwood cried, dropping his weapon. They were finished. Paul Hickman crouched behind the barrel and waited for another grenade, or a bullet, or a knife. Buster, who'd been shaking at his heels, leaped over him and threw himself at the throat of the first man to breach the perimeter. The man screamed, then his cry merged with an anguished howl, and it was this, the bravery and suffering of his dog, that finally snapped Paul Hickman out of his despair. He jumped up, indiscriminately firing into the advancing soldiers. Jensen stood with him. A round seared his shoulder, but he didn't stop. Jensen fell, Brain dropped, but still he fired. His arm became warm and wet. Something stabbed at him, and he staggered. He fell to the ground and waited for the end. Gunfire, gunfire all around. Do not go gentle into that good night. Darkness. Silence. Nothing. His eyes had stuck together. Had he been asleep? No, that couldn't be right. He'd been waiting for death. He forced his eyelids apart and winced at the sudden brightness. A shadow passed in front of the light. Was he dead? He rubbed his eyes. Martha Bowie's large face peered down at him. Was he dead and in hell? Then he became aware of a dull pain in his side. No, that felt entirely real. He's comin' round, Bowie said to someone he didn't see. You know, they say the only thing that'd survive a nuclear war would be cockroaches. Now then, Martha. Don't be unkind. Hick ain't no saint, but it's on account of him we can run our own affairs again. Consciousness rushed back like cold water, and he turned his head. Rusty. Yeah, it's me. Just relax, you got badly beaten up. Then another shape moved into his field of vision. You are a remarkable man, Paul. I was quite expecting to have to administer last rites. Ord. That was all he needed. No, it could get worse. Gil Summers could turn up. We'll leave you to recover a little, Martha said. Hickman put his hand up. Rusty. Stay. I wanna know. What happened? Kaminsky helped him sit up and arranged pillows to prop him. He was in a white-walled room that he recognized as where the community nurse poked and prodded folks. He'd been in here once for a flu vaccine. Rusty pulled up a chair. We got there as quick as we could after the hanging. Couldn't follow them too closely, and Hemerick left some of his men behind to watch us for a bit. Thought we were too late when we got there, but there weren't many left and they didn't have much fight in 'em. He took a deep breath and looked up into the corner as if seeing the scene projected there in his mind's eye. Brain and Elwood, they're okay, but Jimmy's dead and Jensen Bowie was in a bad way. He's gonna be okay, though. Doc patched him up just like he patched you up. Hickman felt around his shoulder. His side had been bandaged, and he could feel the soreness of a stitched wound beneath. Couldn't find no sign of Ned, Kaminsky continued, and Hickman thought he saw the sheriff's eyes narrow. For once, Hickman decided it would be best for him to keep his mouth shut. Burkett had betrayed him, and Hick had seen justice done. That was the end of it as far as he was concerned. Buster? The dog? Sorry, Paul. He's dead. Hickman felt his throat thicken. He'd raised that dog from a puppy he'd found in a shelter in Ezra. The only loyal being in his life. Now he was alone. How long have I been here? The attack on the farmhouse was night before last, and you slept through yesterday. The door creaked open. Paul, are you awake? Hickman turned his head to see Gil Summers enter the room. Or at least the shell of Gil Summers. His pale face showed no sign of life, and his eyes were empty. He's pretty beat up, Gil, Rusty said. Maybe it could wait. Sorry, Rusty. He has to know. That got Hickman's interest. Has to know what? Gil Summers looked down at him, his balding head eclipsing the bright ceiling light. You were right, Paul. Now Hickman was wide awake. About what? That we needed to have democratic accountability. The fire went out. Oh. Look, I'm really beat, Gil. I ain't got the energy right now. But Summers plowed on. Typical of the man. Never knew when to shut up. So, after the murder of young Marlin. It was terrible, Paul. It's okay, Gil. Nothing you could have done, not without risking everyone, Rusty said. It doesn't matter. The fact is, it happened on my watch. While I was letting that travesty of justice take place before my very eyes, others were taking action. Hickman sighed and laid back. Cut to the chase, Gil. I gotta sleep. I called an election, Gil said. Pretty basic, no time to organize anything else. Just names on scraps of paper. Now he was awake again. Whose names? Yours and mine, Paul. Gil Summers held out his hand. Congratulations, Mr. Mayor. In a haze, Hick shook, then watched slack-jawed as Summers shuffled out. Perhaps it was his imagination, but Hickman could have sworn the old mayor's shoulders looked a little less stooped. What the? Well, it's what you've wanted all along, ain't it? Rusty said. I wouldn't have your job, no way. Hard times are comin', Paul. Harder than anything we've seen so far. But I'll support you, as long as you do the right thing by the folks here. A smile spread across Hickman's face. He'd won. He'd actually won. He didn't feel the elation he'd expected, but then he was exhausted. It would come, no doubt. Thanks, Rusty. I appreciate it. Rusty Kaminsky leaned forward as if to get up and brought his whiskered face close to Hickman. As long as you do the right thing, I said. Of course. The sheriff lowered his voice to a whisper. 'Cause otherwise, I might just look a little closer into what happened to Ned Burkett. You see, Paul, you talk in your sleep. And you weren't the only one there that night. He got up, gave a brief nod to Hickman, put his hat on and tipped it in farewell. I'll be watchin', Mr. Mayor. I'll be watchin'. Hickman stared at the back of the door as it closed behind the sheriff. If I were you, Rusty, I'd spend more time watchin' my back. And the new mayor of the last city closed his eyes and fell asleep. What happens next? Find out in Last Dawn.